Super USB Chapter 551. Super USB Chapter 551. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. This mysterious man is naturally Chen Chen, who has just awakened. Following his inquiry, everyone also told Chen Chen everything without omission and in detail. According to them, this group of people all come from a force called the Holy Fusion Empire. This country is not a constitutional monarchy, but is controlled by the Holy See of the Holy Fusion Church. This force is the strongest force in the continent. Apart from this, they also have several hostile forces. Among them, the strongest is called the United Rebellion Army and is also the biggest opponent of the Holy Fusion Empire. The Holy Fusion Empire believes in the god of fusion, Alusuayitos. When he heard this name, Chen Chen immediately eyes shrank. This is the name of the consciousness stealer. The reason why Chen Chen knows the opponent's name is because these words are on the opponent's character list in the consciousness battlefield. Combined with the sacred fusion church, Chen Chen deep in one's heart has produced a hint of association. However, it was right that the other party had been swallowed by myself, and I had successfully awakened from the frozen sleep cabin before. But who expected that when I fell asleep again, he would return to the frozen sleep cabin? Can it be said that after I fell asleep again, some kind of mutation happened in the world? Thinking about it, Chen Chen immediately abandoned this unreliable idea. Even if there was a mutation, Xiao X would be impossible to tell him and put himself back into the frozen sleep cabin. Since this is not the reason, it is related to the sense of fragmentation in my mind. Thinking of this, Chen Chen concentrated his consciousness again, and then he felt once again that two completely different scenes appeared before his eyes, one of which was completely dark, as if he was falling asleep, and the other, it was the yellow sand in front of the sky and the people kneeling on the ground. If you use an analogy, the equivalent to ordinary person is using one screen to play on the computer, and Chen Chen has two screens in front of him. One side is a screen with pure black in the off state, while on the other side, a real play game is playing. Of course, the actual situation is not at all as simple as that, because Chen Chen is not only visual, but his hearing, touch, taste and everything are equally divided into two parts. On the one hand, he can understand the warm bedding on his body, and on the other, but he felt that he was standing among the yellow sand in the sky, and the sunlight above his head made the yellow sand hot. This is a stranger perception than schizophrenia, like being in a strange dream. No, not a dream. Chen Chen closed his eyes slightly, and he could clearly feel everything all around. Whether it was field energy or body, he could clearly feel it. The only difference was that he couldn't control his sleeping body. Since it's not a dream, is there something wrong with my consciousness? Chen Chen suddenly turned his head. He walked directly to the place behind him that was known as an ancient ruin by the crowd. At this time, the workers had discovered what happened above. They stopped their work and stood bewildered, staring at the spot with fear and blankness. With Chen Chen. But Chen Chen discovered that the ancient ruins they were in were nothing but their own teleportation hall. It's just that the teleportation hall had already collapsed at this time, and the top was demolished by these workers, exposing the empty world at the bottom. This is the Sahara Desert. The location has not changed, but the once brand new teleportation hall has been abandoned. Time seems to have passed a long time. Chen Chen murmured in a low voice. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. If everything in front of him is true, doesn't it mean that he has been sleeping for more than hundreds of years? His parents, Blacklight Technology, and all the countries in the world, have all died in the long river of history? No, impossible. Chen Chen shook the head. He naturally didn't want to believe that all of this was true. After all, he personally killed the consciousness stealer and woke up from the consciousness battlefield. How could Earth and humans fall to this scene? Unless Chen Chen seemed to have thought of something. He squinted his eyes and silently felt his other half's body, trying to wake up the other half. But in the next second, Chen Chen had a startled sensation, as if the other half of his body awakened. it would cause his body to fall asleep immediately. Chen Chen couldn't help but glance at the people behind him who were still kneeling on the ground. Once he fell asleep here, I am afraid that he would be waiting for. He had to give up the urge to wake up the other half of his body. It seems that some understand. Chen Chen pondered silently. Now he has a vague grasp of something, but if he wants to verify it, he is not in a hurry. After all, now is not the time. These thoughts seem to be long, but they are actually only a few seconds for Chen Chen. As Chen Chen came back to his senses, he began to feel his body silently, but found that his divine physique was indeed very weak. Although his field energy has become larger and his consciousness has become clearer, the weakness of the body is unavoidable, because I suspected that I have been asleep for more than hundreds of years. Chen Chen walked in front of the crowd, and the group of people's originally low heads drooped deeply, not daring to look at Chen Chen the slightest. "Shay Eyes, tell me, what year is it now?" Chen Chen solemnly asked. Shayston was taken aback for a moment. He lifts the head in a daze. "This term is very familiar, I seem to have seen it in ancient knowledge. But I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean." "Then how do you calculate the time limit? What year should it be now?" Chen Chen raised his eyebrows and continued to ask in a different way. It wasn't until this time that Shays showed surprise, but he still replied, "Not even think, Your Excellency. It is 378 years of the Divine Fusion Era, and the current ruler is Pope Tarapus VI. Sacred Fusion Era 378. Chen Chen repeated the other party's words in a low voice. From this, he was able to determine many things in detail, including the current human situation. "Have you heard of the Earth Federation?" Chen Chen continued to ask tentatively. "No, I don't know." Shays shook the head blankly. "I only know the United Rebels. They are the greatest enemy of the Holy Fusion Empire. As for the others, I don't know much. After all, I'm just a level 1 baron. Except for civilians and slaves, I am just the lowest level nobleman." "What about this person?" Hearing Shay's words, Chen Chen couldn't help looking towards the weird man who had just been pinched to death. As his field energy was swept away, the whole body of this monster was clearly observed by him. What is strange is that this person has a rotten face and distorted facial features, as if there are too many nuclear radiation exposures. But at this level of illness, not only did he not die of illness, but he also possessed a trace of psychic power. After all, Chen Chen knows that this kind of existence, which is called psychic energy by the battlefield of consciousness, is only possessed by consciousness stealers. "No, I should have it now." Chen Chen closed his eyes slightly and immediately felt that there were two groups of invisible energy in his mind. One of them was extremely solid, like a solid, while the other was weaker and seemed to be just a mass of air. Of course, this is actually only Chen Chen's own perception. If he is given a CT image or a craniotomy, he will not see any air masses at all. Furthermore, it seems that because of my awakening, the two invisible energies started to merge little by little. "What's the use of this kind of psychic power? Will it affect your field power?" Chen Chen frowned, seems to have to test it out in the future. At this time, the man named Shays continued to reply. "This man is called Armas. He is a level 3 Earl." Faced with Shays who asked 3 questions before him, Chen Chen gradually lost his interest. He thought about it and said, "He is 2 levels higher than me, so there are 3 emblems on his black robe, and he is also the Holy Sea High Priest, a confidant of Isabel." It seems to have understood that Chen Chen didn't know anything, so he didn't wait for Chen Chen to ask. He continued to explain intimately. "Above the level 3 Earl, there are level 4 Marquis and the highest Duke. This is the Sacred Fusion, the Empire's noble system, but a noble can only be regarded as the second great influence of the Empire. The real control of the core of the Empire is the Holy Fusion Holy See, and there are 4 High Priests in the Holy See. They are all second only to the existence of the Pope." Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help being nodded. He looked towards Shays with a nervous look, and then said, "Shays, now Armas is dead here, what will you do next?" "Me?" Shays smiled bitterly. An earl died on my turf. I will inevitably be investigated and impeached by Congress. I am afraid I will be retaliated by High Priest Isabel. What if so? Chen Chen suddenly waved his hand, and immediately, Armas and his men, all the corpses instantly weathered, turning into countless elementary particles and disappearing in the desert. Not only that, Amats's airship flew up suddenly and moved towards in the sky. Chen Chen continued, Amas has left, and his airship will fall hundreds of kilometers away, and everything inside will be burned. His death has nothing to do with you. Ah, you mean? Shais was originally amazed by Chen Chen's changing the heaven and switching the earth method, but when he heard Chen Chen's words, his eyes lit up, and he turned his head again and looked towards the group of workers, with a trace of coldness on his face. But these workers, they will forget everything that just happened. Chen Chen laughed. He took out a metal rod from his pocket and threw it to Shays. If this group of workers die, do you think it can be washed away? Press the red button, it can eliminate the group human memory. Many thanks, Shinessist. Although Shays was a little suspicious, he reached out and took the metal rod. Of course, there is a price for me to help you like this. However, before Shays was happy, Chen Chen's voice suddenly fell cold. You must promise me a request. You, please say. Shays quickly put his head on the sand again. Help me keep this sleeping cabin. Chen Chen pointed to the frozen sleep cabin made of high offset armor. If you do a good job, I can reward you with a lot of things, money, status, whatever you want. I can help you get it! Exclamation mark. Of course. The premise is that you can do what I said. Hearing Chen Chen's words, when Shayston took a deep breath, he slowly lifted the head. I understand you're psychic. I am your humblest and most loyal servant. I will follow your ask to take good care of this thing. Very well, wait for me to come back. Chen Chen was satisfied with the nodded, and as his field energy exploded, he and the airship rose towards in the sky at the same time, and then quickly disappeared into the vast sky. Until Chen Chen disappeared, Shays slowly lifted the head. He was shocked to watch Chen Chen disappearing quickly. As far as he knew, even the psychic energy possessed by High Priest seemed unable to do this. Everything is right. This kind of power has gone far beyond the scope of Shinik energy, reaching a point comparable to divine vestige. Moreover, this mysterious person was actually excavated from ancient ruins. Could it be that? A shock appeared in Shay's eyes, and he whispered, a holy fusion pre-ear a human? If that's the case, it's no wonder that he has such a powerful force. The pre-ear a human civilization is always destroying heaven, extinguishing earth. Perhaps, following him can really get huge benefits. Thinking of this, Shayston looked towards the people behind him with a gloomy look. At the same time, he waved his hand and said to his men, let the group of laborers gather here, no one is allowed to fall. A few minutes later, all the workers were irradiated by the magical metal rod in their hands. Seeing the group of people at a loss, Shays had a hint of surprise in his eyes. In an instant, he thought of the metal in his hand. How many things can the stick do? It can be said that with this metal rod, he has almost unlimited potential. However, now is not the time to think about this. He once again looked towards the men behind him and ordered the group to stand together. Soon, everyone was irradiated once, and Shays let go of a hanging heart. Used up? However, just when he was sighed in relief, the mysterious man's voice suddenly came from behind him again. Shays turned his head quickly, but saw that the other party was remaining calm and composed while pressing affairs floating. Behind me, I don't know how long I have been observing myself. Master. Shays hurriedly knelt down and raised the metal rod in his hand. Your most loyal servant is here. This is the amnesia you gave me. Please take it back. Ha! Chen Chen suddenly laughed. This thing looks like you like it, so I will give it to you. When he heard this, Shayston was shocked, and his face buried in the sand revealed an expression of ecstasy. But don't forget, this thing also needs energy. Usually let it bask in the sun. Chen Chen said casually, okay, I'm going back. You have to remember, send this sleeping cabin to a safe place and be guarded. As long as you can do it, I will give you more reward. Yes. Shayston was a little surprised at the time. It turned out that this mysterious Shainicist would continue to go back to sleep. If you have any tricks. However, Shays hadn't finished his surprise yet. Chen Chen's voice suddenly became extremely cold. You should understand that this sleeping cabin cannot be destroyed at all with the technology of your time. If I wake up again, is there anything I don't want to see? Then I can guarantee that even the entire Holy Fusion Holy Sea will not be able to protect you. Please rest assured, Master. Shay's heart trembled, and he said quickly, I will take good care of your sleeping compartment and wait for you to wake up next time. Super USB Chapter 552. Super USB Chapter 552. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Chen slowly opened his eyes. When he saw everything in reality, his tight muscles suddenly relaxed. At this time, he has come to a familiar white room, which has fresh and fragrant flowers, clean and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, and warm and comfortable bedding. Chen sat up from the bed, and the gentle sunlight poured on his sheet, bringing a trace of lazily. He knew that at this time he had returned to the steeple, back to his own era. Seeing Chen awakening, the bionic man who had been waiting for a long time immediately walked in with the dining cart and put a portion of high-value food on the table. Chen ignored these, he just sat quietly on the bed, closing his eyes slightly, feeling everything in his mind at this time. Same as he guessed. After the self on the other side returned to the sleeping cabin and fell into a deep sleep, the self here really woke up immediately. Holy Fusion Empire, 378 years. Chen whispered, it turns out that my consciousness has already passed through, and does it exist in reality and the future at the same time? No, not the future. However, Chen suddenly shook the head. That world is the world dominated by the consciousness stealer. That is to say, in that timeline, the consciousness stealer defeated me, thereby enslaving humanity and restarting human civilization. But, why do I exist in two timelines at the same time? Chen shook the head and immediately realized that this was probably the backdoor that Xiao X had made in the battlefield of consciousness. When Chen and his Udisk predecessor were in a decisive battle in their dream world, they finally won by relying on the backdoor set by the little X. At that time, the little X had such a small method, so it is natural to set up this backdoor in the battlefield of consciousness. It's not uncommon either. As for the so-called backdoor, I am afraid that if you fail in the consciousness battlefield, you will not be swallowed by the consciousness stealer. Although you may also be traumatized in the spirit, the frozen sleep cabin can preserve your own well. The body puts itself dormant for hundreds of years. After I have recovered my spirit, I can return in a swirl of dust again. It's just that, maybe Xiaox not at all expected that because of this back door, the battlefield of consciousness had an unknown change, which eventually led to the split of the world line. Like Schrödinger's cat, the result of the two fights split into two completely different worlds. One of them is the real world, which is the world after Chen won. The other is the world where the Holy Fusion Empire was located just now, but the timeline of the two does not seem to be parallel, and the timeline of the other world has passed hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help exhales one breath saying, revealing an emotional expression. Although he was schizophrenic, he was at least alive, and he had one more whole card. Thinking of this, Chen immediately raised his head and asked, X, should you explain about the battlefield of consciousness? My godfather, the battlefield of consciousness is the meme I created specifically for you to defeat consciousness stealers. Xiao X's voice came from the broadcast, using the bed of consciousness of both of you as the foundation. We will jointly create a battlefield where both sides can fight against each other. It's just that they are both built together, so it's hard to focus on one. The other is that the consciousness battlefield must have corresponding fairness, which is probably the only drawback of the consciousness battlefield. So what if I win? If you win, you will naturally get everything from the consciousness stealer, and the opponent's consciousness will be completely wiped out. As it should be by rights his answer. So what if the opponent wins? This is the only place where I boldly designed the backdoor. Xiao X continued to explain, if the opponent wins, it can only absorb part of your consciousness, and you will fall asleep due to impaired consciousness, but you will not die. Understood? Chen Chen nodded, because I have a frozen sleeping compartment. After I fall asleep, the sleeping compartment will turn on the freezing device to protect my body? Yes, little X replied loudly. The only regret is that it is like a game, and the meme is the code of the game. Once a bug program is generated, it is very likely that there will be a collapse of the consciousness battlefield, or even an unknown situation. Just for your safety, I can only try it boldly, but at present, it seems that what happened to Not at All is unknown. No, it has happened. Chen Chen solemnly said. He told about the splitting of his consciousness. After hearing Chen Chen's explanation, Xiao X was suddenly surprised. If according to what you said, your consciousness exists in two timelines at the same time, then this is probably an unknown change caused by the battlefield of consciousness. Xiao X was a little surprised, but also a little distressed. What should I do now? If you are in danger on another timeline, won't it cause problems on your side? This is no way. Chen Chen shook the head and said decisively, if I have to give up, I will win. Since I defeated the opponent on the battlefield with consciousness, I will naturally suffer the consequences of cheating. Even more how now it seems that this kind of consequence is nothing. The unbearable things have a new opportunity. For this situation, it is obvious that Xiao X did not expect it. I have to say that a meme is really an incomparably magical thing. It has the nature of information, but it also has the power to directly interfere with matter, and the source of energy is unknown. It may be drawn from the interfered matter itself, but now that Chen Chen appears in two timelines, it cannot be done by mere memes. Otherwise, doesn't it mean that this phenomenon is equivalent to creating a universe again? It is of course impossible, so in Chen Chen's view, this phenomenon is likely to cause Chen Chen's consciousness and his consciousness in another timeline to unfold and merge, causing his consciousness to cross the plane barrier and get the result of. However, this thing about memes is so amazing that even Xiao X can't get a glimpse of the real principle. Now for her, memes are still at a level of 1 + 1 = 2, but why 1 + 1 = 2? That little X just smeared his eyes. Since this time, human society has gradually restored order. Half an hour later, Xiao X stood beside Chen Chen, talking about the current international form for Chen Chen who was eating breakfast. Because it is confirmed that the consciousness stealer has died out, the Earth Federation also announced the reasons for the previous lockdown. However, they did not at all explain why this happened. They just explained the fusion death case as a new type of virus, which has now been completely cured. On the Firestar side, now Ares set sail again and rebuilt a new research station on Firestar, and our space department has also joined forces with the 4 great continents area to customize 3 rough 10-year plan. Therefore, what Chen Chen has to do is to balance the relationship between the company and the Earth Federation, and at the same time, in addition to balancing, try to get the most favorable conditions and benefits. After Xiao X explained this, Chen Chen then tried to try his current field energy situation. The 2 air masses in his mind have merged into one, but it seems that they have not completely merged. After several tests, Chen Chen found that the intensity of the field energy has increased by about 1/10, but the accuracy has decreased slightly. Once he was able to magnify 1,000 times to feel the structure of matter, but now it has dropped to 800 times. This is probably the shortcoming of the fusion of field energy and psionic energy. However, after some attempts, Chen Chen still has not tried out the effects of psionic energy. For this new mysterious power, Chen Chen has yet to discover. Super USB Chapter 553. Super USB Chapter 553. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. 2 days later, Chen Chen had made enough preparations, and he woke up from the sleeping cabin again. With a sneer, the sliding cover of the sleeping compartment opened from the inside, and Chen Chen found himself in a room with stone walls on all sides. This room is about 30 square meters. There are no windows all around, only a thick stone gate exists. In the center of the room, there is a metal counter, which seems to be a mobile counter used by street vendors such as pancakes, stinky tofu, etc. Pushing is a small car, and stopping is the kind of commissary. On the counter, there were also 2 thick yellow candles that were as thick as calves. Apart from this, there are also many metal tableware on the counter, including spoons, tableware, and even an old-time porcelain bowl. These things are all placed in the wrong place. On the counter, it seems to be showing to others. In the all-around corners of the room, there are also various metal sculptures. These sculptures look like garden-like sculptures placed in parks in the 21st century. There are women leading children, as well as a man and a woman. It looked like a couple sitting and cuddling on a stool. Chen Chen even saw an angel statue with open arms. The common feature of these statues is that they are all made of metal, either brass or pig iron. In short, they all seem to have passed for a long time, and they are full of mottled breath. What is this? Chen Chen was a little curious. He continued to move towards the room and looked around, but he never found any special place again. This seems to be a secret room, or rather, a treasure room. When I think of seeing a group of laborers digging for steel when I first awakened, this postmodern civilization seems to be precious metal. At this time, Chen Chen's belly suddenly felt like a landslide and a tsunami of hunger. Obviously, this body hasn't eaten anything since waking up, and now it can't support it anymore. He thought for a while and walked directly. Exit the sleeping cabin and come to the stone gate of the room. There are not at all mechanisms near the stone gate, but Chen Chen doesn't care. His field can penetrate through the cracks in the door, and he quickly understands the structure of the stone gate. As he touches the spring inside the door, only hearing a bang, the stone gate opens in response. But beyond Chen Chen's expectation, behind the door was a bedroom with simple furniture and rough curtains, and in the middle of the bedroom, there was a bed made of stone. The quilt on the bed was messy. At this moment, it seemed to have heard movement. 2 naked women on the bed immediately screamed and got up and put the quilt on their chests. At the same time, a man sleeping in the middle quickly got up and looked towards Chen Chen vigilantly. When I saw Chen Chen's face clearly, the man's expression changed from vigilant to submissive. He quickly got up, bowed his head and said, "Master, this person is really Shays." Seeing this scene, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. Seems to understand Chen Chen's displeasure. Shays on the bed rolled his eyes. He not even think, took out the knife under the pillow, and prepared to stab the woman in front of him in the chest. However, before he had time to pierce, he felt resistance from the knife, but he couldn't pierce him no matter what. Chen Chen waved his hand, and the 2 women suddenly fainted with their eyes rolled. "There is no need to kill," Chen Chen said casually, while sitting in a chair beside him. "How long did I sleep this time?" Reporting back to the master, Shays got out of the bed and bowed and said, "You have slept for 2 days and 1 night." Chen Chen is nodded. He also fell asleep at this time in reality, which means that the 2 worlds maintain the same temporal level. "Don't ask anything. Get me some food first," Chen Chen said without thinking. "It is best to eat meat." "Understand. I will prepare it for you now." Shays looked overjoyed. He didn't even have time to wear his clothes, so he ran out of the bedroom. Seeing Shays leaving, Chen Chen looked towards outside the window, but saw that it was also dark outside the window. Obviously it was in the dark night, but with Chen Chen's eyesight, he could see clearly in the dark night. He could see at this time, he was in a small 3-story building, and the whole building was built with stone bricks. Outside the small buildings, there are small buildings around 2 layers. Those small buildings surround the building where Shays is located, and farther away, they are reduced to low shack. These simple buildings extend from the front of the eyes to the distance, and farther away is a shadow of more than 10 meters high, which seems to be a city wall. In this way, I should be located in the barren territory of Shays now. Next, Chen Chen re-looked towards the bed, only to see two women with rough skin on the bed, but good-looking and beautiful facial features were lying on the bed in Akuma. The two women seemed to be only 17-18 years old. But it is not a purebred African, more like a mixed race of Africa and North America. Even Shays is not an African, but seems to be a Kurd from the Middle East. There was a scent of lewdness in the room. Chen Chen opened the window and let the night breeze of the desert blow in, and the smell dissipated. Soon, Shays returned, and at the same time a servant came in with a cart of roasted whole lamb. This servant looks very old. He is 60 or 70 years old. His hair and beard are grey, and his eyes are muddy. After he entered the door, he didn't even dare to look at Chen Chen. He just pushed the whole roasted lamb down in front of Chen Chen, then he bent over and backed out. Master. Shays walked to Chen Chen and whispered. Chen Chen is also welcome. He came directly to the roasted whole lamb, took out a dagger on the side, cut a piece of lamb and handed it to Shays. You eat first. After all, Chen Chen overwhelmed the other party by means of strength, and the two sides did not have any basis of trust, and Chen Chen would not act as generosity without guarding the other party. Yes, Shays didn't hesitate. He swallowed all the palm-sized piece of lamb, then stepped aside and waited respectfully. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, Chen Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and got up gorgeous oneself. With this meal, Chen Chen ate for a few hours. The sky went from midnight to dawn, and the sheep bones under Chen Chen's feet piled more and more, and Shay's forehead was sweating. He couldn't imagine how a person could eat one that was half the size of his own food. After eating the whole lamb, Chen Chen silently exhales one breath, saying, the hunger in his belly gradually disappeared, replaced by a lazily fullness. The lamb immediately entered his stomach. Corroded by stomach acid, it enters the intestine and is absorbed by hungry cells. At this time, the sun is also late in the morning. You did good. Chen Chen casually praised a few words, and saw a hint of joy on the face of the other party. He suddenly said, I know you also have doubts in your heart, so I can tell you clearly now that I am indeed from before the Divine Fusion era human. So I now need a guide that can help me quickly understand everything about this world. Master, I am willing to be your guide. Shays was shocked, and then he patted his chest. Not even think, although I am only a small baron, Shays is at least better than those untouchables, whether it is the history of the Empire or the Holy See. I know everything. Oh, Chen Chen raised his eyebrows. Let's talk about it then. Starting with the creation of the Holy Fusion Empire. Hearing Chen Chen's request, Shays began to talk endlessly. The so-called Divine Fusion Empire claims to be the most powerful country in the entire human world. This country adopts a city-state structure. There are about 300 cities in the country, all over the continent. However, Chen Chen was a little puzzled about the continent that Shays said, and Shays simply took out a map of the empire. Chen Chen took the map and looked at it, but saw that the map looked like a stick figure. The map briefly depicted some geographical locations, such as mountains, forests and rivers, and the sea all around the continent. And this continent includes the African continent and the Middle East, as well as a part of the European outline. Chen Chen glanced at Shays dumbly. This is the map of the Holy Fusion Empire? Yes, Shays respectfully said. Further to the east of the map, there is a vast no man's land. According to legend, there is the god of creation, the nether darkness region that Alusua Utos missed when he founded heaven and earth. I heard that there are barren, even humans and animals cannot survive and multiply there. On the west side of the map, on the opposite side of this vast sea, there is another continent, which is also the abandoned land of spiritual God. It is precisely that has become the territory of the United Rebels. Chen Chen, hearing this, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He can naturally understand that the east of the map in front of him is naturally East Asia and South Asia, and the west across the sea is naturally North America and South America. In ancient times, The creation god Eleusis created the world and at the same time created his people. He taught his people to cultivate and create, allowing them to create brilliant civilizations until countless years later, his people began to backlash him, using something called technology to fight against his mighty power, but he was punished by him and brought down a great fusion. Shays talked about the doctrine of the Holy See, and then took a peek at Chen Chen. And when he saw that Chen Chen was not at all angry, he continued, "Then, the brilliant pre-era civilization was cut off and opened the Holy Fusion Empire. Times 378 years have passed." Chen Chen listened silently. When he heard the word Great Fusion, Chen Chen immediately understood that this might be the details of the war between consciousness stealers and humans, so he suddenly asked, "What do you mean by Great Fusion?" This. Shays scratched his head, then ran out of the room quickly, and when he came back after a while, he had already taken out a thick book in his hand. Chen Chen took it casually, but saw that it turned out to be a craft paper book recorded in Arabic, and on the cover was the words Sacred Fusion Sutra. Chen Chen opened it casually, only to see that the paper inside was also very rough, and the words in the book were not too small. The font was probably the size of a fingernail, and there were only 100 words on a page. Looking at the ink impregnated above, it seems to be a book created by techniques similar to engraving and printing. Chen Chen followed the catalogue, turned to the page of Great Fusion, and read it silently. According to this book, the so-called Great Fusion is the use of divine force by Eleusis to integrate most of the world's humans who disrespect the spiritual God into one, which is Eleusis create a brand new divine physique and give believers new power. Since the end of the ancient civilization era, the Holy Empire era begins. Because the font of the book is limited, there is only a paragraph about the big fusion, but not at all more details. However, this passage is enough for Chen Chen. He did not guess wrong. The death method of the infected person before dying is not useless. Not only can consciousness stealers steal human consciousness, it can also steal human bodies. It is very likely that when the power of consciousness accumulates to a certain extent, some human corpses will automatically transform and become a complete form and consciousness stealer. For some reason, Chen Chen suddenly remembered the phantom that flashed in his mind when he killed the consciousness stealer in the consciousness battlefield. A huge black shadow floating above the planet, half of that black shadow the body is completely submerged below the horizon, and above its body, there are tens of thousands of tiny tentacles stretched out, like a huge monster composed of endless flesh and blood. Is that silhouette a mature form of consciousness stealer? It's just that. With the attack of the consciousness stealer, human civilization has suffered heavy losses, technology and cultural inheritance have been completely cut off, and only this lost world that worships the consciousness stealer is left. Then what about the scar on your face? Chen Chen thought for a while, and continued to ask. I saw that Ahmes had one after another ulceration marks on his face. What do these marks represent? This is the stigmata, master. Shays explained. Having the stigmata means that we have the blessing of spiritual God. The more devout believers, the more stigmata we get, and I was just the most basic believer, that's all. Like the dead Earl of Ahmes. His stigmata has reached a critical point, and he has the ability given by spiritual God psychic energy. Can only believers receive Shnik energy? When Chen Chen heard this, he immediately found a loophole in Shay's logic, because when he just crawled out of the sleeping cabin before, there was no so-called stigmata on his face, but Shays still mistakenly regarded himself as Shnicist. Of course not. Shays shook the head. There are some people who are born with psychic powers, including untouchables and slaves, while others are acquired awakened. But if they don't have psychic powers, they believe in spiritual God and go to church to pray. There is also a chance to gain Shnik energy. Go to church to pray? Chen Chen squinted his eyes. and he seemed to understand it. It seems that the ulcers on these faces and the way they gain psychic energy are likely to be related to the Holy See. Super USB Chapter 554. Super USB Chapter 554. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After instructing Shays to look after his frozen sleeping cabin, Chen Chen took a set of local clothes and left the barren house in Shays, and went outside the castle. The entrance is full of low and simple houses. The name of the city in front of me is very simple. It is named after Shays Quint's surname, which is called Quint City. It's just a city. What Chen Chen saw was only a lost civilization. The so-called houses were built with stones mixed with some kind of mud. Unless they are rich, most houses are on the first floor. There are few two-layer buildings. The streets are also extremely messy. The water and excrement used by each household are dumped directly at the gate, and then allowed to dry by the sun and wind. There is no drainage system, no greening, and no traces of shopping malls and leisure entertainment. At this time, Chen Chen was standing alone on the widest road in the city. Although it was morning, there were still a few ragged, yellow-faced aborigines on the road. These people passed in front of him numbly, mostly of mixed blood of the black race, and some of the Middle Eastern race like Shays. Although Chen Chen's yellow faces attracted a lot of curious eyes, they only glanced at them and then turned their heads. Obviously, Chen Chen's appearance is not very eye-catching. Chen Chen has asked Shays before. Although the yellow race is rare in the empire, there are still some. It's strange that Chen Chen is not at all. Because of the past international situation, there are indeed a lot of yellow people working in Africa. If there is a problem in human civilization later, those yellow people who came to Africa for gold across the ocean cannot return to their homes. Only breed children locally. Most of the residents in these cities show off their faces, and occasionally look fatter and stronger, but also have fierce faces, standing together in groups of 3 or 4, naked and strong upper bodies, looking at harboring malicious intentions. All kinds of people on the street. Those ordinary persons saw this group of people taking detours. Even Chen Chen also saw many hobos with yellow faces and skinny faces. These people were so thin that there was a lifeless look in their eyes, and they were obviously not going to live long. In the hutongs on both sides of the road, you can occasionally see a thin silhouette lying in the corner. These people have been stripped of their bodies, not even their underwear. The level of this city is not as good as the medieval civilization of mankind. Walking, Chen Chen finally saw a camel shed and the two-layer building next to him before leaving the city, which seemed to be an inn. This inn is probably the only restaurant in Quint City. The door of the restaurant is open, and you can see rows of seats and scattered diners. Outside the hotel, you can still see a rusty well. Just press the handle of the water intake facility and a trace of groundwater will be taken out. This is probably the closest tool to modern civilization in the entire city. Chen Chen didn't at all enter the restaurant, but continued to walk forward. After only 5 minutes' journey, he arrived at the city gate. The city wall in front of you is a wall of about 10 meters high and made of stones. The city wall is not thick. It is more like a taller fence. Wooden ladders and narrow roads are built on the fence, which seems to allow people climbed up, and at this time, in front of the city gate, also made of wood, several soldiers in rough iron armor were standing lazily. As Chen Chen walked over, these people suddenly came over glare like a tiger watching his prey, but Chen Chen directly took out a metal badge from his body. After seeing this badge, the soldiers showed a dumb look and silently watched Chen Chen walk out of the city gate. Outside the city, there is a desolate desert, but it is not the endless yellow sand, but a gobi landform mixed with loess and sand. Occasionally, you can see small plants stubbornly on the desert survive. Chen Chen took out the map and looked at it. Now he is probably located in the Tinea Desert in Niger, where he built the teleportation hall. Yes, the teleportation hall built by Chen Chen was not in Namibia. Anyway, it was only through the transmission of the black ball Gantz to enter, so Chen Chen simply built it in Niger. In this way, even if there is an accident in the future, Your own life science city will be prepared to resist it in advance. The direction Chen Chen is going to is a city called Raman, 200 kilometers away. It is different from the small town of Baran in Chase. It is a city of ducal family with a population of more than 30,000. At the same time, there is also the goal of Chen Chen's trip in the city of Holy Fusion Church. The purpose of Chen Chen's trip is to go there and check it out to see if the so-called God is a stealer of consciousness, and what the true face of the stigmata is. 200 kilometers? Chen Chen said casually. He walked to a place far away from the city to see the direction, and at the same time slightly stepped the first 2 steps, then like a cannonball, flew towards the distance with a bang. 3 minutes later, Chen Chen's speed escaped from 3 times the speed of sound, and a dark city appeared at the end of his sight. This city stood in an oasis at the end of the desert, and it was overwhelmed with darkness. The city of Bisazit is more than 10 times bigger, and even the city wall is much thicker. It has the flavor of a European medieval city-state. However, Chen Chen didn't stop at all. He accelerated again, and accompanied by a sonic boom, he went directly to the center of the city-state, above a huge church-like building. Bang! The residents of the city only heard a thunder-like sound coming from high above. They looked up in surprise, only to find that at some point, a human was actually standing high above the city with a pair of cold eyes. Looking to the ground. What is that? Countless people suddenly exclaimed in an uproar. They all turned their heads up and whispered. Some even knelt down on the spot, thinking it was a divine vestige. Chen Chen's field energy swept across the church under his feet, and then an inexplicable force blocked him. It was a special kind of radiation, and the radiation was not very penetrating. It only enveloped a small half of the church. That kind of power is very familiar, and it is the Shnik power that a consciousness stealer has. Apart from this, Chen Chen also sensed that there was a group of paladins with 100 people stationed behind the church. The group of paladins were all wearing grey iron armor and marked with the same signs as the sky above the church. Obviously these were the church's garrison. Shays mentioned that the Holy Fusion Empire adopts a system of monarchy and divine authority. Apart from this, in those noble cities above the earls, there is also a power of the Holy See, which means that although the cities belong to the nobles, but the city is jointly managed by both parties and restrains each other. Moreover, many of the clergy in the church also possess psychic abilities. Although they are not high in intensity, they are also a force that requires the attention of nobles. At this time, Chen Chen's movement has alarmed countless people, and the group of troops stationed in the church quickly rushed out. And then a man wrapped in a black robe walked out. This black-robed man seems to be very old. He leaned on a cane and looked up at Chen Chen dignifiedly. In an instant, the eyes of the two appeared to converge. Suddenly, Chen Chen felt a weak psychic energy transmitted from the opponent's body. This force was intended to attack and temptation, but before it reached Chen Chen, he was quickly melted away by the scene. Feeling his temptation like clay ox entering the sea, the black-robed man suddenly face changed. He stretched out his right hand and pointed to the sky, and suddenly a thin and rotten arm appeared in front of Chen Chen. That's a blasphemer. The black-robed man made a hoarse and weird roar. Suddenly, some paladins directly took off the bows and arrows behind them, ready to attack Chen Chen. This is it? Chen Chen's mouth provoked a sneer. His field energy burst out instantly, and an invisible shockwave swept over quickly, and the group of paladin and the black-robed old man were all lifted out in an instant. Bang! Chen Chen swooped down like a spiritual god. He landed on the top of the church. The hard walls of the church could not be resisted at all. He burst directly to reveal the wide space inside and a group of people fleeing. The blasphemer. However, a noble-dressed, fate-eared man suddenly walked out of the crowd. He stared at Chen Chen, who was slowly landing with a solemn face. God will punish you. Chen Chen didn't even look at it. The man flew out as if he was hit hard, fiercely crashed into the front podium of the church, and because the impact was too huge, the man's body suddenly split up and in pieces. There are also several people who also wear black robe, who seem to be Shiniks, are also preparing to take action. but they have not moved yet, and their bodies have been torn apart without warning. Blood and internal organs flowed out. Ground. Chen Chen rushed into the church like an ancient ominous beast. Anyone who tried to block him was all split up and in pieces. This is it. The closer you get to the center of the church, a more powerful radiant force has swept away. It seems that you want to resist Chen Chen's field power, but that force is still too weak. Chen Chen walked to the radiation location, only to find that it was empty, and that power came from the ground. So, the ground in front of Chen Chen shattered with a bang, revealing a deep hole, and in the hole, a bright red, heart-like substance appeared in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen beckoned with one hand. The bright red substance has already appeared in Chen Chen's hands. This is a human head-sized piece of meat, and it is still beating continuously. Its whole body emits circles of naked eye invisible obviously. The longer the exposure to this kind of radiation, the more ulcers the whole body will be. At the same time, it can also transform human DNA and produce so-called psychic energy in human beings. Sure enough, it is a consciousness stealer. Chen Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment, he could already be sure that this piece of flesh exudes the same breath as a consciousness stealer. However, Chen Chen at this time is no longer afraid of the so-called consciousness infection. He defeated the consciousness of the consciousness stealer in the consciousness battlefield. It is like possessing immunity. This kind of consciousness infection that can destroy most humans is effective. He has no effect anymore. Even Chen Chen gained a part of the power of consciousness stealers, but he still doesn't know how to use that's all. Profanity, you dare to steal the Son of God. At this moment, a group of paladins who had been bombarded had already rushed into the church. When he saw Chen Chen holding the meatball in his hand, the black-robed man suddenly felt distraught. He screamed loudly, "Kill him and take back the Son of God." In fact, without him speaking, the group of paladins immediately rushed up, but Chen Chen was just frowned. He was beckoned with one hand, a few transparent, as if the thin to the extreme square poker had appeared in his palm. Immediately Chen Chen waved immediately. Kai 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 kai! Exclamation mark. The group of paladin who was rushing forward hadn't had time to feel what happened to him, so his body was all split up and in pieces on the way to fly. No! The black-robed man issued an angry roar. Then he watched one after another invisible streamer moved towards him after passing over the paladins, and an invisible force exploded, unexpectedly forcibly flying those nano-poker bombs out. Seeing this, Chen Chen tilted his head and glanced at him, and stepped forward at the same time. Bang! Chen Chen smashed the black-robed man's psychic barrier like a cannonball, and together with the black-robed man, it smashed into the sky. When no one bothered him at all, he tried to continue to use the field to analyze the flesh in front of him. This thing called Son of God is like the avatar of a consciousness stealer, and he doesn't know that the other party is how to get it. Could it be said that after the consciousness stealer borrowed the human consciousness and successfully resurrected, he regarded human beings as its dependents? Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why mankind has not been extinct, but left behind this kind of flesh that allows mankind to possess psychic energy. Originally, Chen Chen planned to catch some church leaders to ask about the situation, but those paladin and black-robed man looked like fanatics, and there was no room for communication, so Chen Chen no longer insisted. Directly from the level of life, erase them. Since he is willing to serve as a servant for the consciousness stealer, it is good to die. Thinking of this, Chen Chen suddenly exerted force. The meat in his hand burst like a watermelon, and the ground meat splashed all over the floor. As the piece of meat shattered, the constant radiation began to disappear quickly. When a large number of city guards came to the church to support, all they saw was a broken arm in one place, and the previous intruder had long since disappeared. What did you say? The bishop and paladin in the church were wiped out. In a tall building comparable to a church, a middle-aged man with a gloomy look and a large erosion of his face was shocked when he listened to the report of the soldiers in front of him. What happened? Why will this happen? Your Excellency is a high-level Shinicist. The soldier knelt in front of the man, lowered his head and said hurriedly, we saw a silhouette appearing above the church, and then fierce fighting broke out between the two sides. When we rushed to the church to support it, it had become in today's situation, waste. The man yelled, and he didn't know whether he was scolding the Holy See or the city guard. Continue to check for me, must find out who the shnicist is. Watching his cronies stumbled out of the room, the man's expression became more gloomy. The loss of Paladin in the church was second. The key was the death of Bishop, which made him feel a chill in his back. What's the joke? That Blackrobe Archbishop, who had been fighting with himself for many years, died so easily. Although I normally hope that this old guy will die soon, but even if the opponent is going to die, he has to die old. Now he is easily killed by someone. Doesn't it mean that the shnicist also has the ability to easily kill himself? This is second. The key is that when the Holy See realizes the death of this old guy, he will inevitably send priests to come. When the time comes, he will also be implicated. After all, the other party was caught in full view of the city in his own city. People killed. Thinking of this, the man only felt his scalp numb, and even he didn't want to face the lunatics of the Holy See. Click. But when the man lowered his head in thought, thinking about the next countermeasures, there was a sudden sound of feet landing behind him. The man's breathing was stagnant, and he turned his head slowly. Super USB Chapter 555. Super USB Chapter 555. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The middle-aged man with a festering face slowly turned his head, and suddenly saw that a yellow man had been standing behind him for some time. The yellow man didn't at all talk to himself, but walked to the side of the bookshelf and flipped through the books on his bookshelf at will. The book opened by the other party is called The Chronicles of the Empire. The middle-aged man has an ugly look. He looked towards the window next to him that he did not know when he opened, and then looked at the silhouette standing in front of the bookshelf. Only then did he stand up a little bit and wanted to yell, but his inner reason told he, once he issues any warning, I am afraid that the next second will be his death. Then there was deathly silence. The atmosphere in the room is getting more and more depressed. The middle-aged man is almost out of breath. His plump cheeks are shaking silently, and drops of cold sweat are falling down. In just a few moments, his brocade clothes are already covered. Sweat-soaked. Deduction. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door again. The man was overjoyed. He did not speak, but kept looking towards the silhouette with his back to him. Then, the door of the study creaked. It was opened. The man's steward appeared at the door. Master, someone said just now. The steward of the man is an old man with a white beard. As soon as he walked in, he saw the strange silhouette beside the bookshelf. He looked a little weird towards his master, but saw the panic and hope in the master's eyes. So you are welcoming distinguished guests. The old man seemed to understand something, but he didn't show any expression, just as always, backed up slowly, and at the same time said, in this case, I won't bother. But before he could step out of the door, he suddenly felt an itching in his neck, and at the same time, a stream of heat was spraying out Chichi. The old man was a little strange. He touched it subconsciously, but he felt hot liquid in his hand. Puff. Immediately, the old man's head fell without warning. At the moment he lowered his head, the headless body slowly knelt down, and then twitched directly on the ground. There seemed to be an invisible wind blowing, and the study door slammed shut again. Goo-oo-oo. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man couldn't help but swallowed saliva and said, Ugh. The yellow man suddenly let out a sigh. He slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of dark eyes. You are the city lord of Lemon City, New Sisraman? Middle-aged man nodded. He showed a humble expression. Your Excellency, why are you here? If I remember correctly, I should have not offended a high-level shnicist. The other person's expression is unemotional. Of course you didn't offend me, but I need you to do something for me. Excuse me, what's the matter? Nusis asked cautiously. As a third-generation duke, he is not at all his former family founder. It would rather break but cannot be bent. The perennial aristocratic life has corrupted his will. At this time, The first thing I think about is to live anyway. I need to borrow your identity to help me collect all the information that is helpful to me in this era. The yellow man patted the bookshelf in front of him, revealing a playful look. I want to know everything about the Holy Fusion Empire. The Holy Fusion Holy See, the United Resistance Army, and your god, Alusuayitos. Hearing this, Newsiston showed a shocked expression when he seemed to understand something, and then looked towards the opponent's face carefully, only to see that the opponent's appearance was not at all old. It could even be said to be young. It's just because of the deep and bottomless eyes that it always gives people a feeling of not being able to see their age. And this face, he even has a special sense of familiarity. He seems to have seen it everywhere. What do you seem to find? When Chen Chen saw the ghostly expression of Newsis, he immediately asked, You? Newsis opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end he shook the head. No, maybe I remembered it wrong. Sir, I am willing to be driven by you, as long as you can save me a small life. Of course, I don't hesitate to reward those who do things for me. Chen Chen suddenly laughed secretly. A trace of field in his mind slowly spread out, and then moved towards the other party's head, and suddenly, Newsis felt a bulging sensation in his eyebrows. Immediately, he felt something strange and cold penetrated into his mind. An unspeakable pain struck. Newsis immediately covered his head with his hands and screamed loudly. But no matter how loud he screamed, the guard outside the door seemed to be dead, and no one broke in to hear. However, this kind of pain comes and goes quickly. Just when Newsis thinks the other party is trying to kill him, the pain suddenly passes away like a tide, but Newsis, who has long been pampered, said that this kind of pain has already cost him half of his life. Newsis's fat body is lying on the ground like a dead dog. His clothes are messy, and he is panting heavily. Chen Chen observed the other party with great interest and muttered in a low voice, I really took it. It seems that this is a way of psychic energy. Nus's brain was blank during the painful buffer period, and he didn't hear Chen Chen's whisper. It took a long time for his eyes to regain focus. But what made him feel incredible was that he could feel his mind. There was a little bit of cold foreign body sensation. He doesn't know what that kind of foreign body is, but that kind of foreign body exudes a cold breath, which makes him feel particularly comfortable, like in the clouds. You can get up. Chen Chen turned around and walked to News's seat, and sat down slowly. The scars on your face are obviously for psychic energy. In that case, I will fulfill you and give you a seed. From now on, that seed will become a boundary. As long as you usually move towards the seed silently meditating, you will naturally gain psychic power. What? Newsis, hearing this, suddenly shook his whole body, and his already collapsed body trembled again. I gained psychic energy? Impossible. You can try. Chen Chen snorted. He picked up a spoon next to the seat and moved towards Newsis and threw it away. Newsis instinctively wanted to raise his hand to resist, but before his hand was raised, he was deep in his eyebrows. A hint of coldness was automatically produced, and then an inexplicable force burst out from his forehead. Ding dong! The spoon made only a sharp clash, and then it fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Newsis was once again sluggish. He looked at his hands like a ghost, then slowly raised his head and looked towards Chen Chen on the chair. At this moment, the impact in his heart was extremely strong, and even his world outlook began to shake. Because the sacred scriptures of the Empire, the Divine Fusion Sutra, it is said that in all things, only the god Arusuayitos has the right to bestow Shinic powers on his people. This is just a bit of sweetness. Chen Chen lowered his head, the shadow in the room buried his eyes. Alusuayitos will not know all this, just a little seed of Shinic power. If you can please me, make me feel satisfied, I will reward you more. You act now. I hope that when I come next time, you can give me a satisfactory answer. Chen Chen's last voice echoed in the room. And when Newsis came back to his senses, he found that Chen Chen had disappeared. How could it? Newsis opened his mouth blankly. He seemed to think of something. He went to the bookshelf to look for it when he was crazy. After a while, He really pulled out a legendary history of the Holy Fusion Empire, and then he flipped through the pages, and finally stopped on an oil painting. In the oil painting, two figures stand facing each other at high altitude. One of the silhouettes is the faith of the Holy Fusion Church, Alusio Utos, and the opposite of the deity is a man. The man's face is a bit vague, but he can still see that the other party has weird short hair, and the other party's face and face shape invisibly overlap with the mysterious man he just saw. Below the painting, there is a line of small words: God and Demon Battle. Nucis's palm trembled, and his whole body trembled as if it was overcharged. That man turned out to be Chen Chen left Lemon City. He was flying high in the sky, silently thinking about what had just happened. Just now, he suddenly had a whim and planted a seed in the opponent's mind. A long time ago, after the field energy in his mind and the Shinic energy obtained by the consciousness stealer began to merge, he was thinking about how to use the power of Shinic energy. As far as he knows, a part of the power of Shinic energy should overlap with field energy, such as the ability to separate objects from the sky. Apart from this, and psychic energy should have deeper uses. So, with an attitude of trying, he implanted a trace of Shinic energy into the opponent's mind. Sure enough, the other party not at all died because of this. At the moment of implantation, he had a feeling that the other party's life had completely become his accessory. It's life or death, depending on his thoughts. Obviously, this is one of the true uses of Shinics. Of course, the Shinic powers acquired by the ordinary person and the Shinic powers obtained from the consciousness stealers are actually two different things. What those people get the most is the simplified version of the Shinic powers, and what he gains is the consciousness stealer of genuine Shinics. Putting it that way, the reason why consciousness stealers can digest human consciousness, and even produce weird fusion deaths in humans, is a similar ability. Chen Chen pondered in a low voice. If this is the case, then he can actually do all this now. If his body perishes, then he may be able to resurrect from the consciousness of the City Lord in Lemon City. Of course, just Lemon City Lord is still too few. I am afraid that it will take tens of thousands of hosts to make oneself possess sufficient power after resurrection. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Although Shinic energy is not comparable to field energy in terms of power and potential, if you add the ability to resurrect, it is really a bit against the sky. Thinking of this, Chen Chen flew forward quickly. This time he chose the south direction. He was very curious. What will happen to the Life Science City in this divided world and the Steeple experimental base? Furthermore, when making a request with the Rimmen City Lord, Chen Chen suddenly had a bold idea. What would happen if his other half of the body could also reach this life world? The consciousness stealers of this world are already extremely powerful. Even today Chen Chen has no chance of winning. In this case, I can use the power of that world to attack a lost world. Although civilization has disappeared, it still has a legacy that can drive anyone crazy. I just want to leap over from that world, which may be impossible for anyone, but Chen Chen does not include it. The reason is very simple. He owns the U-Disc, a prop. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's speed continued to accelerate, double the speed of sound, twice the speed of sound, and triple the speed of sound. Chen Chen maintains his speed at about 3 times the speed of sound. Although his speed can be faster, his field energy consumption will also rise sharply. After all, Earth is not a fire star, and the atmospheric concentration on Earth is far more dense than fire star. It is also difficult to reach the speed of 10 times the speed of sound on fire star on Earth. But even so, it only takes an hour and a half to reach Namibia from Niger. The straight line distance between the two is 4,650 kilometers, and Chen Chen needs to fly farther. He wants to fly to the life sciences of Namibia. The location of the city, the distance is about 5,000 kilometers. Next, Chen Chen just flew with his head down, regardless of everything. Until an hour and a half later, he crossed countless sky motes and flew over the distance that ordinary people had walked for several months. In the distance of the horizon, the phantom of the endless sea has begun to appear, and even the air is gradually moisturizing. Chen Chen smelled the salty sea. When Chen Chen arrived at the destination, his face was not pretty. At the location of the Life Science City, there is only a collapsed ruin left at this time. Thousands of ruined walls lie along the coast. The corrosive power of seawater has caused those former buildings to collapse long ago, and many steel buildings have also been destroyed. It was torn apart. The Life Science City here has been abandoned for hundreds of years. Chen Chen didn't give up. He started looking for the underground entrances in the city that lead to the Minaret experimental base. Following his carpet search, he quickly found several entrances, but those entrances have all collapsed. The underground tram and platform also collapsed completely. Seeing this, Chen Chen simply went to the beach and plunged directly in. Chen Chen opened a 3-meter diameter cavitation with the power of field energy. With the oxygen in the cavitation, he kept swimming towards the seabed, and soon found an entrance sealed by coral reefs and silt. Chen Chen didn't even think he opened the entrance directly, but found that the entrance was already filled with seawater. Seeing this, Chen Chen suddenly understood something. However, he continued to swim inside, passing 3 unclosed gates, and when he reached the end, he still saw a block of rocks. Seeing this, Chen Chen finally gave up. Obviously, the Minaret experimental base has also collapsed. Super USB Chapter 556. Super USB Chapter 556. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Returning to the land, even like Chen Chen can't help but feel a little complicated. Although he killed the consciousness stealer in the real world, and the entire human civilization has been stabilized and continued, he failed in this parallel world. The price of failure is the degeneration of human civilization and the death of hundreds of millions of people. This is still second. The key is that Chen Chen does not know what this world's own parents will end up with. This is a bit heavy for him, who has always been committed to protecting his parents. But now that nearly 400 years have passed, his generation has already turned into dust. This world is already a completely unfamiliar world to Chen Chen. The only connection between him and this world has been broken, and that trace of compassion has been reduced. Now he needs to consider how to defeat the consciousness stealer of this world, and open up the connection between the two worlds, and let that the world invades. Before doing all this, Chen Chen still has one thing to do, and that is to see the so-called United Resistance Army. If possible, he wants to subdue the opponent and use it for himself. Thinking of this, Chen Chen no longer stayed on the ruins of the Life Science City, but moved towards the other side of the Atlantic Ocean and flew away. Sirik is a senior commander of the fleet of the United Army. He governs a fleet of 2 destroyers and 1 cruiser, cruising in the southern Atlantic all the year round, resisting the smuggling and infiltration of believers of consciousness stealers across the sea. Although the ships under his banner are extremely old and even older than all the crew, it is these fleets that barely withstand the infiltration of the Holy Fusion Empire, allowing tens of millions of residents on the land to struggling on whilst at death's door. Sirik is already very old. The reason why he can become the commander of this fleet is only because his ancestor was the chief in charge. That's all of a fleet in North America. The family has a way of managing the fleet, which keeps the family alive and well. Wearing a washed-out military uniform, he stayed silently in the command room, picking up the binoculars from time to time, and looking towards the horizon of the sea. But at this moment, he seemed to see a black spot in his telescope. It is something that emerges on the sea level. If it is impossible to see it at ordinary times, it is because you can see farther on the sea surface that you can see things dozens of kilometers away. And that black spot seems to be gradually approaching here, moved towards. At first Sirik thought he was dazzled, but he suddenly frowned after watching it for a few seconds. I don't know if it was an illusion. He felt that the black spot seemed to be getting bigger a little bit. Sure enough, the black spot was approaching here at an extremely fast speed. Radar. Sirik quickly looked towards the radar on the side, but when he saw the dark screen above, He remembered that the radar had failed a month ago. This ship is too old. The superb science and technology used by humans have long been broken down. Even the equipment on this ship was dismantled from the surviving ships of ancient times, remanufactured. Therefore, there is no way to repair a high-precision instrument such as a radar that was damaged a month ago. Seeing this, Sirik immediately pressed the red button on the side to put the entire fleet into a state of emergency, while he continued to stare at the black spot with his binoculars, only to find that the black spot seemed to be a person. Fly in the sky alone is a Shinesist. Seeing this scene, Sirik's heart suddenly tightened, but at this time the three ships have also entered a state of combat. A machine gunner entered the artillery cab, and aimed his muzzle at the rapidly approaching black shadow in the distance. Ready. Sirik stared at the silhouette, and the opponent's speed was almost surprisingly fast. From his discovery to the present, only 20-30 seconds. The opponent has come within the attack range of the fleet. Fire. Seeing this, Sirik finally gave the order to fire. Suddenly, 10 Vulcan cannons issued an angry roar. One after another metal torrent came to meet the silhouette of the other side, blocking that silhouette from approaching the fleet. It is very familiar to all Shinesists. This is a kind of the weird ability derived from consciousness stealers. It is with this power that the Holy Fusion Empire can suppress the coalition forces and drive them to the west coast of the Indian Ocean. One after another, the flames crossed the sky over the fleet, weaving a giant net formed by a torrent of metal. But that silhouette did not stop at all. He actually swooped down with countless bullets and quickly rushed to the flagship. On the deck, bang! A loud noise hit, and the silhouette came to the deck completely. Protect the general. A group of soldiers rushed up immediately. They quickly moved towards the opponent's position with their rifles, but saw a man with a slender figure slowly standing up from the deck. He looked around at the crowd with a pair of gloomy eyes. At a glance, for some reason, the moment they saw these eyes, everyone had an indescribable heart palpitation. I want to see the supreme commander of this fleet, the man said indifferently, completely ignoring his muzzle all around the black hole. Catch him. In the crowd, an ISO-like figure immediately issued the order, and the military order was like a mountain. Although the group feared the power of the man, they still braced oneself rushed up. Seeing this scene, the man suddenly frowned. And in an instant, with the man as the center, everyone within our radius of 50 meters seems to be anchored. Even the fingers are no longer impossible to move. This man is naturally Chen Chen, who crossed the Atlantic Ocean. At this time, Chen Chen could use the field to sweep everything on the deck, and soon found the man with the highest rank on a bridge. That was an old man with a gray beard, and he moved towards the other side step by step. Soon, he walked to the bridge. Who you are? The strength of the opponent is a bit beyond imagination. Although Sirik's face is as usual, his heart is also extremely shocked. It is not that he has not fought against psychics, and the reason why the Holy Fusion Empire, which gave up the technology tree, was able to suppress the coalition army. Except for the terrifying alien creature behind it, the main reason is the existence of Shinesists. Otherwise, relying on the coalition forces with World War I-level technology, they would have counterattacked back and knocked down the Holy Fusion Empire. However, even a high-level Shinesist can resist ordinary fire attacks at best. Like the person in front of him, he can't even do anything with naval guns. Is this kind of power really a human? I am not a member of the Holy Fusion Empire, and I am not hostile. Chen Chen didn't have any circumstance. He said directly, I am here only for one purpose, and that is to see the highest commander of your combined resistance. I need you to do something for me. This is impossible. Sirik refused even think. Even if you kill all of us, I won't let you go to the Supreme Commander. This is impossible. Chen Chen was hearing this frowned, but he couldn't say anything threatening. After all, he wasn't here to avenge, so he had to suppress the unhappiness in his heart. In this case, I won't force it. You should be able to contact directly your boss. let him inform your Supreme Commander and tell him that I want to see him. My name is Chen Chen. Chen Chen? Sirik only felt that this typical Eastern name was a bit familiar, but it was not when he was thinking about it at this time. He hesitated. Then can I ask you the reason? Why do you want to see our coalition army? Supreme Commander, it's just a covenant. Chen Chen said calmly. I think you also want to eliminate the extinguishing soul Holy Fusion Empire and the consciousness stealer? I can help you. Hearing this reason, Sirik fell into contemplation again, seeming to be entangled in whether he should act according to Chen Chen's words. I came here with sincerity. Seeing this, Chen Chen knows that the other party has hesitated, and he strikes while the iron is hot. You only need to be responsible for contacting. As for the right to choose, you can leave it to your boss and let him decide whether to agree to my request. Okay, I can give you a try. Hearing this, Sirik finally stopped hesitating. He decisively nodded. However, it is too far away from the land. Only after the fleet docks, I can contact my superior. If you don't dislike it, this I can live on my boat for a while. Very good. Chen Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. In the next second, all the people who were nailed to the spot suddenly felt their bodies loosened, and they once again regained control of their bodies. In the entire battleship, the original dignified atmosphere suddenly loosened, and those people hurried to the bridge, but still watched Chen Chen vigilantly. Prepare a lounge for this gentleman, Sirik ordered immediately. The first mate on the side rolled his eyes, and he immediately stepped forward and made a respectful gesture. Sir, please follow me. Chen Chen was nodded, and followed the opponent and walked out of the bridge. Waiting until the opponent left, Sirik and the many soldiers present silently sighed in relief. A deputy commander came forward with a serious expression. Boss, do you really want to do what he said? Do we have another choice? Sirik frowned and asked. The opponent obviously has the ability to easily destroy our fleet. Since he didn't do this, then we don't want to offend the opponent like this. Speaking, he winked at several high-level people present, and everyone immediately moved towards a room. Chen Chen. When they came to the room, a few people found their seats and sat down. Sirik lit a cigarette, frowned. Have you noticed that this name seems familiar? This is the name of a typical Midlander. The deputy commander on the side replied immediately. However, I seem to have heard this name. It seems to be a name that has been mentioned many times in the history of our coalition army. Hearing this sentence, the others didn't react much, but Sirik seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. Impossible. Is it him? Chen Chen naturally does not believe that the other party does not have the ability to transmit information remotely. Even if the technology goes backwards, at least the simple radio communication technology can be retained. But he also turned a blind eye by default. What he wanted was only a result, and he didn't pay attention to the process. At this time, he was taken to a lounge in the cabin. This lounge was obviously an officer's room, but was vacated urgently. The room was still full of the smell of tobacco. This cruiser is not huge. It is only about 100 meters in length, and its displacement will not exceed 50,000 tons, but for the Holy Fusion Empire, it is already very good. Obviously, the Joint Resistance Army still retains a certain amount of science and technology, but it's only part of it. At least Chen Chen only saw artillery that fired bullets on the battleship, and those artillery were driven by humans, and I didn't even see a naval gun that fired artillery. Obviously, the industrial system has regressed widely. I don't know what happened in North America and South America. North America was the first overlord of the Earth Federation. If at the peak period, this so-called Holy Fusion Empire might not be able to hold on, half of the month is about to collapse across the board. Faced with modern weapons, this group of civilizations that have fallen to the Middle Ages is not an enemy at all. Now, as far as Chen Chen understands, the Holy Fusion Empire is the one that has the upper hand, and the United Rebels just barely parry. If it weren't for the sea between the two, I'm afraid it would have been cleaned up by the Empire. But if you have come, you will be at ease. After so many years, Chen Chen sat on the bed and began to think about the next plan. 2 days later, when Sirik's fleet returned to anchor in the port, there was already a fully armed army in the port. Standing on the deck, Chen Chen could only see a group of soldiers in military uniforms standing in the harbor with rifles, but these men's equipment was a bit crude. Except for military uniforms, they didn't even have body armor or steel helmets. The weapon in hand is also the easiest attack series to make. Behind this group of soldiers, Chen Chen can still see some war chariots of different styles, but they are also old and old. There are about 3,000 people in the entire team. Chen Chen glanced at the sky and immediately determined his position at this time, which should be located on the coast of Brazil. As Chen Chen appeared on the stage, several old men with the rank of general also appeared at the forefront of the army. "Your Excellency." The headed general led everyone to come forward. He first observed Chen Chen with a scrutiny expression for a while, and then extended the hand. "I am Anderson Tor, the Supreme Commander of the United Armies South American Division. Bias. This is Chen Chen." Chen Chen shook hands with the other party. "Please forgive me for taking the liberty." However, the other party suddenly asked, "If I remember correctly, Chen Chen's name should be the chairman of the Blacklight Biotechnology Company that led humans to fight against consciousness stealers 378 years ago. Do you know me?" Chen Chen is hearing this, showing an unexpected look. Sure enough, creating the blacklight technology by himself is definitely not something that will be easily obliterated. Super USB Chapter 557. Super USB Chapter 557. You can search for "I have a Super USB flash drive" imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Chen Chen followed the opponent and got into an off-road vehicle. As the vehicle turned on, the off-road vehicle began to move towards inland. On the way, Chen Chen saw a city. Speaking of a city, it is actually a ruined city site. It was indeed a city back then, but now the city has long been dilapidated. Buildings over 5 floors have long collapsed due to disrepair. Those buildings seem to have been transformed into residential areas. The all-around of the city are fields that have been developed piece by piece. The other party not at all invited Chen Chen to the city. After all, Chen Chen's origin is still unknown. They can only take Chen Chen to a military base and use it as a place to welcome Chen Chen's arrival. Although this military base stationed on wasteland looks a bit slack, Chen Chen's field can be swept away, and he immediately saw rows of snipers and hidden troops in the dark. It's a bit crude. Please don't take offense. After arriving at the military base, Anderson personally received him and asked his lieutenant to leave the room. Chen Chen glanced at the layout of the room, then sat down on the sofa beside him. Anderson is also sitting on the other side. He straight to the point, "Your Excellency Chen Chen, do you have anything to do with Chen Chen of Blacklight Technology?" Chen Chen's not even thinks answer. "Maybe you don't believe it, but I am Chen Chen." Anderson heard this silent for a while, but he did not at all too many unexpected expressions. "I don't know if you have any evidence." "Please understand, it's not that I don't believe it, but in our cognition, Blacklight Technology Chen Chen died 378 years ago. Actually, I also have some doubts." Chen Chen laughed. "If I remember correctly, I remember that when the disaster of consciousness stealers broke out, I should not have been so famous." Anderson hearing this was a bit weird right away. He looked at Chen Chen twice. "Didn't you come from the Holy Fusion Empire? Don't you know that the name Chen Chen has been spread over there long ago? As long as its faith believers of consciousness stealers know that Chen Chen is synonymous with demons." Speaking, Anderson called out. A guard came in, and Anderson asked him to get some books. 10 minutes later, a book Legend History of the Holy Fusion Empire was delivered to Chen Chen. "This is it." Anderson put on the glasses, turned to one of the pages, and then handed it to Chen Chen. "This is it." Battle of God and Demon. Chen Chen squinted his eyes. He only saw that the page was a picture. The style was similar to an oil painting, and there were 2 figures painted on it. Among them, the silhouette close to the camera was only an 1/5 the size of it. Not a human being, but the opposite of this silhouette is a silhouette of a man. Although the picture is a bit blurry, Chen Chen still saw it at a glance. That silhouette seems to be him. Seeing this, Chen Chen couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Sure enough, your image is indeed very similar to the above. Anderson carefully observed Chen Chen a few times. If I only believed in 3 points before, now I have believed in 5 points. In the legend of the Holy Fusion Empire, Chen Chen is the first geneticist among mankind. He was also the first human being to be loyal to consciousness stealers, but later he rebelled. In order to pursue a stronger power, he confronted consciousness stealers at high altitude, and was eventually killed by consciousness stealers. Learning from the story of Jesus and Judas in the Bible, Chen Chen asked with a smile. Yes, Anderson nodded. Of course, few people on the coalition army believe this legend, but the name Chen Chen is therefore a household name in the world. Seeing that Chen Chen did not continue to speak, Anderson suddenly rolled his eyes and said again, if you are really Chen Chen, then Blacklight City should be able to determine your identity. Blacklight City? The city of Blacklight is one of the 5 great influences of the United Resistance Army. Anderson seemed to understand why Chen Chen asked 3 questions. He just explained decisively, the reason why we are called the United Resistance Army is because we are composed of the 4 great continents area and Blacklight technology in the pre-era. And the Blacklight City is one of the human cities created by the forces of Blacklight technology. Needless to say, Chen Chen hearing this took a deep breath. He stood up decisively and said, give me the location of the Blacklight City. Anderson's eyes flashed. He once again asked the guard at the door to bring a map. Chen Chen looked up, but saw that the location of the so-called Blacklight City turned out to be in Greenland. Only severe cold can resist the attack of consciousness stealers. Anderson whispered, although all contagious deaths of infectious diseases have disappeared after 378 years of integration, the consciousness stealer has also become extremely powerful, and the entire world has lost 30 employees. After more than 100 million people, we have to face a mature form consciousness stealer. I heard from my grandfather that the war between humans and consciousness stealers lasted for 3 months. The most powerful weapon of mankind, nuclear bombs, fell on the ground at the feet of consciousness stealers like rain. But all this is still unable to resist the other's footsteps. It destroyed all human civilization and plowed the entire human world. Then it stopped its activities near the Hawaiian island in the Pacific Ocean, sank into the depths of the sea, and lurked. Get up. However, just as the remaining humans climbed up from the rubble and were fortunate to have escaped, we discovered that among the first batch of infected people in Africa and Europe, there were actually a group of people not at all. They died in the Great Fusion, and the consciousness stealers seemed to let them go, and they also made this group of people its believers. So, a force called the Holy Fusion Empire was established. Chen Chen listened silently from the side, and he stood up after hearing the other parties talk, turned and walked out. However, when Chen Chen walked to the door, he suddenly paused. General Anderson, which force are you under? Anderson opened his mouth, but suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, a killing intent appeared in Chen Chen's eyes, and the atmosphere in the entire office was suddenly suppressed. Kaka. Anderson found that the glass on his window, the photo frame and the water cup on the table all had cracks spreading one after another. At the same time, he suddenly felt a panic, as if something terrifying was about to happen in the next second. Seeing this, Anderson finally laughed bitterly. He quickly said, I was born in Liberty City under the jurisdiction of North America. I was appointed by Speaker Morrison, one of the 5 speakers of the Supreme Council of the United Resistance. Hearing this sentence, Chen Chen didn't speak again. He walked out of the office directly. As Chen Chen left, the atmosphere in the entire room immediately recovered. Anderson looked at the cracked water glass on the table in a bit of a panic. If he didn't say anything just now, I'm afraid the other party would really kill him. Will he really be the ancestor of the Blacklight City Chen family? Anderson's eyes flickered, putting it that way. The legend of the Blacklight City is probably true. When Chen Chen didn't die at all, he just chose to freeze himself and wait for the day when he returns in a swirl of dust. And now, that day has arrived. Chen Chen ignored the glare like a tiger watching his prey of many people in the military base. He just thought silently while walking towards the outside world. From his superb psychology, it can be analyzed that the highest commander of the South American division not at all lied, and everything he said was true. However, some of the focus points are very problematic. He decisively exposed the location of the Blacklight City, but he did not at all provide Chen Chen with locations in other cities. In addition to the twinkling eyes of the other party, Chen Chen can basically think that there might be some internal fighting issues. Yes, the joys and sorrows of human beings are not interlinked. As long as there are people, there are struggles. Even if they are the same power, there are constant internal struggles. Obviously, after confirming Chen Chen's identity, he decisively exposed the location of the Blacklight City, pushed the boat along the water, and moved towards that city. As for what he intends to do, it couldn't be clearer, so Chen Chen asked which faction Anderson belonged to. Since he regards himself as a gun, he must be prepared to be backlashed. If he didn't even tell Chen Chen his faction at the time, Chen Chen would indeed shoot immediately and kill him. Die Anderson. Even if he doesn't mind, he will flatten the entire military base directly as a standoff for his return. Although all this is really unreasonable, Chen Chen does not intend to reason with anyone, because he has given the other party enough courtesy before. Blacklight City? Chen Chen muttered silently. His expression flashed twice, and then the whole person flew directly in the shocking eyes of many soldiers, and then accelerated with a bang, and disappeared at the end of the sky in a few seconds. One day later, Chen Chen came to Greenland. This is the largest island in the world. It covers an area of 2.17 million square kilometers. However, the whole island is covered with snow all year round. It is the closest place to the North Pole in the world. Even better than the Northern Sea continent, is also close to the North Pole. The temperature in the coastal areas can reach above zero in summer, and the inland parts are frozen all year round. More than 80% of the entire island's land is covered by ice caps. This is such a harsh environment. In the southernmost coastal zone here, there is a tower city, different from the cities that Chen Chen saw in the Holy Fusion Empire before. Although it is remote, it has a more civilized flavor, whether it is the huge civilian port here or the high-rise buildings on the inner coast. It is more civilized. Chen Chen stood high in the sky, silently looking at the brightly lit city at his feet. He didn't expect that electricity was still running here, and at the same time, cars could be seen passing through the city. It's just different from reality. The cars here are very small, more like the old people's scooter. Chen Chen didn't alarm the city. Taking advantage of the darkness, he slowly descended from a high altitude, landed in a dark corner, and then looked around. The streets here are also made of concrete, but the sides of the streets are filled with snow, and the pedestrians on both sides of the streets are also walking in a hurry. They are wearing bloated winter clothes and shuttle in the city. Many people have faces on them, the color of wind and frost. Although it still seems incomparable with reality, it is much better than the world of the Holy Fusion Empire. There is also a very noticeable place here, that is, there are a large number of yellow people living here. Chen Chen casually glanced at them. Most of them are white people and yellow people. The least number are black people. Oh, interesting, Chen Chen whispered. He walked to the street, and then followed the traffic, moved towards the city center. A few kilometers away from him, there is a huge building. According to the plan, this should be the city hall. Chen Chen can still see a familiar sign on the top of that building. It was a black circle with a yellow gleam on the outside. All of this is a sign of black light technology. DDD. At the moment Chen Chen appeared in the city, deep beneath the city hall, a room full of thousands of screens suddenly heard a rush of reminders. This room seems to control the surveillance of the entire city. At this time, these surveillance screens disappeared and turned into a unified image. Chen Chen's face appeared on the screen, which was quickly enlarged, and then a network grid swept over and intercepted Chen Chen's face. An important person was found. X-112 began to analyze. A female voice rang out from the audio, starting to compare the database. In the process of comparison, next, another three-dimensional face of Chen Chen appeared on the side, and began to compare with the intercepted picture. The comparison is 95% similar. The target is confirmed. The target is the chairman of Blacklight Biotechnology Co., Limited, the highest authority in Blacklight City, Chen Chen. At this time, everyone working in the monitoring center suddenly became uproarious. Everyone showed a look of shock and surprise. One of the older men immediately ordered, the central control computer X-112 detected an abnormality. Report immediately, Xiao Jiang, you go and notify the director, hurry up. Hearing this command, a young man on the side immediately nodded and ran out of the monitoring room. After a while, an old man with white beard and hair frowns walked in. Old who? What is this urgent? Director, look at the monitoring. The man hurriedly pointed to the rows of surveillance cameras. At this time, thousands of surveillance cameras were still broadcasting Chen Chen's footage. He walked across a road, and the surveillance on the road immediately turned to Chen Chen. He watched Chen Chen leave, and then the next surveillance continued. Relay, even other pictures of the city will no longer be played. This is. Seeing this, the old man showed a look of shock. He looked towards the side, and the man immediately explained. X-112 has sent out a reminder just now. It said that this person is the highest authority in Blacklight City, and his name is Chen Chen. What? Hearing this, the old man's expression changed drastically. This is impossible. Chen Chen died more than 300 years ago. Why did he appear here? Super USB Chapter 558. Super USB Chapter 558. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. In the middle of the night, Chen Lin, who was nearly 100 years old, had finished his day's work and closed his eyes comfortably under the service of several beautiful maids. As one of the highest helmsmen in the city of Blacklight, he has an incomparably respected position, and it is also the end of the world. The once rich civilization of mankind has long disappeared, replaced by the law of the jungle, which is powerhouse is respected. And all of this originated more than 380 years ago. More than 380 years ago, a private company called Blacklight Technology emerged strongly and monopolized the entire pharmaceutical industry at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, the other party also extended its tentacles to electronic finance, mineral resources, in the military, aerospace and other fields. When people reflect, the cornerstone of giant enterprises has already taken shape, and forcibly has squeezed out a new heaven and earth under the big pattern that the world has long been divided up. According to the analysis of later generations, this company has created many of the world's most companies. It is the largest multinational company in the history of human civilization. It is also the company with the most technology patents in the history of mankind. And it is also the richest company in the world. It is also the first and only private company in the world that can be on par with the four great continents area. According to legend, Blacklight Technology even has its own nuclear weapons and a military force system comparable to any continent. This company is so huge that even if civilization is destroyed by alien creatures consciousness stealers, this company still retains a deep foundation. In the first 100 years of the end of the world, it decisively assumed responsibility for mankind. The dawn of civilization, even the four great continents area has been pulled. Although this situation is in decline due to the gradual exhaustion of the foundation, at least until now, the Chen family of the Blacklight City is still one of the 5 indispensable forces of the United Rebellion, and the mainstay of resisting the Sacred Fusion Empire. In the Blacklight City built by Blacklight Technology, the Chen family is aloof and remote, just like the imperial family in the feudal era. dominating the destiny of millions of people in the entire city. And Chen Lin is a member of the Chen family. He is the fourth generation son of the Chen family. Although he has not formally entered the family committee, he is at least one of the figures pushed to the table. His job is to help the family committee handle the internal affairs of the entire city. He belongs to the Secretary General of the interior level. However, he had just fallen asleep at this time, but suddenly someone who didn't open his eyes knocked on the door, and it was very hurried. It seemed that there was something extremely important. Chen Lin sat up a little annoyed. He ignored the reservation of the maids beside him. Instead, he took a bath towel and wrapped it around his lower body, then panting with rage and walked out to the door. "Who is it? Don't you know it's midnight?" Chen Lin opened the door angrily, but saw that his assistant was standing outside the door in a panic. Before he could speak, the assistant said, "Secretary Chen, the committee wants you to go to the family immediately." Conference hall. Hearing these words, Chen Lin's anger suddenly cleared. He shivered. What happened? Did the Holy Fusion Empire send someone to sneak attack us? I don't know, but it seems to be an urgent matter. The assistant replied, "You can't get through, so the above informs me to call you immediately, and the faster it says, the better." Hearing these words, Chen Lin finally stopped speaking. He closed the door again and walked directly to the bedroom. In the surprised eyes of the maids, he quickly put on his clothes, and then walked out of the door, moved towards the elevator. Go. Most of the core members of the Chen family live in the central building of the Blacklight City. In the Blacklight building, this is a 50-story fortress building. It is also the city's city hall and central system, which controls the entire operation of the city. So, in only 10 minutes, he came to the top floor of the Blacklight building. At this time, there were a few bodyguards standing at the door. These all are Chen family guards trained since childhood, and there are even some inside. The Bionics and XTN robots left over from the old era are not many, that's all. Seeing Chen Lin's arrival, the two guards immediately opened the door of the conference hall. Chen Lin walked in before he had time to check his clothes, but when he saw the situation inside the door, his breathing suddenly became stagnant. I saw in the conference hall. At this time, 7 or 8 people had been seated. Most of these people maintained their middle-aged appearance, and their faces showed the aura of majesty and superiors. These people are not other people, they are the Blacklight City. He is also a member of the Chen family's family committee. At this time, many people turned their heads when they heard the noise coming from the door. When they saw Chen Lin, some people were frowned immediately. It was obvious that Chen Lin had come a little late. If you are in the outside world, I am afraid that few people dare to show such a face to Chen Lin, but when he gets here, even he can only be a man with his tail sandwiched. Okay, the last person is here. Let me talk about the situation we are encountering now. On the podium of the conference hall, an old man who had revealed a bit of aging suddenly said that even Chen Lin is rare. He only knows that the other party is a second-generation member of the Chen family, the mayor of Blacklight City more than 100 years ago. Because the Chen family has the aid of the Blacklight automatic medical platform, the high-tech equipment left over from the Blacklight technology of the epoch, the lifespans of the Chen family members are extremely long, and the oldest is even more than 300 years old. Even Chen Lin has also heard that some older members of the Chen family have frozen themselves long ago, waiting to wake up again someday in the future. At this time, 4 old mans on the stage are the 4 second-generation family members of the Chen family. They are the core of the family committee and the true helmsman of the Chen family. Just now, we saw a special silhouette on Blacklight Avenue, the main road of the city. As the old man said, a video immediately appeared behind him. In the video was a youngster who looked like only 15–16, with short hair, and his expression was cold and condensed. At this time, he was walking slowly on the Blacklight Avenue, holding a newspaper in his hand, turning his head from time to time to look towards everything around. The most special thing is that he is wearing a thin linen coat. You know, it's late at night in the Blacklight City, and the outside world is more than 30 degrees below zero, but this person doesn't seem to feel cold at all. as if it's the same as stopping by. While Chen Lin was sitting in the crowd, he suddenly realized that the face of this young man was a bit familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen this man. This person suddenly appeared in our city. No matter whether it is the level, the city gate, or other places, there is no record of him passing the level. The old man continued to speak, but when it was strange, at the moment when he was photographed by the Master Brain, the Master Brain issued a special reminder, saying that this person is the highest authority in the city of Blacklight. His name is Chen Chen. Chen Chen. When I heard this name, not only Chen Lin, but also other people's expressions changed, because this name is so familiar. No one in Chen family has never heard of this name, because its origin is not something else. He is the founder of the Chen family and the true founder of Blacklight technology. Impossible. Chen Chen. Didn't he died when he was fighting the consciousness stealer? Someone immediately asked, could it be the Master Brain who made a mistake? I hope so. The old man glanced at the man with a meaningful expression, but I didn't give up. I compared the photo of Chen Chen with other people on the committee, but found that the person in the photo is very high compared to the person in the video now. Similarity. Putting it that way, Chen Chen, our great-grandfather, is not dead. Another fourth-generation Chen family member like Chen Lin asked immediately, is it just like the rumors that he also chose to freeze himself and wait until now to appear? Impossible. This person must be fake. Maybe the conspiracy of the Holy Fusion Empire. If you grab it and ask, don't you know? Everyone spoke, and for a while, the entire conference hall made a buzzing noise. Be quiet. The old man picked up a wooden hammer and tapped fiercely. A huge sound echoed in the conference hall, suppressing everyone's conversation. It doesn't matter who the other party is now. Everyone is the co-member of our Chen family. What I want you to do is simple, and that is to block the news. Later we will arrest the other party first. If the other party is fake, then we will naturally take corresponding countermeasures. The old man was silent for a while, and then continued, don't talk about the identity of the other party. In order to prevent turmoil in the Blacklight City, you must act immediately to block the news and prevent falling into the trap of the Holy Fusion Empire! Exclamation mark. Understood. There is no problem. Beside the old man, a member of the family committee, nodded, said blankly, me too, I will block the news. Everyone expressed their views, even Chen Lin, who controls the internal affairs of the entire city, so he was also allowed to participate in this meeting. The other party has gone through 4 intersections and is less than 1,000 meters away from the Blacklight building. The old man finally said, in order to prevent accidents, I will send our family's secret army Dark Knight to personally arrest. Now, everyone is over. When Chen Lin heard the last news, he was shocked. Dark Knight. This is the second time he has heard the name of this secret force, but as a co-member of the family, he has heard of the existence of this force more than 30 years ago. This force is the most important in the Chen family. One of the strong foundations. I heard that it is the existence of this secret force that the Chen family can be immortal for more than 300 years and is still prosperous to this day. And now, does the committee have to dispatch even Dark Knight? It seems that the above is really anxious. Chen Lin walked out of the conference hall while thinking. Of course he could understand the meaning of the above. Although Chen Chen is the founder of Blacklight technology and the biological brother of the first generation of Chen family old ancestor, the city's Chen family was built by everyone a little bit. Now, once this Chen Chen becomes the highest authority of the city, doesn't it mean that the control of the entire Blacklight City will fall behind? The group of people in the family committee have been in good condition for more than 300 years, how could they be willing to hand over power to others? Therefore, Chen Lin is almost certain that whether that person is the founder of Blacklight technology or not, I am afraid that he will be labeled as a fake, and even killing people is not impossible. Although he guessed the meaning of the above, Chen Lin did not have any thoughts of fighting injustices. As a city leader that affects the rise and fall of human civilization, he certainly understands the importance of iron-fisted rule, and if the opponent is a Taoist, in any case, the order of the city is going to be turbulent. Even when the time comes, I even said whether I can keep my current position. He is a superior person, in public or in private. Of course, the superior person prefers a stable order. After all, it is about self-interest. Thinking of this, Chen Lin couldn't help hooking the head, mourning for Chen Chen for a second, and then stopped thinking about it. He only needs to do his own thing. Chen Chen took a newspaper and stood on the edge of the crossroads, ignoring the weird and surprised gazes of everyone passing by. He lifts the head slowly, looking towards the surveillance above his head. As early as 20 minutes ago, those cameras all aimed at me, and I took pictures wherever I went. It seemed a little funny. Now that such a long time has passed, Chen Chen still didn't notice any reaction from the city, and he immediately understood it completely. It seems that some people may not welcome their arrival. Chen Chen was not at all too surprised. He lowered his head and looked towards the newspaper in his hand. At this time, he had obtained a lot of useful information from the newspaper. For example, this city is all controlled by the Chen family. Chen family is like the imperial family. The Chen family is responsible for almost the entire city from top to bottom, and outsiders can only serve in some of the less powerful departments. This is no longer a monopoly, but a dictatorship, a reverse of history. However, Chen Chen is not at all uncomfortable with this phenomenon of driving history backwards. He understands that if it is in the process of continuous advancement of human civilization, turning back the wheel of history is naturally the way to die. However, now that human civilization has declined significantly, it is normal for this kind of system to regress, because in this apocalypse, some more advanced systems have no room for survival. The law of the jungle, on the contrary, it is more applicable. This is called a specific analysis of specific issues. At the same time, Chen Chen also found introductions of many Chen family members in the newspaper. At present, most of the Chen family members appearing in front of the public are the fourth generation Chen family members, but even the fourth generation, they are mostly in their 70s and 80s, even some of them are already older. To Chen Chen's surprise, the first generation of Chen family was not his parents, but his younger brother, Chen Zhayu. For the memory of this cheap younger brother, Chen Chen still lives with the 3-year-old child in front of his parents. But now it seems that although the blacklight technology has left behind some background, it can transform the background into today's blacklight city. Chen Zhayu still has some means. It's just that since the other party doesn't plan to recognize his big brother, then he doesn't need to value this little family affection even more. How? Here is just a branch of the timeline world. At this moment, several black cars suddenly drove over in the distance. Those cars were aggressive and forced the cars next to them to give way. At the same time, Chen Chen saw a few familiar shadows in the car. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen's mouth suddenly provoked a cold smile. It's coming. Super USB Chapter 559. Super USB Chapter 559. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Under the dark sky, one after another aurora flashes colorfully, connecting with the neon lights in the city. Chen Chen is like a lonely traveler. He is standing on the street in thin clothes, watching the cars from far and near. Toot toot. In the sky, there is also a faint sound of helicopter hovering. Chen family's team. By the side of the road, several pedestrians saw 5 or 6 approaching cars under the street lights, and they started talking in a low voice, seeming to perceive the coming wind and rain, and stepped faster, moving towards the distance. Crunch. On the street, there was a series of rapid and biting brakes, and then all the cars opened their doors one after another. Boom. The doors of the car were heavily closed. A dozen men wearing black tight clothes and looking numb immediately got out of the car and surrounded Chen Chen. In the extended car headed by 2 young men with serious expressions also walked down. Catch him alive. Don't hurt his life yet. At the same moment as the extension car closed, A somewhat old voice came. Two young men heard this. Zheng focused on, nodded and walked straight to Chen Chen on the road that the bodyguard gave up. "Where is Chen Zhayu?" Chen Chen looked at the two calmly. "Are you also Chen family members?" "We are." One of the tall and thin men clicked, nodded. He observed Chen Chen with a little surprise. "This gentleman, because we suspect that there are spies from the Holy Fusion Empire in the city, so please come with us." "Who are you? Why do you want to ask us, the founder of Blacklight City?" Another man is shorter and chubby. He asked in a cold voice, "What do you want to do in Blacklight City?" Chen Chen looked around all around, then laughed. "Don't you already know who I am?" When they heard these words, both their expressions changed. They watched Chen Chen carefully again. The tall and thin man found that the other's eyes were not at all panicked. He seemed a little accustomed to seeing innumerable living beings. Understand? And this look is definitely not something that can be performed by acting. Could it be that the other party is really? Something seems to have come to mind. The tall and thin man hasn't spoken yet. The short fat man beside him can't wait. He directly waved his hand fiercely and said to the tight-fitting people beside him, "Dark Knight troops. What are you waiting for? Take him away." However, all around Chen Chen turned out to be motionless. You? The short fat man looked around the group of people suspiciously, but found that they seemed to have not heard his command, and he whispered suddenly, "Is it because the authority is not enough? Shouldn't it? Father has already transferred me C rank. Permission is right. Arrest them." However, when the two of them didn't know why, Chen Chen suddenly spoke. The two suddenly looked towards Chen Chen, but they still didn't understand who Chen Chen was talking to. The next second, a few big hands suddenly appeared on their backs. Before they could react, they were crushed by a crowd of tight-clothes men on the ground. "What's going on?" Exclamation mark. The tall and thin man and the short fat man were stunned. Their heads were pressed directly on the cold floor. Up to now, they have not figured out what happened. "What are you doing?" The pudgy man, surprised and angry, said, "You dogs, do you want to betray the Blacklight City?" However, he was destined to be disappointed, because this group of people still had their faces dumbfounded when they overwhelmed them, and they didn't show the slightest expression from beginning to end. Chen Chen ignored the two of them. He stepped directly over the two of them, walked to the side of the stretch car step by step, and knocked on the window of the car. The window is slowly lowered, revealing the face of a middle-aged person inside. When he saw the other party, Chen Chen immediately laughed and smiled kindly. This person's appearance was actually similar to his own father, has several points of. Sure enough, he is a pure Chen family from the bloodline. The face of the man in the car window is a bit ugly, but after all, he has been in a high position for a long time. Although there have been some accidents in the situation before him, he still maintains a certain calm. "What do you want to do?" "Are you asking me?" Chen Chen held the edge of the car window with one hand, and asked with surprise, "I want to ask, what do you want to do?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment. He lowered his head while his eyes flickered. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound of a helicopter over the head. The pilot who hid in the helicopter to prevent accidents actually fired a shot at Chen Chen. Boom! The gunfire exploded in the dark. At the same time, at the location of Chen Chen's right temple, a huge warhead with the thickness of a finger was floating in midair out of thin air. Chen Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. The next second, one of the Dark Knights suddenly turned around and took out his gun, and moved towards the helicopter above his head and fired 2 shots decisively. Peng peng! Immediately, the helicopter went through time and space, and swayed down in midair. Bang! The huge and red fireball burst directly, blocking half of the road. Looking at all this, Chen Chen suddenly sneered, and at the same time he tore fiercely, and suddenly half of the car door was torn open by Chen Chen, and at the same time he pulled out the man inside like a chicken. "Grandfather!" The two men who were pressed to the ground, suddenly surprised and angry, said, "Let go of my grandfather." Chen Chen ignored the other party at all. He said with a sneer, grinning, Tell me, what generation are you from the Chen family? I am Chen family third generation. My name is Chen Ziqing. The middle-aged man has a green complexion. He has been raised in an insulting manner all the year round. He only feels hot on his face. Chen, calm down. We just confirm your identity. If you really are me, the big brother of grandfather, we will definitely arrange you properly. Place me. Chen brought the other person in front of him, showing a puzzled and surprised look. What, are you kidding? The whole city is mine. You want to use my things to settle me? This is not yours. This is a city built by my grandfather. The middle-aged man quickly explained. I said this city is mine, this is mine, and even your lives are mine. After saying this, Chen suddenly turned around, and he looked towards behind him. Who is controlling Dark Knight? Come out and see me. Hearing this, one of the men wearing tight clothes with a dull look was shocked. He walked directly to Chen and bowed and said, Your Excellency Commander, I am X-112. Now the City Defense Authority and Information, I control the permissions. Is it you? Chen's voice was cold and frosty. Where is X? Where did she go? Back to your commander, X. She. The Dark Knight was silent for a while. She was destroyed in the attack of the Consciousness Stealer, because time was tight. Before she died, she had only time to transmit me out and gave me the final order. Let me assist Chen family to prevent Chen family's destruction, while waiting for your return. Chen hearing this, was silent for a while, and then shook the head. It turned out to be like this. Now that you return, I will give you all the permissions here. X-112 continued. But I don't have all the permissions of all Blacklight City. During these 300 years, Chen family tried to crack my module. Now I have some modules controlled by Chen family, so I don't have immediately sent Dark Knight to greet you. Crack your module. Chen frowned, then sneered. Sure enough, my dear good younger brother, it seems that he knew I was not dead, so he had taken precautions a long time ago. Although these conversations were not many, they still stunned Chen Ziqing and the two Chen family men who fell to the ground. Chen Ziqing was even more shocked looking towards Dark Knight, because in his memory, these Dark Knights never I can communicate with myself, and the X-112 is the same. It will only give feedback on Chen family's commands. Until now, everyone thinks that X-112 is just a computer with a certain amount of intelligence, that's all. Because Dark Knight also ages, 90% of Dark Knights are frozen, and will be thawed unless there is an emergency. X-112 continued to ask, Your Excellency Commander, do you need to unfreeze them now? It will take about an hour to unfreeze. Unfreeze all. Chen replied, saying that he directly pulled Chen Ziqing into the car. X-112, take me home now. Yes. The Dark Knight immediately agreed. He walked directly into the cabin and sat in. At the same time, other Dark Knights also escorted two Chen family men into another car, and then the entire convoy moved towards the black light at the end of the road. Go to the building. As soon as the vehicle started up, a sudden sirens erupted in the entire city. At the same time, X-112 turned his head back. Commander, the other party turned on the Blacklight City's wartime state. I can't stop the other party. Now the City Defense Army has been dispatched and is coming towards the Blacklight building. Can you reach the Blacklight building before the opponent arrives? It's difficult. The opponent used a gunship helicopter. This group of pioneers will arrive at the Blacklight building first. X-112 replied. Then let Dark Knight kill. Chen's eyes were cold. Whoever wants to stand on my opposite side, I will fulfill him. Don't. Chen Ziqing on the side hurriedly shouted in horror, this will kill Chen family. Before he finished speaking, he felt that he couldn't speak anymore. A massive invisible force blocked his throat, and he quickly opened his mouth and pressed it toward his throat, but he didn't catch anything. It was like a mass of air condensed into substance. No matter how he scratched, he couldn't make any sound again. Just as the convoy was about to arrive at the Blacklight building, suddenly, more than a dozen helicopters flew from all directions, But these gunships did not attack the convoy at all. Instead, they moved towards the Blacklight building violently and flew towards the Blacklight building. At the same time, Blacklight one after another fire broke out inside the building. It seems that someone has already fought fiercely inside the Blacklight building. That are the 5 remaining Dark Knights in the Blacklight building. X-112 immediately explained. The rest of the Dark Knights are thawing. Now the 5 Dark Knights have begun to attack the other armed personnel in the Blacklight building indiscriminately, but because of the small number of them, they are about to be suppressed. Chen Chen waved his hand, and 6 cars stopped in front of the gate 100 meters away from the Blacklight building. But at this time, a group of soldiers with live ammunition had set up temporary fortifications and defended the gate. Your Excellency Commander. The opponent is delaying time, waiting for the arrival of the follow-up troops. X-112 continues to prompt, but this is what we are in, because all Dark Knights will be unfrozen from the frozen sleep cabin after half an hour. They don't know that I have the right to unfreeze Dark Knight. Not necessary. Chen Chen heard this and got off the car directly. He moved towards the gate of the Blacklight building step by step. Immediately, hundreds of soldiers immediately raised their guns and pointed their guns at Chen Chen and the Dark Knights behind him. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the group of people in front of him, suddenly coldly said, "Where is Chen Zhayu? Come out and see me." Although Chen Chen only used an ordinary voice, it is strange that this voice has a penetrating power, and the farther away, the louder and louder the voice. "Come out and see me. Come and see me. See me." Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. After a while, several people with a little old face, but full of the aura of a superior, appeared up ahead of the army. The head is a hair-grey white middle-aged person with a gloomy look, but what is strange is that his face and temperament are 4 or 5 points similar to Chen Chen. Although he had never seen each other, Chen Chen suddenly had an intuition when he saw him, that this person is his own brother. Ugh. The middle-aged person opened his eyes as hard as he could, he let out a sigh, and shook the head at the same time, saying, "You shouldn't be back." "Should you not come back?" Chen Chen's mouth provoked a sneerful smile, and then the smile gradually expanded uncontrollably, as if silent emotions were flowing and spreading. In the end, Chen Chen even laughs facing the sky. "Ha ha 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 ha, it really is my good younger brother." Chen Chen laughed with his palm. "My dear younger brother, have you chosen to stand on the opposite side of me? Very good. I like it very much. Then you must be prepared to bear the price of rebelling against me, right? I won't necessarily lose." Chen Zhayu gritted his teeth. At this moment, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of depression. This feeling permeated every place within a radius of tens of meters. For a while, some soldiers and even the gunners began to start tremble. Father, grandfather. Beside, several Chen family people who seemed to be of the same age guarded Chen Zhayu one after another. They looked towards each other in a little amazement. One of them whispered, "Is it Shinnok? The rumors are true." "He is the first Shinnicist in the world." "Impossible." "We retreat." One after another, all soldiers are ready to fire immediately. The other person felt that the situation was not good, and he immediately prepared to pull Chen Zhayu back. At this moment, Chen Chen's inner killing intent has completely burned, but at the same time, he suddenly sensed that the field energy in his mind began to emit a scorching sensation, and he raised his hand with some doubts and looked towards the palm. At this moment, he felt a strange power. "It turns out that this is the real use of Shinniks," Chen Chen murmured. The killing intent became more and more prosperous, but Chen Chen's heart was extremely clear, as if he was eating NZT-48, and his thinking was extremely calm. Immediately, Chen Chen only felt that the psychic field energy began to spread all over his body. He subconsciously condensed that power in his palm, only to find that the power had begun to temporarily change his own DNA code. Bang! In the horrified eyes of everyone, a hideous tentacle suddenly burst out of Chen Chen's palm. That is, the tentacles of consciousness stealers. Super USB Chapter 560. Super USB Chapter 560. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. In the horrified eyes of everyone, suddenly, a hideous and ugly tentacle spread out from Chen Chen's palm. Then, Chen Chen's body began to swell rapidly, and there was a sound of screaming skeleton growth in his body. Chen Chen couldn't help bending down and bowing his body, and then just listened to the sound of chih. One by one, a huge bone spur emerged from behind Chen Chen. Roar! At the moment when those bone spurs erupted, Chen Chen only felt an extremely refreshing feeling released. He roared in a low voice, but the sound had become a dull bass sound. But although it was a bass, it was shocked that many soldiers immediately threw their helmets and armors, and quickly covered their ears. Chen Ziyuo only felt the hong long long ground in his ears, and his ears immediately overflowed with blood. But before he could react, he was dragged back by a few bodyguards. At this moment, anyone can see, Chen Chen it's definitely not in a normal state. Pukai. Next, there were a few more sounds of torn cloth, and Chen Chen's flexible skin was torn apart at the moment it reached its limit, exposing the expanding and growing muscles inside. However, those skins began to heal at an even more alarming speed, and at the same time a large amount of bone layer emerged from the surface of the skin. These bone layers continued to spread across his body, and even his face began to change. The corners of his mouth are grinning like ominous beasts, and the 2 rows of teeth that used to grow continuously become densely packed fangs, and the bone layer covers the cheeks like a mask. Ha ha ha. A bellows-like gasp constantly erupted from Chen Chen's chest, and a trace of hot mist continued to spray out along Chen Chen's nose and mouth. Chen Chen closed his eyes slightly, and then everyone only saw his hollow eye sockets. As soon as it darkened, 2 eyes that were scarlet like charcoal suddenly opened. Power. I feel the endless power. Chen Chen straightened up again, but at this time, his body had risen from 1.8 meters to 4 meters. He stretched his body arbitrarily, and looked at the Chen family who was retreating quickly with a grinning smile. I want to run now, is it too late? Speaking, Chen Chen stepped on suddenly. Bang! In an instant, Chen Chen rushed into the line of defense at a speed close to the speed of sound. Many soldiers had no reaction at all, and they were overturned by Chen Chen into the air, and countless blood splashed into the sky like a fountain. At this moment, Chen Chen's reaction speed has reached an extremely terrifying point. In front of him, the entire world seemed to be slow motion. Even when he lifted dozens of soldiers out, the opponent even the expression of horror has not been made yet, and the flying blood seems to freeze in the sky. Chen Chen stepped on once again, and he actually stepped on one after another ripple directly in the air. At this moment, the air seemed to become liquid. Chen Chen continued to flick towards the soldier on the right. The tentacles in his hand looked like skin. Cut off these soldiers like a whip. Even so, the soldiers haven't even turned their muzzles in front of them. This kind of speed and responsiveness are already 2 worlds with human beings. Whether it's a gun or a sword, whether it's a bullet or a rocket launcher, for Chen Chen, he has become an existence that is almost the same as his own speed. He squatted down and swept again, and more than a dozen soldiers were crushed to pieces. Those defense lines built with sandbags are simply like paper squeezing mud, and they can't resist Chen Chen at all. This is completely Chen Chen's physical power. However, Chen Chen discovered that after cutting away the bodies of the soldiers, the tentacles in his hand instinctively absorbed the blood of those soldiers. At the same time, a sense of fullness poured into Chen Chen's body, making Chen Chen this one. The body that consumes a lot of money has been partially replenished. This is. Chen Chen's heart moved. However, next moment, at a height of 100 meters, several dish-shaped fighters suddenly flew out of the darkness. On the fighters, those pilots had already locked Chen Chen's figure. The target is in our camp. If we fire now, it will cause a lot of casualties to our army. Faced with the upper-level order to destroy the intruder immediately, The pilot, who was the captain, replied immediately, "Don't worry about yourself, fire immediately, repeat, fire immediately." However, the radio still gave a death order to fire. Seeing this, a flash of unbearableness flashed in the eyes of the captain pilot, and he resolutely said, "All formations listen to my order, fire immediately, repeat, fire immediately." So, in an instant, 5 missiles flickered the taillights of crimson, rushing towards Chen Chen with lightning speed. Chen Chen tilted his head and looked at the missile that was gradually hitting. He suddenly took a deep breath and the field in his mind burst out. Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark. In the next second, the ground in front of Chen Chen exploded like a high explosive, and then a row further ahead, the concrete floor weighing 1,000 pounds was constantly lifted off. If you look at it from high above, you will find that the ground in front of Chen Chen is fan-shaped and continuously cracked. This aftermath of the explosion quickly moved forward. At the moment of contact with those missiles, all the missiles exploded directly in the air. But this is not the end. The invisible force continues to move forward. The 5 fighters even had time to react, and they burst into bursts and turned into 5 bright fireworks. Up to this time, all the people reacted. They only saw that the land in front of Chen Chen seemed to have been bombarded by a cluster bomb. The invisible wave even rushed to the sky, detonating the several hundred meters high altitude fighter planes. Not only the physical body, but also the field power is greatly enhanced. This power is more than 10 times stronger than the original form. Chen Chen surprisedly looked towards the palm of his hand, and then once again set his gaze on the group of Shiva Coldlay soldiers. The charcoal hot eyes just swept away, and the remaining soldiers knelt on the ground, not even think. Trembling, he put down the weapon in his hand. "Surrender, we surrender." Lines of soldiers knelt down one after another. Their essence, chi, and spirit were all disintegrated by Chen Chen's heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. Capture them. Seeing this, Chen Chen also stopped completely. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Since the opponent stopped, he didn't bother to continue to slaughter this group of troops without any resistance. Following Chen Chen's order, a dozen Dark Knight immediately stepped forward and captured the hundreds of soldiers. Looking at Chen Chen walking back in front of X-112, X-112 couldn't help asking with some worry, "Your Excellency Commander, why did you transform again? Did you feel uncomfortable?" "Uncomfortable?" Chen Chen twisted his neck and said with a smile in a low voice like a bellows, "I have never felt better." Seeing this, X-112 stopped asking. She turned to look towards the Blacklight building. Chen Zhayu has led most of the Chen family to escape back to the Blacklight building. But don't worry, our Dark Knight is now. They can't run when they wake up. Now I'm worried about the military camp 10 kilometers away from Blacklight. Now the first batch of reinforcements has been defeated, but at least 50,000 troops are on their way. Can your strength beat them? It's just 50,000 troops, that's all in World War II. I haven't paid attention to these people. Chen Chen stretched out his fist and squeezed slightly. But what about our memetic weapon? Does the other party have this power? Don't worry, Commander. X-112 immediately replied, "This deadly weapon, X, is impossible for anyone except you to have. Even more, how? Even if you give it to them, they don't have the conditions for research. In fact, those mods, because all the weapons have been transferred to the Fire Star, there is nothing left on Earth." Very good. Seeing this, Chen Chen only nodded. He thought for a while, and suddenly his whole body burst into water mist, and then his body shrank again, but in the blink of an eye, Chen Chen's body had shrunk to the size of an ordinary person and recovered the way he was before. Sure enough, Chen Chen looked at himself, and he found that he hadn't become skinny as before, just a slight sense of weakness. This judgment immediately made Chen Chen's heart happy. It turns out that since the last injection, the G-virus has been kept in my body, and now I encounter the psychic activation of the consciousness stealer, and it has such a huge reaction. At this time, Chen Chen almost understood. The reason why the consciousness stealer can be reborn is that in addition to infecting human consciousness and becoming its own nourishment, it also has the ability to integrate the human body. This ability is naturally brought by the so-called psychic energy, which is a weird power that can change the DNA code. So, after Chen Chen's field energy merged with Shnik energy, his field energy also began to have a part of psychic nature. This ability allowed him to reoptimize his DNA, turning him into a G-injected one, the appearance after the virus. And those tentacles are the power of consciousness stealers that Chen Chen deprived of. This power allows him to continuously absorb nutrients and replenish the nutrients in his body. So, after Chen Chen changed back to his body, he still maintained his previous state, instead of being weak for more than a month when he was injected with G-virus. Even the field performance has been greatly enhanced. But what really surprises Chen Chen is that this state can be entered at any time. As long as he absorbs enough nutrients during the battle, he can quickly make up for it. The only flaw is that Chen Chen is farther and farther away from beings like humans. Find me address first. Chen Chen looked cold and said, after half an hour, I will see the Black Light building reopen. Understand? Yes. Half an hour later, before the reinforcements from the Black Light City arrived, a new round of melee broke out in the Black Light building. This melee came extremely suddenly, and even the prisoners looked blank. However, this battle lasted only about 10 minutes. The gate of the Black Light building that had been closed was reopened. At the same time, a team of Dark Knights rushed out, and beside them, a covered and dead was still being held. Chen family people. Among these people, Chen Lin and Chen Zhiyu are all listed. Looking at these downcast Chen family people, Chen Chen seems to be looking at a stranger. At the same time, some Chen family people have rolled their eyes, thinking of ways to please Chen Chen. After all, seeing that Chen Chen didn't even say that Chen Ziqing and Chen Ziqing's two juniors who offended him, hopes have already risen in some people's hearts. It seems that the Black Light City is going to undergo a major reshuffle. Your Excellency Commander. The Dark Knight stepped forward again, and X-112 reported, I have regained all the authority of the Black Light City, including the authority of the army. The army has all ordered to withdraw and return. And those who do not obey the order, the senior Chen family of Chen family has also been arrested by his adjutant and can be sent to Black Light City tomorrow. Very good. Chen Chen nodded expressionlessly. He slowly walked up to Chen Zhiyu and stared at the younger brother who is closest to his bloodline. Chen Zhiyu slowly lowered her head, afraid to look into Chen Chen's eyes. Where are your parents? Suddenly, Chen Chen asked in a low voice, where did parents go in the year of the Great Fusion? Dead. Chen Zhiyu shook the head. Her expression numb. Consciousness stealers overturned the entire Life Science City, and his parents died immediately. Hearing these words, Chen Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath. Although this is just another timeline where I am located, it does not mean that this is not the real world. In fact, this world is not at all different from reality in addition to its history. At this time, upon hearing the news of the death of this world's parents, Chen Chen's thoughts suddenly became a little complicated. He couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. It seemed to be fortunate, it seemed to be angry, and it seemed to be regretful. He is fortunate that in his original world, his parents are still alive, and he defeated the consciousness stealer, which means that his parents can live a long time, and even with the development of blacklight technology, parents can get even longer. Thinking of this, Chen Chen took a deep breath, and his gaze towards Chen Zhiyu already seemed to look at a dead person. Very good. Chen Chen nodded and turned and moved towards the Blacklight building. The Dark Knight immediately followed. Your Excellency Commander, what should this group of people do? Also, after this fierce battle in the entire city, many people already want to escape. Escape? Where are they going to escape? Chen Chen asked. It may be the city of survivors in the Northern Sea Continent area, or it may be the city of Fantasy Knights in the Northern Sea Continent area. X-112 replied, these two cities are not far away from us. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but hesitate, and then said, I'm here to take advantage of the strength of the joint rebels, and I can't easily replace it. In that case, for the sake of my reputation and to maintain the order of the city, you go prepare for a public trial meeting. Public trial conference? X-112 tilted his head, seemingly puzzled. That means, I will judge them myself. Chen Chen provoked a sneer at the corner of his mouth, collect all the evidence of this group of people's crimes, and show them all of the crimes they committed over the years. Don't tell me, this group of people has not committed anything for more than 300 years. Sin? Of course it is impossible. X-112 immediately shook the head. On the contrary, most of them have committed crimes, and they have committed many, many. So what are you waiting for? Chen Chen replied, and then he walked forward step by step, as a winner. Walked into the core of the Blacklight City Blacklight Building. Super USB Chapter 561. Super USB Chapter 561. To you can search I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The Battle of the Blacklight City shocked the entire Federal Rebel forces. In the early morning of second day, when Chen Chen woke up from the Blacklight automatic medical device, he immediately saw a familiar girl appear in front of Chen Chen. The young girl looked stunning, with a hint of playfulness and a hint of good-being. Her hair was as soft as silk. The moment she saw the girl, Chen Chen was in a daze. Immediately, Chen Chen frowned, and the girl in front of him is naturally not X. This is X-112. Your commander. The girl lowered her head. This body is X, and it has been frozen like dark night. Chen Chen just nodded. By the way, your commander. X-112 continued. The venue for the public trial meeting has been prepared, and the other four forces have contacted us from the early morning on the United Resistance. They have received news that the city of Blacklight has been taken. I want to talk to you, and I want you to take the overall picture seriously. The call is not necessary. I will naturally go to them in the future. Chen Chen coldly said, anything else? Also, your cousin Chen Shan and your cousin Chen Zheng who settled in another survivor city have also returned, and they want to see you too. Chen Shan and Chen Zheng. Chen Chen is hearing this frowned with a headache. So they are also alive? They are not involved in the politics of the Blacklight City? Nothing. X-112 shook the head. Everything here was established by Chen Zhayu. At first, they were expelled from the management core of Blacklight City. Chen Zheng also held the position of Blacklight City for a period of time, but they also retired more than 200 years ago. Most of those arrested today are descendants of Chen Zhayu, and only a few are descendants of Chen Shan and Chen Zheng. That's good. Chen Chen nodded. These two people want to see me, but they want to intercede with a junior, telling them that I will punish those who deserve to be punished, but I will not kill them when they are not. Let them rest assured. Speaking, Chen Chen waved back X-112, got downstairs and got in the car, and walked towards the prepared public trial venue. On the other side at this time, in the prison near the Blacklight City. Uncle Chen Zheng, Aunt Chen Shan, please tell Chen Chen second uncle, let us go out. I am your favorite Xinghua. In a cell, Chen Zheng and Chen Shan are standing in front of the door of the cell, and inside the cell is a middle-aged man with a look pale and panicked face. This middle-aged man is named Chen Xinghua, who is Chen Zhaoyu's youngest son. Confused. Chen Zheng has a hint of anger in his eyes. Everything about you is inherited from Blacklight technology, and Blacklight technology was built by Chen Chen. You want to take it alone? The core intelligence of the city is his people. That's all if he didn't return. Now that he has returned, how dare you, uncle? I was wrong. Tears of regret were left in Chen Xinghua's eyes. It's not that I am going to fight Chen Chen second uncle, but the family committee forced us to do it. Aunt Chen Shan, you have something to say. Ugh. Chen Shan shook the head. She was dressed like a young woman at this time, except that she exuded a delicate and elegant atmosphere. We haven't seen my cousin Chen Chen for nearly 400 years, I didn't dare to confirm our words are still useful. You can try it. Hearing the looseness in Chen Shan's words, Chen Xingwu burst into tears of joy. He pasted on the transparent barrier and deformed his entire face. Also, my father is Chen Chen's second uncle's younger brother. He's already wouldn't we be put to death regardless of brotherhood? Chen Shan hearing this is even more silent. I ask you now, you must answer me obediently and honestly. Chen Zheng was frowned and asked, after Chen Chen appeared. Did you plan to kill Chen Chen? No, absolutely not. Chen Xingwu shook his head vigorously. His nose and tears were thrown out. I have absolutely no such thoughts. That might be saved. Chen Zheng's eyes are now bright. If he can keep some of Chen family's bloodline, Chen Zheng still wants to do his best. A hint of intolerance flashed across Chen Shan's face. In the past 300 years, their heirs have blossomed everywhere, and naturally some of them grew up, and Chen Xingwu is their favorite. When Chen Xingwu was young, he often visited the two of them. He was born smart and dignified. When he grew up, he was extremely filial and respectful to them, and the two loved Chen Xingwu even more. Nowadays, Chen Xingwu is less than 300 years old, and he is still a child. The two elders naturally cannot bear to watch Chen Xingwu possibly be executed. However, Chen Zheng and Chen Shan are still somewhat measured. They only intend to intercede with Chen family's back. As for Chen Chen's younger brother, Chen Zhiyu, neither of them intends to intercede. Besides that the Blacklight City dared to attack Chen Chen must be Chen Zhiyu's reason for instructing him. The most important reason is that Chen Zhiyu is Chen Chen's younger brother after all. Even if Chen Chen is cruel, he is impossible to kill his younger brother, right? In the eyes of the two of them, Chen Chen is at best putting Chen Zhiyu under house arrest, or directly demoted, making him an ordinary person, that's all. But at this moment, the door of the prison suddenly opened in response, and a group of dark knights walked in numbly. They opened the door of the prison one by one and brought out the Chen family detained inside, moved towards the outside of the prison. Sent to the prison car. Uncle, auntie, save me. Chen Xingwu burst into tears. When Dark Knight took him away, he grabbed the edge of the door with all his strength and showed an expression of imploring expression at the two of them. Cousin, Chen Shan couldn't help holding on to Chen Zheng's sleeves, showing a look of unbearable expression. Don't worry. As long as you haven't taken any action against Chen Chen before, we will keep you safe even if we don't want this old Jiang face. Chen Zheng resolutely said, Go, cousin Chen Shan, let's find Chen Chen now. The two hurried to move towards the Blacklight building with hope, but when they got to the Blacklight building, they 112 informed Chen Chen that they had left and went to the scene of the public trial. The public trial meeting, 112, was arranged on the stadium in Blacklight City. As the two rushed to the stadium, they immediately saw propaganda vehicles on the street. These propagandists were wearing horns and making mechanical sounds inside. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, in the Blacklight Stadium, the new city lord will hold a public trial meeting. The public trial will be all members of the Chen family. Citizens of the city are welcome to come and watch. At the same time, Blacklight the channel will also be broadcast live, so stay tuned. Not only the propaganda vehicle, but also the sirens everywhere in the city. Even in order to stabilize the order of the public trial, X-112 also ordered an army to be dispatched in the city patrol. It turned out to be the Chen family of the Blacklight City, aloof and remote, who heard the trial. Countless residents immediately rushed to the streets and happily moved towards the stadium. For a time, thousands of people were empty. At this time, the roads near the stadium have been closed. If you want to enter, you can only go on foot. However, an hour later, the stadium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people was full. So X-112 opened up a holographic projection device outside the stadium, allowing those who came to see the scene inside the stadium directly on the big screen. When Chen Zheng and Chen Shan came, the road was blocked by the flow of people. They could only find the nearby army to show their identities, and asked the army to deploy a helicopter to transport them to the venue. However, when the two arrived, the time had already arrived at 2:10 in the afternoon, and the public trial conference had completely begun. In the scene of the conference, Chen Chen stepped into the podium step by step. He first glanced around the crowd, without any opening remarks, and no ceremony. He just said, "Now, the public trial conference, start immediately." Following his orders, more than 1,000 men and women with embarrassed expressions were detained by the army to the rostrum of the stadium. Most of these people have soft skin and tender meat, which is pampered at first glance, forming a distinct relationship with the ordinary people in the city. Contrast. Of course, ordinary persons are not eligible to use the Blacklight fully automated medical platform, and because of the shortage of resources in the end times, the residents in the cities do not have the pre-integration and tagging reversal treatment conditions. Therefore, in fact, the lifespan of ordinary persons is still only around 70 years old. The Chen family people seem to be standing in the cloud overlooking the spiritual god of innumerable living beings. They can live more than 300 years old at will. Once they come and go, the positions of the two sides will be polarized, but the Chen family keeps it. The powerful modern military force, so riots that's all rarely happen. Furthermore, Chen Zhayu does have several points of skill. He was able to build this city as well. He also made great efforts to govern. There will be rewards and mistakes must be punished. Special family rules and systems have been established in the family. Therefore, in these 300 years, although there are countless dark, false and wrong cases in the family, most people can still survive. Because of this, the order of Blacklight City has always been stable. However, for X112, as long as everyone has an unjust, false, or wronged case on hand, it can be tracked down. At this time, these Chen family people stood in front of the rostrum under the custody of Dark Knight and the army. Some of these people looked stupid, some looked resentful in their eyes, and some were weeping in a low voice. As they played, the entire stadium was silent for a while, and the needle fell. The 300-year rule of the Chen family has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even though it has fallen into the clouds at this time, the group of people still dare not make too much publicity, fearing retaliation. At this time, Chen Chen's gaze swept across the venue like a spiritual god, and then he looked at Chen Zhayu, who was standing at the forefront completely. But at this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps behind him. Chen the field energy swept behind him, and immediately saw the anxious expressions of Chen Zheng and Chen Shan. Stop them! As soon as Chen waved his hand, the Dark Knight on the side stopped the two of them, and the two had to be anxious. Ignoring the shouts of the two, Chen said solemnly, "Chen Xinghua, get out." Two Dark Knights immediately took Chen Xinghua in the crowd and walked to the forefront of the crowd. Chen Xinghua, the third mayor of Blacklight City, he took office for 53 years. Chen said solemnly. His voice was directly transmitted to the sky above the stadium through the microphone. "From the moment you are an adult, you have made many secret arrangements to satisfy your own sex, and forcibly seized 86 women, resulting in their family was destroyed and killed more than 1,000 people directly and indirectly in nearly 300 years. Can you plead guilty?" A violent noise broke out among the crowd in the auditorium, because the things Chen said were obviously extremely secretive, and they didn't even know it. "No, I don't, second uncle." Chen Xinghua suddenly cried out loudly, "I was wronged. If you don't believe me, ask my father, or ask my uncle and aunt." Chen squinted his eyes, and a killing intent appeared in his eyes. "You dare to deny it? Do you think the urban intelligent control system is a display?" Speaking, Chen waved his hand, and on the big screen next to the rostrum, he began to play a segment of monitoring records. There are text labels under these monitorings, indicating what happened in which year and month. However, after dozens of seconds of playing, Chen Xinghua's face turned pale. Faced with the ironclad facts, he finally couldn't continue to deny him, and Chen Zheng and Chen Shan stood in the background. Although they also knew that Chen Xinghua's hands and feet were not clean, he did not expect that so many people were killed. Relying on my own birth in the Chen family, even regardless of the law and of natural morality. I am frantic. Chen Chen shouted in a deep voice, "Murder pays for life. I will sentence you to death. It will be executed immediately on the spot." No. 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 Seeing two dark knights walking to the front with their guns, Chen Xingwu trembled and came back to his senses again. A look of fear appeared on his face. "Chen Chen, I am your nephew, father. Father, come and save me." Chen Zhiyu on the side couldn't help closing his eyes, showing a touch of pain. Dark Knight ignored Chen Xingwu's insults. One of the Dark Knights just let Chen Xingwu fall to his knees with a casual pressure, while the other Dark Knight picked up the pulse rifle and violently pressed it against Chen Xingwu's forehead. "Father. Uncle, aunt." A blank look appeared in Chen Xingwu's eyes. He stared at the gun hole in front of him in a daze, his whole body shaking like a chaff sieve, and some people even smelled the scent of feces and urine. Boom! With a shot, Chen Xingwu's skull flew out, and a large amount of white and red splashed over the many Chen family people behind him. Suddenly, countless people burst into a tsunami-like noise throughout the venue. When did the residents of this blacklight city think that the Chen family, who was originally aloof and remote, died so easily at this time? In front of his eyes, and still shot. You must know that even if the execution of the death penalty in Blacklight City is only an injection, and almost never heard of Chen family being punished, they have long been qualitative in their 300-year-old concept. Chen family is like feudalism, the same as the imperial family of the period. It was out of the existence of the ordinary person. Now, their three views have been completely broken with this gunshot. At this moment, countless people gathered their eyes on that silhouette on the podium. That silhouette was a slender figure young man who seemed to be only in his 20s, but it was this man who seemed to be from Chen family. Unexpectedly, the clansman who killed himself is unrelenting. Some people have a touch of panic in their eyes, but more people have a touch of excitement and a touch of fanaticism in their eyes. But when the crowd burst into a tsunami-like uproar, Chen Chen continued to speak. "Chen Lin, get out." The two Dark Knights were expressionless, and dragged out a fat middle-aged man. "You even killed your own nephew. You must die." It seems that he understands his own destiny. Chen Lin, who was in charge of the entire Blacklight City's internal affairs before, has a madness in his eyes. He shouted, "Chen Chen, you are not good." Before finishing talking, a Dark Knight immediately pinched Chen Lin's chin and only heard a caca. Chen Lin's chin was directly removed, showing a dislocated state. Chen Lin, 98 years old, Secretary of the Interior of Blacklight City. Faced with the duties of his family, Chen Chen's eyes still did not fluctuate. He just said with a calm expression, 13 years in office, 58 civilians were murdered secretly due to selfish desire, 36 people were killed, and the death sentence was executed immediately! Up to this time, even though Chen Lin had his chin removed, he still uttered a heart-piercing roar with a frantic face, revealing the last madness of his lifetime. Boom! There was another gunshot, and Chen Lin's voice came to an abrupt end. His bloated and plump body slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, a touch of despair finally appeared in the eyes of all the Chen family members present. Super USB Chapter 562. Super USB Chapter 562. You can search I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Chen Zhangqi, Chen Shengshan, Chen Zuoai, Chen Fengxi, Chen Zihan. Following Chen Chen Ruthless's opening, one by one Chen family, whose whole body was weakened, was dragged out like a dead dog by Dark Knight Chen Zhangqi, in order to dump goods within the forces of the United Resistance Forces, wantonly killing competitors. The crime is heinous, the death penalty. Chen Shengshan, as the director of the military aircraft department, embezzled military pay, which amounted to tens of millions of combined currency, causing many soldiers to freeze to death and to death. Chen Zuoai, the death penalty. Chen Fengxi, raped a woman many times and was sentenced to death. Chen Zihan, cover up the crime for her brother. She killed many citizens because of jealousy. The death sentence will be executed immediately. Chen Chen's voice is like urging Hades. Every time he calls a name, Dark Knight rushes forward, drags that person out of the Chen family team, and then slaughters a person like a pig and a dog. Killed on the spot. No. Don't kill my daughter. However, when two Dark Knights dragged a young girl with a beautiful and alluring face, the middle-aged young woman on the side collapsed immediately. She yelled and hugged her daughter, and then suddenly leaned down and continuously knocked Chen Chen's head and forehead. I didn't even notice the bleeding. Chen grandfather, please, don't kill Hannah, she is your great-granddaughter. However, the Dark Knights on both sides didn't care at all. One of them directly took up the handle of the gun and hit the young woman's head fiercely. Suddenly, the young woman fell directly on the ground silently, and a large pool of blood flowed from underneath. Mom. The beautiful and alluring girl suddenly let out a heart-piercing cry. The two Dark Knights continued to grab the girl's hair and drag her to the bottom of the podium. At this time, the clearing was already in a mess. Countless blood and white brain tissue were mixed together, and there were several corpses with their heads completely exploded. The girl was dragged here, and then one of the Dark Knights aimed at the girl's head. At this time, the girl was shaking violently all over. A touch of fear appeared in her eyes, and she murmured unconsciously, "I want to go home." Peng. The headless body crashed down. At this time, the entire venue has become depressed. Absolute silence. The masses in the stands are no longer in an uproar. Even people who hate Chen family are completely shocked by Chen Chen's merciless killing. This scene has been deeply imprinted in their minds and has become indelible. One scene. Gradually, the corpses are accumulating more and more. More than 200 corpses have been accumulated under the rostrum. When a breeze blows, the strong smell of blood diffuses throughout the stadium. In the stands, many people are already vomiting. But Chen Chen still looked at all this with a cold expression. He lowered his head and looked towards the last person on the death penalty list. That person is not someone else, but his younger brother, Chen Zhayu. Chen Zhayu. The death penalty. Chen Chen spoke slowly, spitting out the last few words. Chen Zhayu closed his eyes in pain. In one night, his head was covered with white hair, and he was different from the young Chen Chen on the podium at this time. Now, he is watching his children and grandchildren being slaughtered wantonly, but he can only watch and can't do anything. An unparalleled resentment filled his heart. Looking at the two Dark Knights coming forward, a flash of madness flashed in Chen Zhayu's eyes. He suddenly shouted loudly, "Chen Chen, I curse you! I curse you, you are lonely, and your wives are scattered. I curse you for being lonely and dying forever." He let out a heart-piercing roar while being dragged to the corpse by Dark Knight, but he still stared at Chen Chen, eagerly torn apart. "Chen Chen, you can't die." Bang! Chen Zhayu's bitter voice stopped abruptly. Appearing to be a little tired, Chen Chen threw the list in his hand to the hand of a clerk on the side. The clerk trembled all over. He caught the list tremblingly, and gave Chen Chen a frightened look. Seeing that Chen Chen nodded, he shivered and said, "All the death penalty lists have been executed. Next, people who don't die." Speaking, he began to read out each name and the sentence he should receive. These sentences range from 1 year to 100 years, and 100 years up is life imprisonment, until the whole afternoon passed. Finally, a public trial meeting finally came to an end, which also represented Chen Chen officially stationed in the Blacklight City and became the lord of the city. For those positions that were vacated, Chen Chen asked X-112 to start recruiting for the whole city. The capable people lived there. I must have seen this scene where the Chen family who used to be aloof and remote fell into the altar. There are dozens of them. It is estimated that within the year, I will not dare to fill my pockets. Then second day, the remaining 4 forces of the United Resistance began to tentatively contact Chen Chen. Chen Chen has no other ideas here. He said that the previous offensive and defensive alliance still counts, but he asked his own psychic abilities for the other four forces. Avoid talking about problems. A few days later, Chen Chen fell asleep again under the heavy guards of dark night. When Chen Chen regained consciousness, he had returned to reality again. Your godfather X appeared by Chen Chen's bed. You have been sleeping for about a week. Have you gained anything in that parallel plane? Not bad. Chen Chen clicked, nodded. I regained control of the Blacklight City, apart from this, and also got a lot of new uses of Shinek energy. Speaking, he talked to Xiao X about transforming himself into the G-virus form again, and went to the laboratory to transform himself. After this transformation, several tentacles appeared on Chen Chen's hands again. These tentacles seemed to have grown from the palms, and they could be retracted under control. Even in the state of transformation, Chen Chen can still suck the flesh and blood of the prey. After he directly swallowed a few prepared domestic pigs, when he transformed again, his body remained healthy and lost too much fat. This is a total transformation ability. Xiao X looked surprised. This is not only the power of G-virus, but also the power of psychic energy. It is really incredible. Although this psychic energy is not as capable of controlling electromagnetic force as field energy, it is in terms of life-saving ability, it surpasses field energy. Indeed, Shinek energy and field energy can be said to have their own strengths. Chen Chen clicked, nodded. The most terrifying thing is that I can separate a part of the subtle power, plant the seed of Shinek energy for others, and let them gain a kind of secondary psychic energy. If I die later, I can be reborn in them. Is this a replica of the consciousness stealer? Little X was immediately surprised. It's no wonder that consciousness stealers can infect human spirits and resurrect from human corpses. Now you can almost be said to be a replica of consciousness stealers, and more powerful than consciousness stealers. This is not the time to care about these. Chen Chen shook the head. I'm thinking now, whether I want to transfer the power in reality and completely solve the trouble of the consciousness stealer. Can it be done? Xiao X is a little confused. If we can really fight the consciousness stealer, there won't be that world. Be that as it may, but that time was completely unprepared and was defeated by the consciousness stealer. Chen Chen thought for a while and said, if it weren't for me to be the first to be infected, humans might not have been so passive. If we think about it carefully, we actually have a lot of whole cards that we haven't used. Then how do we get to that plane? Xiao X asked again. Her eyes rolled, and she woke up immediately after seeing Chen Chen's smiling eyes, said with a smile, it's Terminator. Yes, it's Terminator. Chen Chen clicked, nodded. If there are any props in the entire science fiction movie that can be transmitted across planes, then there is only the time machine in Terminator. Chen Chen once thought about the transmission device he should use. Only quantum mechanics and M-theory can explain the so-called grandmother's paradox, and the reason for the explanation is the existence of the parallel universe. The entire universe is diversified. The multiverse itself is composed of countless parallel universes, and the parallel universe is separated from an original universe and is similar to and different from other universes that exist in the original universe, and all the movie planes opened by Chen Chen through the U-Disc are actually parallel universes. This has been confirmed. In other words, the time machine of the Terminator plane does not actually send people back to the past, but send people to a parallel universe that's almost the same as the original universe. The timeline of that parallel universe is different from reality, either in the past or in the future. This explains the grandmother's paradox. That is, the time transfer device of the Terminator plane can transfer people to parallel the ability of the world. Thinking of this, Chen Chen immediately got up and went to the charging room. After getting the USB flash drive, he opened it on a laptop and dragged the movie Terminator 5, Genesis into it. Terminator 5, Genesis connects the first and second parts of the movie, but the plot is a bit complicated and many people can't understand it. Aside from the plot, the time machine in this movie is the first this time revealed the true face of Mount Lu. It was a huge device comparable to a hill. After the humans broke through the Skynet headquarters, they happened to see T-800 being teleported back to the past, preparing to assassinate Connor's mother. However, there is not only one time machine that appears in the movie. In the middle of the movie, Connor's mother and T-850 made another timed machine device together. This device is much smaller. The only difference is a very powerful chip. However, this problem was also solved by a chip removed from a T-800. Furthermore, the background of the two people working together to make the time machine was in 1984. That is to say, if the production technology of the manual version of the time machine is available, Chen Chen is also fully capable of copying it. Thinking of this, Chen Chen didn't wait any longer. He directly opened the movie from the USB flash drive, selected the first mode of the USB flash drive, and directly captured the time transfer device. Bang! Following a light sound, Chen Chen has an extra device in front of him, which is rough in workmanship, and looks like a round podium. This round podium has exposed wires, rough cuts, and no shell structure, so the parts inside are directly exposed to the air. No one can believe that such a simple device can travel through time and space to another parallel universe. As for the missing chip, it is not a problem. Chen Chen can already mass-produce T-800 chips, and will not take another T-800 out because of the source of the chips. Just Xiao X bounced forward, and she fiddled with this device in a puzzled manner, and then set the above time to 378 years later, and then looked towards Chen Chen with a face of disbelief. Is that all right? Is it too sloppy? Of course not. Chen Chen shook the head. This way the ghost knows where I will end up. I don't dare to take this risk. Then how do we get to another time and space where you are? X asked suspiciously. Of course, another delivery machine is set up. Chen Chen said not even think. Even Gantz in Killing City and the Ark in Doom need two peer-to-peer teleports, and I think the Time Machine in Terminator should be the same. Although these are not at all expressed in the movie, it can be seen from the generality of the transmission in the movie that the position after transmission is uncertain, so I think that if you really want to perform accurate transmission, point-to-point transmission is indispensable. Speaking, Chen Chen looked towards the time machine in front of him. Split this device. I believe that after the split, you should be able to get some useful data. Even if I don't understand the principles inside, I can use these things. Memorize it by rote, and then I will return to that world and assemble another time machine. Little X suddenly realized. Indeed, as long as this is the case, it means that Chen Chen has a time machine on both worlds. So the troops under the blacklight technology can reach the other world by teleporting each other. So, the task of splitting the time machine and using reverse engineering to analyze performance was handed over to Xiao X, and Chen Chen took advantage of this opportunity to return home, and he fell asleep after defeating the consciousness stealer. 3 months, which means that he has not returned home for more than 3 months, and his parents have been waiting a long time ago. Furthermore, in addition to the above reasons, the reason why Chen Chen is so eager to go home is also the reason why he feels in that world. In that world, he still failed to protect his parents, and eventually caused them to die in catastrophe. One thought of heaven, one thought of hell. The different experiences of the two worlds made Chen Chen have mixed feelings and cherished the time with his parents even more. At the same time, it also inspired another idea of Chen Chen, which is to make several retreat plans in advance. If such world-destroying events happen again in the future, Chen Chen's parents will immediately retreat to a certain place according to the plan. A safe place. As for where the location is, Chen Chen believes that Firestar counts as one and Alien Plane counts as one. In other words, he must clear away all dangers from the plane where the Holy Fusion Empire is located, and then use it as a backup base and an excellent natural refuge. Super US Speak Chapter 563. Super US Speak Chapter 563. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. When Chen Chen reappeared in his life science city, he immediately attracted countless eyes prying eyes. At the beginning, a rumor spread among the senior executives of the Earth Federation that the chairman of Blacklight Technology was also infected with the fusion virus, which may not last long. When this news was passed to the ears of great influence and even some dark forces, at first they did not at all believe it too much. After all, Chen Chen almost has the ability to change something rotten into something magical. From the start of his business to the present, he can be called a legendary, and life sciences is his specialty. It is almost impossible for such a person to be infected with a fusion virus thing. But later, as the consciousness stealer's virus disappeared suddenly, even Chen Chen stopped showing up, and even did not attend several Lilith meetings. Suddenly, many rumors floated out. In fact, before entering the battlefield of consciousness, Chen Chen told him that if he didn't show up for a long time, he could use the clone to top the bag. After all, there were several clones of Chen Chen in the spy lab. It's just that Xiao X is not reconciled. She firmly believes that Chen Chen will win, so she has never done so. But now Chen Chen appears in his home. This rumor is self-defeating. Many forces that have begun to stir have reconciled Sharp Claw and Fangs, quietly waiting for the next opportunity. If it weren't for fear of the civilized lethal weapons that Chen Chen might possess, how could countries tolerate the continuous erosion of their own interests by Blacklight Technology and still be able to greet them with a smile? A few hours later, Chen Chen walked out of the house by saying goodbye to his parents. He glanced around at the all around his parents' house. The smile in his eyes gradually dissipated and replaced by an inexplicable coldness. This group of eyes near my parents should also be cleared. Chen Chen said, understand, please rest assured, before the sun rises tomorrow morning, I will clean up these spies who dared to approach your parents. X's voice came from the headset, replied. The seemingly random words of the two easily determined the life and death of hundreds of spies. Right. Little X's voice suddenly said again. During your sleep, the Earth Federation has established a department to contact the Blacklight Foundation, called the Federal Secret Service, and this department is also divided into Central Continent Division, North American Division, Northern Sea Continent Division, and European Division. This department is equivalent to a fast track, which can speed up the operation of the Blacklight Foundation. If in the future there will be sea wormholes, crying angels, consciousness stealers, etc. that are enough to pose a threat to human civilization in the event, this department will immediately contact the local government so that the local government can provide the Blacklight Foundation with the greatest convenience. Very good. Is the Federal Secret Service? Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction. With this federal official department, the Blacklight Foundation has the qualifications for global activities. More. Xiao X continued to report. The construction of the Blacklight Foundation main base in Antarctica is about to be completed, and the current progress has reached 90%. The engineers sent by us every day all are sending back news that it will be completed by the end of this year. Very good. Chen Chen nodded. Tomorrow I plan to go there in person for a visit. You want to completely eliminate the unfavorable news that you disappeared? Xiao X asked. This is no problem. I will make an appointment for you now. Good. Next, Chen Chen returned to his office in the Blacklight building, sat there for a while, then returned to the spire, and began to dismantle the time machine with Xiao X. Second day, Chen Chen got on the plane again, moved towards North America, and transferred to a military plane in the Washington area of North America to fly to the South Pole. It took more than 10 hours, and as the plane landed, there was already a snow and ice world outside the window at this time. The polar circle is divided into polar day and polar night. The date at this time is April 1, 2029, which is the polar night in the South Pole. The so-called polar day and polar night are actually due to the deflection angle of Earth's rotation. The sun cannot be irradiated for a fixed period of time or shines throughout the day. From September 23 to March 21 of the following year, Antarctica they are all in the dark night. Even in the daytime there is no sun. The North Pole is the opposite. Chen Chen took a C-17 military transport plane. He came along with the flight from North America to the South Pole to transport materials. When he walked off the plane wearing a down jacket, he immediately had a flight from 4 great continents. The highest chief in charge came to greet him personally. Your Excellency Chen Chen. The respective chief in charge in the 4 great continents area stood in a row. Chen Chen stepped forward and shook hands with the 4. Welcome Your Excellency Chen Chen to personally inspect. I am the main escort this time, and my name is Zhao Zai. Because of the best relationship with Zhongzi District, the main person accompanying this time is still the highest chief in charge of Zhongzi District at the main base. Zhao Zai is a middle-aged man who looks older. He was in his 50s, and Chen Chen could see that the other party had not received aging reversal treatment, and he still maintained his true age. Mr. Zhao Zai, have you never used aging reversal therapy? Chen Chen couldn't help asking, mainly because this technology is still somewhat risky. Zhao Zai said with a smile, although the success rate of the treatment you created is very high, if the treatment fails, I am afraid that you will have to rest for several years to regain your vitality, so I have never done it. But I have already made an appointment. The Blacklight fully automatic medical platform that you gave us, wait until the second half of next year. I can directly use that machine to restore my body. Chen Chen clicked nodded. He followed Zhao Zai to a deep and huge underground cave. There were a surprising amount of goods beside the underground cave. At this time, dozens of cranes continued to transport the goods. As you can see, this is the headquarters of the Blacklight Foundation. Looking at the huge deep pit in front of him, Zhao Zai's eyes showed in motion. This place has been under construction for 4 years, and it has been jointly developed by the 4 great continents area. It has spent hundreds of billions of dollars in manpower and material resources. It's time to build dozens of pyramids. Up to now, the headquarters has completed the construction of a large frame, and the rest is to fill in the details. I can't imagine how we have survived the past 4 years. Zhao Zai couldn't help sighing. All this is for the continuation of human civilization. Chen Chen nodded. He knew that even if the minaret experimental base was compared to the base in front of him, it was like pediatrics. You know, it was built as the last fortress of civilization. Whether it is the amount of engineering invested or the manpower and material resources invested, they are all incomparable. While speaking, Chen Chen and the accompanying people have already reached an elevator on the edge of the big hole, and then walked in. As the elevator doors are closed, without any keystrokes, the elevator starts to turn abruptly down. At present, we only need 2 minutes to reach the base 2 kilometers deep, Zhao Zai prompted. Chen Chen only felt the sensation of a rapid fall. The elevator began to accelerate, from 2 to 3 meters per second to more than 20 meters per second. This speed is already close to the speed of a free fall. If it falls to the ground at this speed, even the alien will not survive. But when it was about to reach the bottom of the ground, the elevator began to slow down slowly, followed by a rapid sense of gravity. If it is a person with poor physical conditions, I am afraid that it will be vomiting at this time. That is, everyone only if you have good physical fitness can you stick to it. Ding! As the elevator arrived at the destination, only a light sound was heard, and the elevator door opened again. This time, a huge hall was exposed in front of Chen Chen. The lobby seems to be unfinished now. There is a big hole with a diameter of more than 50 meters in the center. At this time, goods are being transported down continuously, and there is a turbulent flow of people here, but most of them are not living people, but bionics, humans and XTN engineering robots. You are here for the first time, so I will give you more details. Zhao Zai prompts. This is the first floor of the main base, and it is also the largest venue for the main hall of the main base. The area of this floor alone reaches 1 million square meters, which is the size of hundreds of football fields. In the future, it will be transformed into an event plaza and a pedestrian street, where everyone can exercise and consume. Chen Chen nodded. Indeed, This floor alone has exceeded the area of the Minaret experimental base. This is a pedestrian street. This is the shopping area. Here is the stadium. Whether it is track and field events or football, basketball, you can find a venue here. A few people accompanied Chen Chen around. From Chen Chen's point of view, this place is like a miniature city, and the dome above his head is also very high, more than 20 meters long. If optical equipment is installed, it will be made into blue. The appearance of sky and white clouds may be difficult for many people to distinguish between true and false. It was not until the past half an hour or so that the first floor was all finished. Several people came to the elevator in the other corner and prepared to move towards second layer. The entire base is structured like a top, and the area below it will gradually shrink. The second layer is only 23 of the area of the first floor. There are living materials and warehouse areas, which are used to store normally used for living supplies. Zhao Zai emphasized with some pride, the materials loaded in the second layer can enable 30,000 people to live for hundreds of years without leaving their homes. Hundreds of years are actually not too many. When Chen Chen heard this, he kept frowned. Of course, Zhao Zai ordered nodded, but if that time is really reached, we will renovate the first floor. We will transform those gardens and greening parts into soilless cultivation test fields. By that time, we will naturally get more supplies. Speaking, several people have already arrived at second layer. Chen Chen noticed that it took 20 seconds to go from first floor to second layer. This is because the first floor and second layer are not close to each other. Seeing Chen Chen's doubts, Zhao Zai continued to explain. The distance between the first floor and the second layer is hundreds of meters. Even if the first floor is lost, we can also blow up the first floor and shrink to the second layer to continue the defense. Strictly speaking, each floor in the base can abandon the upper floor and exist independently. This is the function of the Doomsday Fortress. This idea is good. Chen Chen clicked, nodded and agreed. Then several people descended again and came to the third floor. As the elevator opens, Chen Chen's eyes are greeted with columnar buildings like fortresses. These buildings extend to the top of the third floor, and there are probably hundreds of them. This floor is the staff dormitory. Zhao Zai continued to explain. We used to calculate for a long time. At first, we wanted to fill the third floor with a regular room like a regular design, but in the end we gave up because that kind of dormitory is still too depressing. Never it is difficult for the people seen the daylight to bear this kind of pressure, so we chose this kind of unit building like a residential structure. There are probably hundreds of unit buildings, each with 4 layers, which is divided into 2 layouts, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. This floor can accommodate a total of 20,000 people. When they looked towards the window, they saw greenery and parks all over the ground instead of cold metal passages. Several people led Chen Chen into one of the buildings and visited the layout of the rooms inside. In Chen Chen's view, these are indeed very lifelike, and he even saw ponds and artificial rivers in the distance. The top position of the dome can simulate normal sunlight and night, as if you are on the ground. From the 4th floor, it is the work area. After visiting the 3rd floor, Zhao Zai led Chen Chen onto the elevator to the 4th floor, then the 5th floor, the 6th floor, and the 9th floor at the bottom. If the entire main site is in an inverted pyramid-shaped layout, the area becomes smaller as it goes down. But the 9th floor breaks this layout. The area of the 9th floor is even larger than that of the 1st floor. There are not only various production workshops, but also a main control room that controls the entire main base, and a nuclear fusion reactor. At the bottom level, we want to build an industrial heavy land, where we can produce the necessities of life that everyone needs, even munitions. At the same time, this is also the core area of power, which provides electricity and air circulation for the entire base, unless the first aid the layer is lost, otherwise it will be indestructible anyway. Looking at the vast 9th floor in front of him, Chen Chen couldn't help showing a look of admiration. He suddenly looked towards the railroad tracks and those trains next to the 9th floor, then raised his eyebrows. This is a minecart, Zhao Zai explained. The ninth floor does not exist in a vacuum. We used shield machines to excavate several underground veins at a depth of more than 3,000 meters, and these minecarts are connected there. If it is true in the future, if you want to close the base, then those resources will naturally be tapped from the ground. Even, some minecarts can also lead to underground lakes, which can collect underground freshwater resources. Chen Chen, hearing this, was even more amazed. He continued to visit for more than an hour before he returned to the ground. The visit lasted for nearly 8 hours, and the remaining chief in charge were exhausted enough. Only Chen Chen's face remained as usual, without any change at all, until they waited to send Chen Chen away. The few exchanged a few words with each other, and then they said goodbye and left. They want to report on Chen Chen's attitude throughout the visit to the main base, and nothing can be missed. Super USB Chapter 564. Super USB Chapter 564. You can search I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The rest of the day returned to calm again. Reverse research on the time machine will take at least a few months. During these months, Chen Chen went to the world to check it out a few days later, and continued to fall asleep when he saw that there were no problems. He also brought back the frozen sleep cabin that Shays had left with him to Blacklight City, so that no matter what happened, there would be a buffer. In reality, Chen Chen still spends most of the light and shade in the quiet room every day. The location of the quiet room, Chen Chen arranged on the seabed in the Indian Ocean. In this quiet zone, Chen Chen constantly polished his field energy. Especially the field energy suddenly became rough after being integrated with Chinook energy. The N,000-fold multiple of prying into the micro-world has been greatly reduced to less than 800 times. In Chen Chen's view, the strength of field energy is not only the increase in quantity, but the use of it at the micro level is also important. For example, if Chen Chen can control the field energy precision to the molecular level, he can change the shape and properties of an object at will, such as reducing a stone to the original soil, or changing the chemical bond of a substance. And if you continue to deepen the accuracy and reach the level of atomic control, it will be even more powerful. Waving your hands wantonly destroys the electromagnetic force between the atoms, whether it is metal or enemy, and waving your hand can be wiped out. If you continue to go deeper and reach the level of the nucleus, it will be even more remarkable. You can create nuclear fusion phenomena at will, or master quantum tides, and control vacuum decay. If that time really comes, Chen Chen will create artificial wormholes to cross the universe wantonly, also with no difficulty. But if you want to go deep into the molecular level, you need at least 2 million times the microscopic accuracy of the field energy. It is even more difficult to reach the point of atoms and nuclei. At this time, Chen Chen is still far away. Suddenly, Chen Chen spits out one mouthful of impure air and opened his eyes from sitting still. At the moment when eyes opened, Chen Chen's eyes were like electricity, flashing bright lights in the dark quiet room. At this time, his essence, chi, and spirit had condensed into a peak, almost in substance. Finally restored to the previous level. Chen Chen shook the head, and the divine light in his eyes became introverted again. He stood up and moved his joints, but then he was once again frowned. During this period, as the field energy continued to increase sharply, the growth rate continued to weaken. As he thought before, he had passed the period of rapid growth. At this time, his field energy had reached the bottleneck stage, and it became very difficult to continue to improve. Moreover, his DNA is already saturated. Even if he continues to absorb the supercrystal, the impossible will increase. It seems that we have to think of other methods, or change directions, and begin to formally pursue the refined operation of field energy. Chen Chen shook the head. With today's power, there is almost no way to fight the consciousness stealer. After all, the other party's psychic energy is condensed with the lives of several 1 billion people. Thinking of this, Chen Chen left the quiet room and returned to the spire through the black ball gantz. Your godfather, you seem to be a little unhappy. As Chen Chen returned, Xiao X asked immediately. Chen Chen clicked nodded. It's still a matter of field energy. I am thinking about how to improve field energy to fight against consciousness stealers. Xiao X thought for a while. I have a good idea. It's just to see if you can be cruel, Lord Godfather. Talk about it. Chen Chen tilted his head and looked towards Xiao X. Since consciousness and stealers are psychic abilities gathered from the spirit of hundreds of millions of human beings, you can actually do the same. Xiao X said, infect the humans of that world by contagion, and then absorb them, so that your Shin'ik energy can be increased rapidly. Now your field energy and Shin'ik energy have been merged, so increasing the field energy means improving the psychic energy. Isn't it? Chen Chen hearing this laughed. This way is not bad, but I still seem to be worse. After my field energy and psychic energy merged, there has been a mutation. In fact, I am not at all the ability to infect the human spirit like a consciousness stealer. If you want to seize the spirits of other people, I need to invest in psychic energy first. The seed, just like what I did to City Lord Newsus in Lemon City. I have a way. Xiao X said, if your Shin'ix cannot be infected, we can change the infection method. Change another? Chen Chen had a meal at his feet. When I tested your blood before, I found that there is a special factor in your blood. According to academic names, it can be called psychic factor tentatively, or ELF factor for short. This factor should be what you are now. Fuse the changes after field energy and psychic energy are like the protoplasmic fluid of a consciousness stealer. Your factor actually has the ability to infect humans. Really? Chen Chen was suddenly shocked. If this is the case, wouldn't he really become another consciousness stealer at this time? Of course, your ability to infect is hidden. Under normal circumstances, there is no infection, but it will be different if I control it. Xiao X continued, if I perform some complex adjustments, I will be sure to extract the L factor and make it into a special virus. Although this virus drug cannot be mentally infected like a consciousness stealer, but through injection, you can also have the ability to infect other human DNA. Does it have to be human? Chen Chen frowned. Although he doesn't mind sacrificing a small number of people in order to gain the continuation of the entire human race, he still has his own bottom line. Of course, otherwise, why don't consciousness stealers infect animals? Little X asked with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Chen suddenly laughed. Indeed, human beings are the only high-level intelligent beings so far. 10,000 pigs and dogs are not as good as the consciousness of a human being. Therefore, infecting humans is the most good choice. The fact that humans are advanced animals is only one factor. Xiao X continued, after all, it is a blood infection, and your DNA is only the closest to humans. The infection rate of other species may not even reach 0.1%. Chen Chen showed a thoughtful look. If that's the case, then you can try it, but I think of more. You mean that after the potion is made, it's like I broadcast Schneck seed, can the other party also gain the power of psychic? Yes, that's it. Little X clicked nodded. Chen Chen hearing this eyes has a gleam of brilliance. If this is the case, then maybe this medicine has other effects. Nowadays, the biotechnology of blacklight technology has developed to a very terrifying level. Even if Umbrella is reborn and Wieland is reborn, it is estimated that he will be silent when he sees it. In just a few days, Chen Chen has been in X since he was a child. Got a tube of medicine. This is a potion with a deep blue color throughout. The medicine is packed in a test tube, which is stuffed with a metal stopper. The metal stopper uses the packaging used by G-Virus. Just press the button to eject a needle, and then insert the medicine into the body. It will be injected automatically. This tube of medicine is the essence of Factor Y extracted from Chen Chen's blood. You can extract more than 80 doses of medicine from 100 milliliters of blood. Xiao X said, according to your physical fitness, even if you draw 100 milliliters of blood a day, it will not affect your health. This is a very cost-effective business. Chen Chen heard this look a little weird. X, what you said, as if I was some kind of experiment. In spite of this, he still settled silently. If he makes 80 tubes of potions a day, then it will be 2,400 in a month, and 29,200 in a year. Although not many, but there are 3 million in 100 years. It's better than directly granting the other person's exceed. After all, I'm not a real consciousness stealer. Every time a person is given a exceed, it means that one's field power is slightly weakened, and more is given. I am afraid that his field power will drop a rank. Of course, Chen Chen can actually extract more blood to make medicine, but that's too easy for the body to eat. The next step is the experimental part of the attractive spectacle. No matter how much you consider before, if this drug has no clinical effect, it is no use thinking about it. In an ordinary level laboratory, a serious prisoner was escorted in. As a Delta-level experimenter in God's forbidden zone, these people are served with delicious food and supervised training, so that this group of people has always been in the healthiest state. At this time, the incoming experimenters are tall strong, just like a basketball player. However, the strong body facing Dark Knight is not worth mentioning. Before he could resist, he was fixed on a stretcher by 2 Dark Knights, quietly waiting for the next fate. "What are you going to do for me?" The man's voice trembled a little. He looked towards all around blankly, but saw an expressionless person approaching with many unnamed instruments. After a while, his whole body was covered up. Various instruments are connected, including electrocardiograph, electric shock device, ventilator and so on. Seeing this, the man's heart became more and more uneasy. At this time, one of the staff in a white coat came towards him with a bright blue injection. When he saw the other person, the man struggled quickly and instinctively told him that this injection was probably not good thing. Kai. Only hearing a sound of air pressure release, the man did not feel much pain in his arm, he only felt a chill in his arm, and he immediately shivered. Immediately, his vein was pierced by a needle, and the bright blue medicine inside was injected into his body. The man gazing at all this trembling in fear, he asked in a flustered manner, "What is this? What the hell did you give me the injection? Is this a human test?" The man kept asking, but in the entire laboratory, everyone was still immersed in their work, and no one paid any attention to him. What he didn't know was that these people were all bionics. In the minaret, this kind of work without any creativity does not need a Taoist to complete. At this time, in the command room on the 2nd floor, Chen Chen silently looked at the data of the man's whole body. After the injection, the other party's blood pressure began to rise, and at the same time, the heart seemed to be stimulated and began to beat faster. This man began to accelerate his life force. The external manifestation is that the man's body temperature rises and his breathing is short of breath, but for about 10 minutes, he is like a steamed prawn. His whole body becomes extremely red. The nutrients in the opponent's body are passing fast. The little X on the side turned his head and looked towards Chen Chen. "My godfather, do you need to enter nutrients?" "Don't worry." Chen Chen waved his hand and said decisively, "Try to see if the human body can support it. After all, this kind of medicine may have to flow out in the future. If every medicine requires medical equipment, it can only mean medicine failed." "Oh," little X clicked nodded. Next, the man's body temperature continued to rise. The normal temperature from the very beginning gradually increased to 41 degrees. At this temperature, the man's life form sign was already very dangerous, and his heart seemed to be pumping. It was beating, and the consciousness gradually became fuzzy, and even the muscles of the whole body began to twitch. But Chen Chen just stared at all this without using any first aid. But what's weird is that even though the opponent's body has undergone various exaggerated physiological changes, his heart and lung functions have never stopped working. Not only that, his heart and lung functions have become stronger and stronger, beating more powerfully. The turning point has appeared. Xiao X also noticed all these changes, and her eyes lit up. "Your blood factor has already worked, and it has begun to infect the other party's DNA. This is a special change, just like a virus." Following Xiao X's words, the man's breathing and heartbeat finally started to slow down, and his moving towards ordinary people gradually recovered. This change also caused his body temperature to drop again and his blood pressure began to return to normal levels. Seems to succeed. Chen Chen got up from the seat, walked to the observation window and looked down, only to see that the felon was in a coma at this time. A bionic person immediately stepped forward, took a tube of his blood, and placed it under various instruments for observation. Sure enough, a new change has taken place in the other party's DNA. Xiao X said in surprise. I found many changes in his DNA that were not originally present, but not at all found L factor in his blood, which means you can rest assured that although the infected person is also L factor carry it, but it's not at all contagious. Let's see if he has the changes I expected. Speaking, Chen Chen closed his eyes slightly. At the moment when he closed his eyes, Chen Chen seemed to have sensed something. He tilted his head and sensed it, only feeling that he felt an inexplicable will faintly. If he wanted to, he could absorb the other person at any time. Let it become the nourishment for your own growth. This feeling is no stranger to Chen Chen. He felt the same when he bestowed the Duction Exceed on Lemon City. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the other party was equivalent to being implanted with Shen Exceeds by Chen Chen. Since then, this experimenter may have gained some special power beyond ordinary people. Seeing this, Chen Chen's slightly eyes opened and looked towards the little X who looked expectantly on the side. Good job. Chen Chen said, I already feel the presence of the other party, really didn't expect. You have succeeded in just one shot. Since it's successful, the next step is to conduct the second batch of experiments in order to collect more experimental data. Xiao X Tanshan said with a smile. Then we should give this medicine a name. Name? Chen Chen thought for a while, and then snapped his fingers. With a nasty taste, since it contains the L-factor compound extracted from my blood, how about it is called the L-number compound. Super USB Chapter 565. Super USB Chapter 565. You can search I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The reason for this name is only because Chen Chen thought of an American drama, a TV series called Black Robe Picket. The back of the TV series is a world where humans and superpowers live together. The civilization of that world is basically the same as the reality. Even superpowers are just ordinary members without any preferential treatment. Therefore, some superpowered people have superpowers. But because they don't have a skill, they can't even pay the rent. There is also an economic company named Walt in that world, which is responsible for making star-making activities with superpowers, making these superstars and enjoying a high reputation in the world. Under the operation of Water Company, superpowers are no longer reclusive hermits in the downtown area, but public figures with millions of fans. They will participate in business activities arranged by the company, record Taoist shows and talk shows, and even starring in his own TV series is completely an alternative traffic star. Although they also fight crimes and punish evil and promote good. They are just acting under the camera, that's all. Their true identity is just the product of capitalization, that's all. Chen Chen once used a similar approach to enter the entertainment market, that is, the RoboCop represented by the BHP War Police, or called the Bionic War Police, by transforming some disabled policemen into RoboCops and then performing law enforcement activities on behalf of local policemen. By the way, they spread their deeds all over the world and become superheroes in the true sense. The purpose of doing this is not that Chen Chen is interested in the profits of the entertainment industry. Chen Chen is not short of money. He just wants to build a reputation for mechanical law enforcement, that's all. As long as the people agree with the robot law enforcement and increase the influence in the ordinary person, then he can monopolize the local police industry and turn the police force into a robotic force under his company. Nowadays, the effect of this plan is quite remarkable. With the 4 great continents district as the representative, most areas of the Earth Federation have purchased XTN robot products under the Black Light banner, and even the armies of various countries have traces of XTN robots. Now that many years have passed, the XTN robot series of blacklight technology has formed a mature military industry chain, which can bring blacklight technology tens of billions of dollars in profits every year. By the way, the reason why Chen Chen called this medicine by this name was that he thought of more. As long as the personnel injected with this medicine, they are equivalent to being put into the seed of Shinik energy by Chen Chen. Not only does he gain the power of psychic energy, but Chen Chen can also use him as a nourishment for his own growth to improve himself. But another problem comes. This kind of medicine can produce about 30,000 sticks per year, which means it can produce 30,000 Shinik humans. However, the felons available to Chen Chen are far from enough. The reason for using felons is because felons are cheaper than clones. A clone can take at least half a year from birth to maturation and cost millions of dollars, while buying felons from other countries is at most tens of thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chen Chen has accumulated over the years, and the number of serious criminals used for experiments is only a few thousand, and many countries will not sell their citizens, especially the powerful continents of the 4 great continents. The sources of criminals are just a few closely connected countries near Namibia. Some other small countries and reactionaries are willing to sell, but they are not felons, but local poor who are brought in at will. Chen Chen naturally accepts it. Although Chen Chen is not a good person, Chen Chen will not touch this bottom line that violates inhuman morality. Since Chen Chen wants to improve his field power, but does not want to kill innocent people, he has the idea now, that is to create a world where humans and superpowers live together. This idea was carefully considered by Chen Chen. Seeing that there are more and more crises appearing in reality, and the frequency is getting more and more frequent, it is no longer possible to keep up with the progress of the crisis by improving technology. Then, strengthening the human race may also be a way. There are rules to strengthen human beings. Naturally, T-virus and G-virus do not need to be considered. Of course, black liquid is not good either. This is a weapon of mass destruction and a catalyst at the same time, which cannot be used to directly enhance human power. Apart from this, the C24 chromosome virus brought back by Chen Chen is even worse. This is actually a thing as dangerous as the T-virus. So I turned around, which means that this L-size compound is more useful. Chen Chen intends to use these things to create the first batch of superpowers, and the most critical point of this plan is that there is a 10% chance of inheriting the L factor in the genes of superpowers. In other words, people who have been injected with compound L have a certain chance that their offspring will be born with Shinik power. In this way, Chen Chen can increase the number of humans with Shinik energy. The psychic abilities of these people can gradually become stronger through their own exercises. The stronger they become, the greater the benefits Chen Chen will get when Chen Chen merges his consciousness in the future. However, Chen Chen has already planned that he will not actively integrate those humans with his own Shinik seed. He only needs to wait for the other person to die accidentally or die of old age, and the psychic energy they exercised during their lifetime will automatically merge into Chen Chen's consciousness, make Chen Chen's psychic energy stronger and stronger. It's just like the consciousness stealer did. This is the true face of Chen Chen's plan. Compared with the violent fusion of human consciousness by consciousness stealers, Chen Chen is much gentler. Although his Shinik power will not increase significantly in a short period of time, he will die after a few hundred years. More and more, the range of Shinik power he can obtain is still considerable. The most important thing is that Chen Chen has 2 worlds that can execute this plan at the same time. The real world now has a population of about 1 billion, while the parallel world, because of the end times, only has a population of about 1 billion. 1 month later, Chen Chen looked at the more than 2,000 bottles of potions that were originally produced in front of him, showing a thoughtful look. Excluding the Dark Knight, who doesn't even have a brain, it seems that this plan is still being implemented in the real world. More cost-effective. Of course, Xiao X should have replied, since you are going to fight a long-term war, Your main energy is still in the real world. Even more, how having the power of Shinik power is also of great benefit to mankind, at least in part. When people face the crisis of destroying mankind, they are no longer, there's no resistance. I am more worried about order. Chen Chen shook the head. Once psychic energy is born in human society, it will inevitably trigger a social turmoil. What I am worried about is that human civilization may be out of control because of this. Whether it is for human civilization or for blacklight technology is all harmful but not profitable. If this is what you are worried about, then start with the smallest changes. Little X thought, it's like a drop of ink dripping into the ocean. As long as the ink dropped at first is small enough and the influence of unnoticeable influence, won't this turbulence be avoided as much as possible? Chen Chen, hearing this, couldn't help laughing. Indeed, a drop of ink into the ocean will not cause any waves. When the ocean adapts, more ink will be dropped. Then do it, for the first time in the first month. Release 100 doses of Compound L first, and then slowly increase it later. Xiao X solemnly stated, nodded. In fact, what you should consider now is the human lifespan escape plan that we are implementing. Nowadays, human lifespan is already very long, and the average lifespan is hundreds of years. You want to harvest the Shinik plan may be very slow. It's okay, I can afford to wait. Chen Chen waved his hand, his eyes lit up. The consciousness stealer has been asleep for hundreds of years, and I am afraid he will continue to sleep. Even if it wakes up early, at worst I will give up the parallel world and take my avatar from there. When I came back, the importance of this plan is higher than the importance of killing consciousness stealers. Understood. Little X hearing this immediately woke up. Obviously, because of the birth of Compound L, Chen Chenbu made a more ambitious Millennium Plan. The goal of killing intent at first is no longer important. John Oppenheimer stood suspiciously in front of the mirror, in which was an ordinary, slightly handsome young man's face. He is an ordinary office worker, ordinary university, ordinary life. After graduation, I worked in an electronic technology company and became an ordinary programmer. Originally, he thought his life should go on like this, but a meteor falling from the sky made his life no longer ordinary. That was 5 or 6 months ago. Half a year ago, a fist-sized meteorite fell in his backyard. When he picked it up on the second day, he found a trace of inexplicable mucus in his hand. The mucus flows from the meteorite. Not long after, he began to dream, a very strange nightmare, but when he didn't know where he was found by the military. At that time, dozens of people wearing protective clothing came to his company and took him away from the company. Later, he was taken to a concentration camp and locked up. This level is 3 months. He didn't know what happened. He just faintly guessed that all this should be related to the meteorite he picked up. After that, just when he thought he was about to end his life, the army took him on the plane again and sent him back to his city. Later, the military announced the news that they were infected with a deadly infectious virus and that they were quarantined during that time. Moreover, they were lucky. More than 2 million people died in this plague caused by meteorites. After retrieving a life, John had a nightmare for several weeks. The experience of imprisonment almost drove him crazy, and it has only recently improved slightly. But when he woke up one morning, he suddenly felt something wrong. How he returned to his home last night, and how he fell asleep in bed, this memory seemed to disappear. Not only that, he noticed a slight tingling in the back of his neck. At this moment, he touched the back of his neck with some doubts, but didn't touch anything. What he didn't know was that there was a tiny red spot on the stinging part, like the eye of a needle. Looking at the time, it's time to go to work right away. Although the virus infection 6 months ago did not cost him his life, it caused him to lose his job. In the past 2 months, he finally found his first place. 2 jobs. For John, who is nearly 30 years old, this job is hard one. He hastily shaved off the slightly green stubble, and then hurriedly ran out of the house while wearing a suit. Hurrying up the car, John moved towards the city center. His house is located in the suburbs. It is the most common single-family type in North America. It is the most widely used in suburbs and towns. The area is wide and the price is not expensive. Most of North Americans live in detached houses. But because of this, he needs to drive for an hour every day to go to work in the city center. He originally wanted to rent an apartment near the company, but he has not found the gold that suits his mind. Living in the suburbs is a bad thing. After half an hour, he looked helplessly at the long and impenetrable dragon not far away. Before he was about to merge into the congested road, he saw the green light at the intersection. When it lights up, he immediately turns on the turn signal, and as soon as he hits the steering wheel, he is ready to move towards another fork. Although this divergence is far away, it is far better than being late for work when stuck in the middle of the road. However, when he suddenly merged, the body suddenly shook, and at the same time a crash sound came from the rear left. John turned his head and saw that a pickup truck had kissed on the rear of his car. Damn it! John slapped the steering wheel angrily and cursed in a low voice. Shit, how did you drive? Behind him, the owner of the pickup angrily got out of the car and moved towards John's direction. It was a typical redneck, with a turban on his head, and a rugged beard. The lower half of his face showed only a red nose, and he was born tall and strong. When John saw this, he had to get out of the car. He stood in front of the car door and spread his hands. Helplessly said, "There is a traffic jam in front. I just want to make a detour." "Didn't you see the turn signal I turned on?" "When did you pretty boy turn on the turn signal?" The opponent greeted him rudely, and John immediately smelled his mouth full of alcohol. Wow 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 wow. John quickly raised his hands and walked back, revealing his innocence. "Sir, please don't lean so close to me, okay? Also, you'd better be polite." "Pretty boy, you look as thin as a quail." Seeing this, the other party laughed heartily up, showing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. "No matter what, you must compensate me. Let me see." Speaking, the big bearded man turned around, pucked up his huge ass and bent over to take a look. "Damn, my high beams are all hit, and you need to compensate me at least $1,000. $1,000? Are you cracking a joke?" John can't help but have a headache, and there is no reason for this kind of person. "Obviously my car is more severely injured, and you are a rear-end collision." "Pretty boy, who do you think you are talking to?" Hearing John's answer, the big bearded man immediately showed a fierce look. He looked at all around the spectators who were gradually surrounding him, and suddenly grabbed John by the collar. "It seems I should teach you a lesson." A girl in a suit. John only felt a huge force pulling himself in front of the opponent. He was not short in height, 1 meter 82, and he was not thin at all, but he was tall and strong. Who was taller than 1.9 meters? In front of the big beard, he was lifted up like a little chicken. "If you kneel down and lick my ass now, maybe I will forgive your offense." The beard grinned and continued to yell, showing off his strength to the people around him. "Asshole!" A flash of surprised and angry flashed in John's eyes. He knew that if he was fighting, he would never be the opponent's opponent, but the opponent's hands would be like iron tongs, which was pulling his collar firmly, making him unable to break free. The opponent's provocation, all around people's onlookers, made his face fierce, and an anger rose. "Don't you want to kneel down?" The other party continued to provoke. "It seems that I should teach you a profound lesson." John couldn't help squinting his eyes. At this moment, when he was frightened and angry again, he suddenly felt that something in his mind was being mobilized. He instinctively controlled the mass of things to rush out of the sea of consciousness. Next, in seconds, the big bearded man in front of him suddenly showed a look of surprise. He directly loosened John's collar and flew out with a bang. Bang! The bearded man was hit hard on his pickup truck. "America, I am differ." Suddenly, there was an exclamation of passers-by from the street. Super USB Chapter 566. Super USB Chapter 566. You can search for "I have a Super USB flash drive" imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Seeing the guy who was thrown off by himself, John was surprised at first, and then looked towards his hands with some surprise. "No, it's not the power in my hands, but in my head." John showed a look of shock. He looked towards the other party quickly, but saw that the other party quickly got up, staring fiercely at him. "You dare to overthrow me?" The big bearded man foul-mouthed. It seems that the imposing manner is undiminished. He didn't even see what John did in front of him. He thought he was thrown out by the opponent. Seeing the other party continue to rush up, John took a deep breath. He tried that power again. This time, he will become more familiar with it. He only felt that the power seemed to be a gas. Following his thoughts burst out of my mind, and instantly turned into a huge thrust, moved towards the other party. Boom! This time, the face of the big bearded man changed completely. He only saw that the other party did nothing, and he felt a pain in his chest. At the same time, his head buzzed, and the whole person flew out again. Caca. This time, he never had good luck for the first time. He only heard a series of caca sounds from his chest. Obviously, his ribs were directly broken. God! The crowd broke out again in exclamation. Damn it! Fear finally flashed in the big bearded man's eyes. He covered his chest in horror, quickly climbed into his car, and ran away after a turn. Seeing that there was no subsequent conflict between the two, the group of spectators also left in surprise, leaving only John, who was stunned. The power just now. John came back to his senses. He walked slowly to his car, looked at his open door, and suddenly used the mysterious power in his mind again. So, in his open eyes, the car door closed automatically with a bang. It's real. That power is real. Seeing this scene, John's eyes lit up completely. In an alley near a middle school in the European area, a thin young man with long red hair moved listlessly towards the entrance of the school. The teenager is about 15 or 16 years old. His skin is a little pale because of the long absence of sunlight, and there are some freckles on his face. It doesn't look surprising. He rubbed the back of his neck continuously, and a small red spot was slowly healing in a position he couldn't see, and it seemed that it would disappear as soon as one day passed. The teenager is also a survivor who has been infected with a consciousness stealer. He was born thin 6 months ago. His parents contracted a terrifying infectious disease. It was a nightmare afternoon. When he came home from school, he saw his parents merged together like a melted wax figure. This scene deeply shocked his soul. He ran away from the house frantically, but was eventually picked up by the army and sent to a mysterious concentration camp for isolation for a period of time. Later, when the boy came back, he could only be adopted by his uncle and aunt. Now he is only 16 years old. He is just over 1 meter tall, is thin, and looks wilted. The death of his parents was a big blow to him, and even his character became introverted and withdrawn. At this time, the boy was walking quietly in the alley, but just as he was about to finish the alley, 2 tall silhouettes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. The 2 men, with smiles of harboring malicious intentions, blocked the alley and walked towards him step by step. The young man suddenly heart-startled. He hesitated for a while with an ugly face, and then quickly turned back to the original path, but only then turned around. But he had another pause under his feet. A taller, bloated fatty blocked his back. For a while, under the double team of the 3, the young man had to stay in place, quietly waiting for the 3 to walk in front of him. "Joy, why didn't you run away?" The bloated fatty harboring malicious intentions came to him and pulled his long hair. "Poor Joey, did you bring money today? Please, I really don't have much money. I only brought my own early money." The teenager called Joey helplessly took out a few fragments of euros in his pockets and showed them to the 3 of them. "Look, I only have this." "What? Why is it so?" Seeing this, the bloated fatty suddenly complexion changed. "Didn't I tell you yesterday? Today you have to bring me 100 euros, otherwise I will slap your nose." Speaking, he rudely grabbed the fragments of banknotes from the young man, looked towards the other 2, "Search him to see if there is any money." The 2 immediately stepped forward and wanted to search the boy's body. "Enough!" The boy pushed the 2 people intolerably. "I said, I have no money." However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a flash, and at the same time there was a fierce pain on his face. He didn't react until then. The other party slapped himself. "Joy, you dare to push my man," Fatty said fiercely badly, and at the same time he grabbed his hair, that is, fiercely punched the boy directly to the ground. The other two saw the opportunity and stepped on the teenager continuously with their feet. Damn it. Joy only feels the pain of being trampled on his face and body. He can only hug his head hard and silently endure ravages of the opponent, but his heart is already full of anger. Why is my body so weak? Why are they bullying me? Power. I want to gain power. Joy's inner anger grew stronger, and at the same time, he just felt something in his mind bulging. As his anger burned and flourished, the strange feeling became more and more flexible. It's as if there is an invisible little snake in his head, jumping everywhere. Boom. Finally, there was a sudden shock in his mind, and the little snake-like thing was directly released. In the next second, he only heard the screams of 3 people, followed by the sound of everyone falling to the ground! Joy slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, ignoring his nosebleeds. He only saw the 3 people who beat him and fell to the ground with groaning, and the fatty among them even vomited 2 front teeth, mouth full of blood. Joy was suddenly stunned. He stared at the 3 people who fell to the ground in a daze, and then silently felt the inexplicable power in his mind. The expression of lose one's head out of fear turned from sadness to joy. Superpower? Is this superpower speaking? He looked towards the euros scattered on the ground, and once again thought of it. Those banknotes flew back into his hands as if they were being pulled by invisible power. Seeing this scene, the 3 young men looked even more horrified, and quickly got up and moved towards the alley and fled. Ha 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 ha, strength. I finally gained strength. Joy laughed madly, and only his high laughter was left in the alley. This scene keeps happening all over the world: North America, Europe, Central Continent, Indian continent. In the past few days, nearly 100 people in the world suddenly discovered that they had acquired a novel and incomparable power. Some people are ecstatic. Some are trembling in fear. Some people started to show off their strengths flauntingly, while others were careful to hide and hibernate in silence. Some people began to use this power to commit crimes, and some people thought it was a new disease, and immediately went to the hospital for examination. Life is varied. Everyone has their own unique way of coping, and these changes have gradually attracted the attention of the officials of their respective continents. Those who are still swaying after gaining superpowers are soon invited in. The police station, even being restricted from personal freedom, was closely observed. This matter may seem small, but after the lessons of consciousness stealers, all continents still attach great importance to it. As 5 great influences unite, secretly the ultimate power of protector civilization, Blacklight Foundation also received these news immediately and fell into the eyes of the monitors. After half a month, the Blacklight Foundation Lilith meeting. Joy Richard, 16 years old, Linz, European District, Junior High School this year. The date of first discovery, June 3, 2029. John Oppenheimer, 29 years old, Princeton, North America, graduated from Saria University. Date of first discovery, June 1, 2029. Sanjay Sharma, 35 years old, Mumbai, Yinza District, no education. Date of first discovery, June 8, 2029. Zheng Zhao, 21 years old, Chongzhou University, Chongzhou City, Zhongzhou District. Date of first discovery, June 15, 2029. Roman Lozov, 48 years old, Northern Sea Continent. Looking at the documents in front of me, the silhouette of number 01 can't help but spread out. There are a total of 53 documents. These are only those that have been discovered so far. As for the ones that have not been discovered, I don't know how many people are. Obviously, the abilities of this group of people appeared suddenly. 04 also followed, said solemnly, and everyone should have understood the most critical clue. This group of people, they are all survivors of the disaster of consciousness stealers. In other words, they are all infected, those who have recovered after being aware of the virus. Obviously, this group of people has acquired a weird amount of spirit strength. O3 added, if you guessed it correctly, this power is very similar to the power of the consciousness stealer. If inferred from causality, it should be said to be of the same origin. O2 remained silent. Chen Chen touched the O5 sign in front of him, nodded and said, I know, 4 to 5 months after these people recover completely, they seem to have gained the power of consciousness stealers. But you don't have to be too. I've been worried that, so far, their disease is not at all a sign of worsening. Maybe this is not a sign of consciousness stealers returning in a swirl of dust. Hope. O1 sighed, our Earth Federation can no longer withstand another shock. However, there must be some vigilance. O4 cautiously reminded, I think that this group of people should still be taken care of as much as possible, while monitoring the several millions of survivors, to see whether this gradually emerging strange power is owned by everyone or only a few talent will get it, but also prevent consciousness stealers from returning in a swirl of dust. It must be an example. O2 replied, otherwise impossible will only appear now. I think this may be a side effect of their infection with the consciousness virus. What do you think? O5. Everyone can't help looking towards Chen Chen. This is about to be studied. Chen Chen spread his hands. Don't look at me like that. I know you think this kind of power is a bit similar to me, but I can solemnly tell you that my power is not the same as the power of this group of people. Yes, it's the ability of a complete consciousness stealer. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help falling into contemplation. This matter, our blacklight technology will continue to follow up. Chen Chen continued, his voice with a hint of bewilderment, you can also try it out. Maybe we can study the secret here, maybe. Hearing Chen Chen's words, everyone in the room immediately lit up. They had seen Chen Chen's superpowers at the Earth Federal Headquarters a long time ago, and they even had a video recording of Chen Chen fighting with the escaped consciousness stealer. That scene almost shocked countless people, and the 4 great continents area has fallen into a sense of crisis. It turns out that in this world is really superpower this thing. Now, those survivors who have been infected with the consciousness fusion virus have gained similar power. Suddenly, under Chen Chen's suggestion, these people began to stir in their hearts. After the Lilith meeting, Chen Chen sat alone in her seat. The lights were turned off, and the corners of Chen Chen's mouth in the shadows provoked an inexplicable smile. He did this for a reason. Of course, the compound number L needs an orthodox origin, because in the future, this medicine must be visible to the light, not a contraband. However, how to explain the existence of medicine? Chen Chen thought about a lot of ways, but no matter what way, countries and continents are impossible to let it be scattered on ordinary persons. On the contrary, what they have to do is probably to immediately control this medicine and prevent it from spread. Get out. At the same time, they will at all costs prevent Chen Chen from spreading. So, the best way is to pretend first, disguising all of this as a side effect of infection with the consciousness virus, which means that the continents cannot control who has acquired superpowers. After a few months, Chen Chen was able to take out the compound L, claiming that blacklight technology extracted this magical medicine from the blood of these superpowers, and it was able to produce superpowers in batches. With this move, Chen Chen can immediately grasp all the initiative. Even if the 4 great continents area is greedy, I try to extract it from the blood of superpowers, but it will always be in vain. They just think that their biotechnology is not enough. At that time, in order to curb the emergence of more and more superpowers in society, they must purchase the L compound from Chen Chen at a high price and use it on the police and the army. In this way, Chen Chen does not need to promote the L compound. The sales volume is no longer a problem. More and more superpowers appear, and they will also begin to change the human civilization system, instead of being held in the hands of a few people. it is difficult to promote changes in the civilization level. This is Chen Chen's plan for the first ring. Super USB Chapter 567. Super USB Chapter 567. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. I don't know when, in the network of human society, the legend of superpower gradually spread. Someone said that in a recent bank robbery crime, he saw a gangster just beckoned with one hand, and the hard glass of the bank suddenly shattered, and the gangster took the robbed money and fled. Some people said that they saw an office worker and a redneck arguing because of a car accident, but the office worker overturned each other with just one look. Someone said that he noticed that the residents downstairs jumped down from the 5th floor, but did not suffer any injuries. He patted his butt and went straight away. Many legends of superpowers are constantly brewing on the internet, and some are equipped with corresponding videos. At first, everyone does not believe it, but as these rumors spread more and more, many people gradually became dubious. Stand up. However, just 2 months later, when things intensified, the Blacklight Technology Company suddenly announced without warning that the biological department had another breakthrough in stem cell induction technology and reached countless people yearn for something even in a technology of dreams, stem cell human organ production technology. As soon as this technology came out, it immediately caused an endless uproar. As everyone knows, the human body until now is mysterious. The human body is like a gift from heaven. Even with the extremely advanced blacklight technology of human biotechnology, until now cannot produce human organs by itself. Therefore, there will be the emergence of bionic technology, by replacing the missing hands and feet of the human body with bionic limbs, and replacing the lack of human organs within the body with bionic organs. However, the bionic body is not the original human body after all. It is imperfect, and it is always impossible to replace the human body itself. It's just that it's completely different from today. Blacklight Technology announced that it has broken through another door of life sciences, reaching the point where it can manufacture human organs alone. That is to say, from now on, even if the hands and feet are amputated, human beings can use stem cell technology to generate a single intact limb and retransplant it to themselves. And those organs such as the heart, liver, lungs, etc. have problems. People who don't have to wait for an organ donor who will or will not appear, but can directly replace an intact organ made from their own stem cells. This is the power of this technology. Whether it's physical or cardiopulmonary disability, there are new options. It's just that because of technical limitations, it's still a bit expensive. And it's not possible to promote that all on a large scale for the time being. However, the emergence of this technology still shocked the hearts of countless physically handicapped people, and their eyes burst into flames of hope. At the same time, there is an even more exciting news. That is, the first batch of reformers have appeared. That is, the group of bionic men. All the bionic men selected by Blacklight Technology in the world can get free physical recovery technology. These soldiers fighting crime and maintaining order for the human society, fighting on the front line, will all get the right to be reborn. The news instantly ignited the cheers of countless people. At this time, 3 silhouettes were displayed on the big screen in front of Chen Chen. The 3 silhouettes are lying on the operating table in Akuma, surrounded by a group of medical staff in front of them, continuously busy under the shadowless light. If this scene is seen by the second person, I am afraid they will be recognized immediately. These 3 people turned out to be the world-renowned super popular heroes Bionics. At this time, Chen Chen was nodded, showing a thoughtful look. This stem cell human organ production technology has actually been around for a long time. As early as 4 or 5 years ago, in the Spire experiment base of Blacklight Technology, this step was reached with the technology of extraction of other planes. At the same time, this technology is actually part of the Human Lifespan Escape project. Once Chen Chen explained to those consortiums, if humans are likened to a wooden barrel, then the aging reversal treatment will increase the height of several baffles in the wooden barrel, but there are still some barriers. The board has never been raised. So is the improvement of human lifespan. It is unreliable to blindly raise a few baffles. Only a comprehensive improvement can continue human life. So in order to cooperate with the anti-aging reversal treatment project, he laid out several links, including cancer treatment and Alzheimer's treatment, and there is also a link of cloned organ transplantation. Because the blacklight technology at the time was not at all the technology of directly producing complete organs. In order to obtain intact organs, we had to clone a clone of a person who needed organs first, and then extract the organs he needed from the clone person. However, the emergence of stem cell human organ production technology now means that human cloning can withdraw from the stage of history. The reason why Chen didn't directly release it 4 or 5 years ago was because that was the peak period for the application of the bionic technology Xingqian project. If this technology were launched directly at that time, the Xingqian project would definitely decline in an instant. A lot of loss of profit. But now, the Xingqian project has achieved its own strategic goals. With the help of BHB Bionic War Police, Chen has successfully promoted the XTN robot to the whole world and formed a stable military industry chain. Most disabled people in the world already have their own bionic prostheses. In this case, the Xingqian project has basically become famous. Then next, it is natural to come to the stage of stem cell human organ production technology. This technology further supplements the shortcomings of the human lifespan escape plan and is enough to promote the progress of human lifespan again. The transformation of the bionic men under the banner of blacklight technology is undoubtedly the best propaganda. With this group of bionic men who have a high reputation around the world, their restoration of their limbs is the best propaganda. Even more how? These people can also cooperate with Chen's plan to promote Compound L. Chen has already thought about the transformation of this group of people from the original bionic men's policemen with their own incompetent spirits to those with superpowers. Superman, promote the stem cell human organ production technology among the public, promote the L compound among the senior officials of the Earth Federation, and thoroughly expose the existence of superpowers. This plan can be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Leon slowly opened his eyes from his coma. The moment his eyes opened, the dazzling sunlight immediately shone on his eyes, making him subconsciously squinted. Immediately, he seemed to think of something, and suddenly sat up, but was surprised to feel that there was a tingling sensation in his legs. This feeling of strangeness and familiarity made Leon's heart tremble. He slowly uncovered the white sheet on the hospital bed, only to see that his legs were supposed to be empty, and there were 2 more familiar ones. Things. They are 2 tightly stitched legs that match me very well. There is a faint red scar at the junction of the legs. I don't know what magical technique Blackwatch Company uses. He just closed his eyes and opened them again, and a pair of legs appeared on his lower body. You are awake. Several doctors with information cards walked into the ward. Among them, the middle-aged man headed by wearing gold glasses, said with a slight smile, "Congratulations, Leon, your legs are recovering very well. Electric shock stimulation shows that your nerve conduction can be easily conducted to your legs, as long as after a period of training, you can stand up again." Really? Really? Leon squirmed his lips excitedly, almost unable to speak a complete sentence. Both of his hands tugged at the bedsheet, tears already soaking in his eyes. After a while, when the doctors who were visiting the ward were about to leave, he said again, "Wait, doctor, how long did I sleep?" He was curious how long he had slept to make these legs heal completely. "Not much, just 3 days." The golden eyeglasses doctor said with a slight smile, "In order to prevent the prosthetic limb from changing as much as possible, we injected you with a 3-day dose of medicine, until your legs start to heal before you wake up." "Can it heal in 3 days?" Leon showed a look of shock. "After all your treatments are in accordance with the highest specifications of our Blackwatch Company." When another doctor saw Leon's surprise, he couldn't help but said with a smile, "It's not unusual to do all this with the means of our Blackwatch Company, But don't worry, you don't need to pay the bills. Ah ha ha ha. The crowd couldn't help but ridicule in kindness. Thank you the great Blackwatch Company. Leon focused his head heavily. When the opponent left, Leon cautiously tried to move his toes. Suddenly, his two big toes moved in a circular motion on his feet, which looked very flexible. It's amazing. Leon smiled happily. Since he betrayed his revenge squad, he hasn't laughed so happily for a long time. For many days, he spent almost all nightmares, only killing Brooke. After avenging his family, he slowly recovered his peace. See monster.ghostfire.digital.maintenance man. At this time, Leon murmured, and the silhouettes of the four revenge squad flashed in his mind again, and the expression in his eyes gradually became firm. I am different from you. You want to overthrow Blackwatch, but I just for revenge, that's all. Just as the guilt in his heart was gradually overjoyed by regaining his legs, there was again a sound of footsteps from far and near outside the door. Judging from the sound, there seemed to be quite a few people. Leon looked towards the door, but saw his manager Austin and his immediate supervisor Liu Zijian walking in from the door. However, the difference is that the high-level center of his bionic police department is still surrounded by several black-clothed persons wearing suits and cold faces. Manager Liu, Miss Austin, Leon said in a bit of astonishment. Austin blinked at Leon, and at the same time secretly pointed behind him, and Manager Liu also moved towards and looked behind him. Leon hurriedly looked, but saw that the black-clothed persons were automatically arranged in two rows, standing on the left and right of the gate. At the same time, a beautiful and alluring woman with cold and arrogant temperament strode in. The cold and compelling aura even overwhelmed Miss Austin, the agent of Squad. Yes, it's you. Leon heart startled. This woman he had seen before. On the night he killed Brooke, he saw the B-S department come to take over the scene of the killing of Brooke. Pedro Leon. This woman is wearing low eyebrow makeup, and is looking at him coldly at this time. I am here to represent Blackwatch and sign a new agreement with you. New agreement? Leon looked towards Manager Liu at the side. Didn't I sign an agreement with Manager Liu? Cough cough. Liu Zijian coughed in a low voice. Leon, you should understand that now you have cured your disability, so you can no longer call BH Squad Bionic War Police in the future, so the agreement signed before will be voided. Could it be that I can no longer be a member of the BHB police team? Leon was shocked. He had long been fascinated by the feeling of gathering thousands of eyes in one body. At this time, he heard that he might be leaving the BHB police team, and a sense of loss was heard in his heart. Of course not. Austin with fiery hair lightly said with a smile, Leon, you are very good. Naturally, you will not be fired from the company easily, but this agreement needs to be changed. So that's how it is. Hearing this sentence, Leon only slightly sighed in relief. Then how should I change it? Can I still wear the police armor in the future? Well, Austin looked towards the cold woman standing in the center with some hesitation. Leon, this new agreement is completely confidential. Even we don't know it. Liu Zijian said with a smile. You should ask Miss Sarah for the specific situation. Speaking, he and Austin turned and left the ward. Miss Sarah? Leon looked at the opponent a little nervously. He could feel that even though he had received a lot of military training called Special Forces, his breath in front of the opponent was completely suppressed. He had a feeling, even if he wearing war police armor, I'm afraid I can't fight the opponent. The glamorous woman in front of him threw a document directly in front of Leon and said, this is the agreement. If you have no problems, please sign it. Of course, you can also refuse. But after the refusal the price is to leave Blackwatch Company. We will pay you 3 more months of basic salary in accordance with the normal resignation procedures. Leon immediately picked up the document when he heard the word and read it carefully. The at first of the agreement is okay, they are all common precautions, but when he saw the 5th and 6th pages, he suddenly widened his eyes, revealing an unbelievable look. The Superman team? Compound L? It turned out that in the content of the agreement, The BHP Men's Police Team will be officially renamed the Supermen's Cops in the future, with 3 to 7 superpowers serving as members, and the other business processes are the same as before. The only the difference is that all members of the police team are no longer disabled, but so-called superpowers. Moreover, if Leon agrees to the agreement, then as a former member of the BHP War Police Team, he will have the right to obtain the super potion, which is called the L compound, and he will also get a certain amount after the injection superpowers, thus becoming a true superpower. The only flaw is that there is a possibility of failure after the injection of the drug. Once it fails, it will become an idiot in the slightest, and it will die on the spot. Seeing this agreement, Leon suddenly had the illusion that the other party was cracking a joke. Superpowered person, is he still awake? Super USB Chapter 568. Super USB Chapter 568. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive, imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. A week later, Leon, Bray, and Hodge have arrived in front of the branch building of the Black Watch Company in New York City. As soon as the three got out of the car, they were surrounded by reporters and fans swarming at the door. More than 100 people gathered in front of the branch's gate, and the fans were screaming and cheering. Black Panther Bray, I love you. Granite Panthers, you are the best. Leon of Justice. Little Hodge. Seeing the three people getting out of the car, countless people rushed towards the gate like crazy, and the security guards of Black Watch Company almost got caught in the vast sea of crowds. Hey, everyone, be quiet for a while. Seeing this, Bray, the only black of the three, grabbed the door of the car, not even think. At the same time, he leapt hard and jumped directly onto the roof of the car. He laughed and waved his hand, which immediately caused a violent riot. Cheer. However, after the cheers, everyone calmed down in unison, just looking at Bray on the roof of the car enthusiastically. After Brooks' death, Bray naturally inherited Brooks' popularity completely because of his character, and became the peak of the three members of the BHP police team. Did you see it? Brella raised his cuffs and the library tube, and showed them to everyone in front of them, who, look everyone, because of the company's technology, I have completely recovered. I am now completely a normal person. Wow! The crowd burst into cheers again, and many fans even cried with joy when they saw this scene, as if they had fulfilled a long-cherished wish for many years, and started crying loudly. Looking at Bray teasing a crowd of fanatical fans, Leon and Nurse Hodge looked at each other, and both saw a touch of helplessness in each other's eyes. In terms of Bray's optimistic fan-absorbing ability, both of them are hard to match. Next, at the request of the fans and the group of reporters, the three of them took photos with everyone at the door and accepted interviews. It was not until the past hour or so that the three of them walked into the building. I feel that every time I encounter this situation, it is more tiring than performing a task, Hodge said with a smile. Of course, my back is wet now. Leon shook his head. After so many years, even Hodge, who was the youngest at the time, was close to 30 years old. Now the youngest is the newly added Leon, so he is in the Troopers fan support club. Got the nickname of a little milk dog. Ha. Bray, who walked at the front, said with a laugh, is this tired? I thought I would not be tired all night when I was the maiden of the night. Now my hands and feet have grown again, I must challenge a new one. The record is just fine. Both of them looked at the Black Stallion silently. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. In view of your repeated violations of the agreement, I have reported to the company to restrict your private life. However, just as Bray was so excited, running and jumping all the way, the elevator door suddenly opened, and a woman with long red hair and a fiery figure appeared at the elevator entrance. She looked at Bray coldly, said triumphantly, Suddenly, the smile on Bray's face froze, and his face suddenly frowned. Miss Austin. Leon and Hodge both lowered their heads and did not dare to express themselves. Facing this stern agent, Brooke was the only one who dared to confront her. Now Brooke is dead, and the rest of them see him even more. It's the same as when students see the head teacher, they dare not show up. Well, you all coming? Austin smiled and shook his head suddenly, as if the frost melted, and the air around the three people loosened. Since you have signed a new agreement, then let's go directly to the top floor and come and pick you up. Your people have been waiting for a long time. The one who picked us up, Leon, was a little surprised. Where to send us? International Airport. Austin replied. She looked at the three people who were on the elevator together. You will take the company's special plane to the Life Science City. Life Science City. When the three heard that, they were all startled. Leon was immediately shocked and said, "It's the headquarters of Blackwatch." "Yes," Austin solemnly said, "the newly developed medicine is only available in the headquarters, and there will be a period of training there before you will be able to work again." Unbelievable. Leon and Hodge looked at each other, both showing a look of shock. Even Bray, who had always been carefree, showed a surprised look. Miss Austin. While the elevator was ascending, Hodge opened his mouth and finally plucked up the courage to ask, "I recently saw a lot of legends about the appearance of superpowers on the internet. Now, with the new agreement, is it right? It can be considered that the folks with superpowers are all." The last words he didn't dare to say, the shadow of a person's name, the power of the Blackwatch Company. They have long understood. These are not questions you should ask. Austin looked around the three coldly. Hodge and Leon immediately felt their scalp numb, while Bray immediately covered his mouth and made an exaggerated expression. Seeing the appearance of the three of them, Austin also shook his head helplessly, and then said, "Actually, I don't know. After all, I am not a high-level person, but in any case, don't talk about this kind of problem anymore. Understand?" "Understood." The three nodded. As the elevator reached the rooftop, a helicopter had quietly stopped there. The three people and Austin boarded the helicopter, and then moved towards the airport. As the agent of the BHB police team, she will also follow the three to the company headquarters. 1 day later, the three had arrived at Walvis Bay International Airport. When they came out of the wide airport, they couldn't help but sigh. Bray and I also came from Namibia, but at the beginning this airport was just a very ordinary medium-sized airport. In the past few years, the airport didn't even know me. Hodge shook his head and sighed. It's normal, after all. This is the international airport where the company's headquarters is located. Leon also said that at this time their three people had already put on masks and sunglasses, as if they were dressed in a low fashion, but when they came to the airport gate, they showed a look of shock again. On the left, right and in front of the airport, there are countless high-rise buildings standing in great numbers. Those high-rise buildings are only a few kilometers away from the airport. The skyline of the entire city is luxurious, almost as good as that of New York City. City Center, Life Science City. Seeing this scene, Hodge couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in his eyes. He grew up in Namibia and naturally knows what Namibia is like. But now he sees this city comparable to an international metropolis. An unspeakable shock. The most shocking thing is still the construction buildings that are rising from the ground. At a glance, almost 100 buildings are under construction. This kind of development speed is still beyond their cognition. This is the Life Science City. Leon was also shocked to see all this. As a member of a former resistance organization, he certainly knows how powerful Blackwatch Company is to force the world to yield with the power of the company. What is this? Such a person can do it. Just as a few people looked at the city skyline with shocking surprises, two black cars suddenly opened their doors, and several men in black suits and headsets came over. The man headed by him was tall and thin, but as he approached, the three immediately became alert, because in their sense, the man in front of him was as dangerous as a wild giant beast. This murderous aura has surpassed the Sarah I have ever seen. Leon looked wary. "I am Clark Brando." The man headed by stepped forward. He raised his hand slightly. A special pattern appeared on the thumb of the right hand. It was a pattern of two fingers touching each other, but one hand was a human being, The hand is a machine. Seeing this sign, Austin immediately bends down slightly, showing a respectful look. Your Excellency Brando. Are these the three members who are about to join God's Forbidden Zone? The headed man was nodded and turned his head to observe the three of them. Yes, they have signed an agreement and are candidates for God's Forbidden Zone. God Forbidden Zone. Leon Hart startled. In that agreement, the name God's Forbidden Zone was indeed mentioned, but it was only mentioned in a stroke. Now it seems that this weird organization seems to have some special meaning. Very well, come with me. The headed man beckoned. At Austin's signal, the three of them immediately followed the car and drove towards the direction of Life Science City. 2 hours later, the three of them had already taken off their clothes, leaving only a pair of pants and lying in the laboratory of the Biological Research Center. Since you have signed an agreement, you are already a family at least. At this time, Brando stood in the laboratory and looked at the three people who were lying on the test bench and were connected by several life-saving devices. You are all members of the Blackwatch Company, but you are definitely not. I know that above Blackwatch, there is another organization that the co-members will know about. This organization is God's Forbidden Zone. Brando walked back and forth in front of the three of them. I know you still have some doubts in your mind, but you only need to know that God's Forbidden Zone is in charge of most of the Blackwatch Company, which means that you can only join this organization. You can truly become a member of the core of the company, and at the same time, you all person will also be qualified to enter the company's senior management in the future. The three lying on the bed quietly heard Brando's words, and Leon was even more shocked. This organization called God's Forbidden Zone is actually the core of the Blackwatch Company, but I never knew it. Wait a minute, Brando. But at this moment, Bray, who had been silent, suddenly said, "We will inject Compound L later, right?" "Yes. Do you have any questions?" Brando looked towards the other party. I just want to ask, will you wait until we are injected with anesthetic, and then gag a ball in my mouth?" Bray asked, somewhat sorry. Brando frowned, then smiled with harboring malicious intentions. "Narcotic? I didn't say to inject anesthetic for you. Can't inject." But this is how it is played on TV. Bray suddenly became excited. The evil villain injected the protagonist into a coma, and then they would transform the protagonist's body. Isn't the story like this? Leon and Hodjar both silently looked towards Bray. Brando didn't seem to hear the other party's words. He just laughed coldly, and then waved his hand. At once, the three men in white coats walked up and held them in their hands. A blue injection. Bionics. Leon's heartbeat accelerated. He stared at one of the bionics coming to him and piercing the needle into his arm. At the same time, he only heard the sound of chicks, and all the medicines were injected into his within the body. "Away, tap!" Braden on the side screamed. But at this time, Leon is no longer in the mood to pay attention to the live treasure in the team. He only feels the temperature of his body rises rapidly, as if all the liquid within the body is beginning to boil. At the same time, whether it is heartbeat or blood flow, all started to speed up a little bit. This feeling is. But before he quietly sensed the situation of his body, a violent sting rushed out from within the body. Fuck. Leon only had time to loudly roared, and then he was overwhelmed by the endless pain. Looking at the three people who lost consciousness in an instant, but still twitching on the bed, Austin walked out from the side and looked at the three people with some worry. "Your Excellency Brando, will the three of them be okay?" Although Compound L is already a finished product, it is not very safe. Brando shook his head. After injecting this medicine, there is a 50% chance of gaining superpowers, a 40% chance of not gaining anything, and another 10% chance. As stated in the agreement, the brain may be burned into an idiot, or it may die directly. Is it this serious? Austin's expression changed. She looked towards the three people on the experimental platform constantly twitching, showing a trace of worry. Their three people are the wealth of the company, and if one dies, it will cause huge losses. It's already pretty good. But Brando just shook his head and said, You and I only need to execute the above plan. Even more, how to obtain magical superpowers. Do you know how many information points this medicine sells in God's restricted zone? Right? Austin shook his head. 10,000. Brando said, such a bottle of tens of milliliters of medicine can only be purchased with 10,000 information points. Austin's expression suddenly changed after hearing this. As a member of God's forbidden zone, she certainly understood the preciousness of information points. If 10,000 information points were converted into equivalent money, it would be $100 million US. She couldn't help but looked towards the three people who fell into a coma. How expensive is such a small bottle of potion? Super USB Chapter 569. Super USB Chapter 569. You can search for I have a Super USB flash drive. imiabaj.com in Baidu to find the latest chapter. When the whole world was devastated by the appearance of superpowers, Chen Chen applied for a Lilith meeting again. In the Lilith Council, Chen Chen held a bottle of medicine raised high and held it in front of everyone. This is what you researched most recently? Everyone looked at the bottle of bright blue liquid with complex expressions. How did you do it? Extracted from the body of those superpowers? To be precise, it was extracted from their blood. Chen Chen is nodded. He didn't mean to give the potion to 4 people for inspection. After all, this is a holographic projection meeting. Even if the 4 people get the vial, they only get an illusory shadow, and they can't see anyway. Come. In the blood of these people, our biological department discovered a biological factor, and finally named it L factor. Through this factor, we synthesized this kind of compound called the L number. I just listened to Chen Chen's unhurriedly said, we have also done the experiment. After injecting this medicine, there is a 10% certainty that you can become a superpower. Although the probability is not high, once you get it, everyone has the same power as consciousness stealers. Speaking, a video was played on the conference table. The video was what Chen Chen did to the Delta level experimenters before. Then the picture flashed, and the people were released and began to try their own power. In the video, they don't use their own hands. They can bend iron spoons and lift teacups at the same time, and some can even lift tables and stools. Although they are not powerful, they can still attract. Everyone was silent. What is this? Is mental power. O2 couldn't help asking. We call this power, called Schnick energy. Chen Chen said with a smile. Isn't it incredible? The power of these people is the same as the power of the superpowers we find in the outside world. One heard the words, took a deep breath, and suppressed the shock in my heart. Is it just that? If there is only this level, it can be said to be a tasteless for us. It is a pity to eat tastelessly. Of course not. Chen Chen shook his head. According to our research in the past few months, this kind of strength can be strengthened through exercise. Hearing this sentence, although the expressions of everyone could not be seen, Chen Chen could still judge from the body language, and everyone present was moved. But only 10%. 04's voice has remained calm. This lucky person who has successfully obtained Schnick energy, do they have any side effects? And what will happen to the remaining 90%? This question is a good question. Chen Chen deliberately sighed. Successful people have no side effects. At least we did not find any side effects in our tests. The only side effect is that their genes have been changed. This is a gene that can be inherited. Those with superpowers possessing psychic powers have a 10% probability that their offspring will be able to acquire psychic powers. As for the remaining losers, about 2/3 of the people will not happen, and the remaining 1/3 may have symptoms of reduced intelligence. And a very small number of people will have symptoms of brain death, so serious. Many people suddenly became disappointed. In other words, a 90% failure rate, and of this 90%, 60% are invalid and 30% die. The mortality rate is too high. The failure rate is too high. Everyone in the room moved their bodies. O2 even threw away the pen in their hands in disappointment and leaned toward the back of the seat. It's already pretty good. Chen Chen solemnly said, we equivalent to steal the power of Schnick energy from the body of the consciousness stealer, so that this power can be transferred to our ordinary person. This is already a good start. The question now is, where is the limit of this psionic power? O2 spread out. If you can reach the level of O5 you are in the video, then we certainly welcome it, but seeing the performance of this group of people is obviously difficult to achieve. After all, consciousness stealers are also massacres. Only millions of humans can achieve the power to fight you. I am a special case, everyone. Chen Chen couldn't help laughing. My strength comes from the legacy left by that person. This is the only part of the whole world, and the group of people you see is far from equal to me. Strength, but they can become stronger on their own. I can't even guess where their limits are. Maybe their power is not as good as their own fists now, but what about the future? Who can confirm that their power is not as good as I am now? Well, in that case, O1 helplessly said, how much is your technology for extracting L factor from blood? We bought it. Sorry, we will not sell this for now. Chen Chen shook his head decisively. If you are willing to barter and bring out the latest reactor core technology, I am willing to exchange with you. What a joke. O1 suddenly let out a low growl, and then stopped talking. Since you are unwilling to sell technology, let's make a price. O3 urged. A team of $200 million. Chen Chen stretched out two fingers and said, if the quantity is large and preferential, I can sell it to you at a price of $180 million if I buy 1,000 units. If I buy 10,000 units at a time, I can reduce the price to 150 million. What? What? Everyone whispered. Such an expensive price, you might as well grab it. The price is not expensive. Chen Chen shook his head at a moderate pace and said sincerely, maybe you don't know how complicated it is to extract the L factor from the blood of those who have acquired superpowers. Such an L, the cost of compound no, is at least $140 million. I have sold you 150 million won, which is very conscientious. Everyone can't help rolling the eyes when they hear this. Just listen to the rhetoric of the businessman. Of course, I welcome you to barter with various resources and technologies. Chen Chen added, after all, for Blackwatch, money is of little significance. We need to think about this. Everyone glanced at each other and immediately said in a tacit understanding that they still wanted to try it for themselves. Then I won't be with you. Chen Chen doesn't care about nodded. By the way, I can tell you that the output of this L number compound is very small at present. It can only produce about 10 sticks a day, and only 4 or 5,000 sticks a year. If you want to order, please do it as soon as possible, because you will be queuing up late. Hearing these words, the other four people present suddenly felt a sinking heart. Apart from this, I also want to inform you in advance. Chen Chen continued, we have already planned to upgrade all our bionic men's police officers, and upgrade those bionic men's policemen we are editing to superpower men's policemen, in case the superpower criminals who gradually emerge in the society. You should inform us about this. Number 01's voice gradually became gloomy. Don't forget, those bionic men also have our official identity. If you mind, I can ask them to resign. Chen Chen's voice did not fluctuate, in the face of more and more superpowers appearing. How long do you think you can hide? It's better to take advantage of the fact that the number of superpowers is still small today, and it's better than in the future. When I can't hold it down, it's completely unprepared and strong. At the same time, have you ever thought about how ordinary police officers should enforce the law in the city when those with superpowers start not afraid of individual hot weapons? After asking this sentence, Chen Chen didn't intend to listen to the answers from the audience. He went offline and disappeared in the conference hall. In the conference hall, only 4 people remained silent. Xiao X closed the holographic projection, and Chen Chen was slightly sighed in relief. Until now, he tried his best to keep a low profile at the Lilith meeting. This was the first time he became strong at the meeting. The reason is the increasingly powerful blacklight technology. In the past few years, Blacklight technology has continued to expand rapidly at an extremely terrifying speed. Now it has already squeezed the medical systems of various countries in the world. Only a few state-owned pharmaceutical companies can mix, struggling on whilst at death's door. The key point is that these continents dare not give up the pharmaceutical industry easily. Although they lose tens to hundreds of billions of dollars each year, they dare not completely hand over the pharmaceutical market, and they must continue to support the loss. At the military force level, with the gradual improvement of the military industry system, the XTN series of robotic armies under Blacklight technology are also constantly updated and iterated. Coupled with the Firestar, the first real cosmic spaceship was built. The influence of Blacklight technology has long been enough, and it has gradually become a company that stands higher than the four great continents area. By the strength of oneself, force the four great continents area. This is just the beginning. After the permanent colony of Firestar is established, we will truly be able to overwhelm the Earth Federation. Chen Chen stood up and silently said, "In this way, the dominance of the Blacklight Foundation can gradually be biased towards me. Even if similar crises occur again in the future, I can completely coordinate the power of all mankind. Resist the arrival of the crisis." Yes. The reason why Chen Chen wanted to overwhelm the Earth Federation was not for power, but for regaining control of the Blacklight Foundation. Now that power has become less attractive to Chen Chen, after all, he has already created another one. The road stood on the top of Earth. Just now that he can sit on an equal footing with peaks rights in the four great continents area, it can be seen that Chen Chen's power has reached a limit. If he wants to go further, there is only one way. That is to control the lifeline of the global economy. Press the Earth Federation. Blacklight technology is destined to become a hegemon company that can control the lifeline of the global economy. A steadfastness appeared in Chen Chen's eyes, and then he got up and walked out. The little X on the side immediately followed. X. Chen Chen looked at the young girl next to him and asked indifferently, "How about the dilution of the compound L stock solution?" "The law of dilution has been successfully found," Xiao X Tanshan replied. "The color of the diluted compound number L has also changed from dark blue to light blue, and the effect is just like the data I provided. The success rate has dropped from 50% to 100%. 10. But one bottle of concentrated compound L can be diluted into 10 bottles. This is the best ratio, equivalent to once a bottle of concentrated compound L can only produce a half of the Shinix at a time. But now after dilution, the same bottle of creation assist." "It is true." Chen Chen nodded and said, "Then sell this diluted type L compound to those families in God's Forbidden Zone and the four great continents area. We do not sell internally, and only allow B.S forces to use the concentrated type pharmacy. Then shall we continue to find targets from the private sector in the future?" "Of course," Chen Chen calmly said with a smile. "Moreover, we still have to use the concentrated type for civilian targets, so that when the Earth Federation finds that there are still Shinx popping up, they will willingly buy potions from me." Speaking of this, Chen Chen suddenly thought of something, and shook his head a little regretfully. "As for the 30% mortality rate of the diluted medicine, this is also helpless, and it has also effectively prevented those high-level people from injecting themselves. Compound No. L. After all, there is a third death rate. Of course, this group of life-saving executives will not be injected." Little X nodded, then lightly said with a smile, "They will never know that we have a 50% success rate of concentrated compound L, and the mortality rate is only 10%. The two chatted as they walked, and then left the Minaret experimental base. Within 5 hours, Chen Chen really received the application. The North American area of the four great continents area sent a message, hoping to make an appointment in advance for 10,000 liters compound. Chen Chen did not agree at all immediately, but said that this quantity is too large, and I am afraid it will be difficult to supply. Sure enough, at the 6th hour, the European area and the Northern Sea continent area also sent a message, hoping to make an appointment for a batch of medicines. At the same time, Chen Chen's second uncle and his uncle also contacted Chen Chen. When Chen Chen was not on, they contacted Chen Chen's father directly, hoping to take a back door from Chen's father and sell a batch of the cheapest ones. Give the medicine to Nakazu. After that, things are no longer limited to the 4 great continents area. Blacklight technology has extracted the L factor from the blood of those superpowers, and the news that it can create superpowers has spread like wildfire, and it has completely spread to the top of the Earth Federation. Many countries have handed out olive branches, hoping that blacklight technology can sell them a copy. In response to these requirements, Chen Chen simply told the Earth Federation to openly and frankly that he can make 400 medicines a month. If countries want to buy them, they must buy the amount for 1 month at full price, and they cannot buy them twice in a year. This request suddenly disappointed some forces who wanted to hoard and make a fortune, while more forces quickly sent negotiators of their own cream of the crop to go to the Life Science City to negotiate in a new round of international take the lead in the situation. Yes, on the day that Blacklight Technology frankly announced the L compound, the entire Earth Federation executives have already noticed an irrefutable fact. That is, times have changed, my lord. Super US Speak Chapter 570. Super US Speak Chapter 570. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. Call Embassy. John Ohomo slowly opened his eyes in the bed of the hotel. He looked at the strange woman who was still sleeping, and got a bed without nostalgia and walked on the bathroom. This is already the 35th day of his superiority. Since that day, he found that he was able to easily overturn his red neck. He was in a mood, and it was hard to sleep for a few nights, and every day always thinking that he suddenly got the strange force. At first, he still has some diseases, worrying about what disease you have, so I specially go to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. But the result is nothing to find. After a few days, after seeing that his body still did not have any problems, he slowly relaxed. He's still leaving a heart. Every day all spends a lot of time to search online for excellence, and it really made him discover the law, that is, from June to July, the global continues to the news of super powerful news, average a few days a day. Even on its own deeds is okay. John believes that it is not at all exposure. From the superiority, at first's excitement to the subsequent comma then go to the present cautious and loque. John not at all is fever to act as a superhero, he is afraid that his special forces have been noticed by the government. If be careful of the government, he suspects that he may be caught in the laboratory, then sliced by those evil scientists. It is like Einstein's brain. So, he not only didn't shook, but it was completely silent, but he would hide in the room alone every day, test his own superpower. Gradually, he found with his own experiment, his body began to change new changes, his strength began to enhance, and his skin became rubber-like tenacious. Not only this, last night, he went to the bar last night, when a drunk picking suddenly took him. In his anger, his eyes suddenly gave birth to inexplicable burning, and it seems to have something to burst, but also his character, and quickly press it. I don't know if this power is good or bad. John came to the bathroom. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked at the blonde of his head, in accordance with the usual habits, gave himself a neat back. John itself has a handsome sunshine. This head type brings him more tough temperament, which is very in line with the popular beauty of North America. Plus he is unmarried. Whether it is in the company or in the bar, he is some of the goals of a young woman chasing. Therefore, his private life is very rich. And now that sleep in bed, obviously he captured at the bar last night. John not at all nostalgia, he is full of drunken provocations last night. It is clear, with his sudden increase in power, the drunken end is very sad, but he cares not this. But he suddenly felt the burning sensation of the bidential part last night. What is the feeling? What is going on? John's thoughts. He once again lifts the head, silently looked at yourself in the mirror, and then wrinkled frowned, staring at silhouette in the mirror. However, the double-eyed part has no movement, and the sense of burning is never appeared last night. Is an emotional problem? John is somewhat confused. He suddenly looks to a deep breath, then takes breathing and continues to stare at the mirror. However, he still didn't happen anything in the mirror. I tried it for a while. When John was ready to give up, he suddenly heard a crisp ringtone outside the door. Is not the door of the bathroom, but the door of the hotel room. John is turning around to leave the bathroom, before coming to the gate. Who? I am Emil, sir. The voice of a waiter came from outside the door. See this? John's silently opened the door, but he didn't see the hotel waiter, but three men wearing a suit, wearing black sunglasses. We are Fib. You can delay you at a point. Take a trip to us. The man headed by the door showed a document, which is the identification of the Fib. See this? John's heart is sinking. He immediately understood why the other person is looking for himself, but his look is revealing the color. I don't know what I did. Let you come to me. I will know it. Headed by the man laughed. Not at all, said more. Damn, is it exposed last night? John is a vigilance. He bowed the looks towards himself, and then apologize. Trouble, you will wait. I will change your clothes. Okay, we are waiting for you at the door. That Fib nodded. John is close to the door, suddenly looks anxious. He looked at the room all around. When you saw the window of the balcony, he suddenly lit up. Not even think. Changed clothes. Then look also. I don't look at the woman who is still asleep on the bed. And a turn over the window. The number of layers is not high. He lives on the 5th floor. At this time, he took the window. He looked at all around and immediately traveled in a raised outside the window. Then he put the window of the next door, and the windows of cautiously moved to another room. If it is once, it is not dare to do this, but recently, after he has received superpower, his physical strength and strength continue to enhance. Even the courage has become great. So it will appear this kind of scene is now. Inside the window, the doorbell is suddenly passed again. John is tight, and the movements in the hands are faster. He will gather all the efforts in the hands, then the arm has a gentleness. The whole person is coming out of the window next door! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, the room left before, a dramatic impact, as if there is a hit door. At the same time, a woman's scream came. John is even more nervous. He bite the teeth, looked towards downstairs, simply let go directly. The whole person who falls down. When he fell to the three-way window, his hand slammed again. Suddenly, he hangs outside the window of the 3rd floor. He is running. Caught him. At this moment, the head suddenly came to a noise. A Fib agent explored his head from the window, and immediately saw John, who fell fleeted, and then quickly turned back. Want to catch me? John has a crazy eye. Both of his hands once again. After half a second, he has fallen to the 2nd floor. Then he hangs himself on the 2nd floor. Subsequently, he continued to let go, and adjusted the center of gravity in the half air. In the next second, he slammed his feet and stabilized at the 1st floor of the hotel. Call. John only feels a cold sweating. Just now there is any mistake, I am afraid that I have already wounded seriously, that is, I have to get superpower. However, he didn't stand firm under his feet, and it was a good time behind him. Don't move, raise your hands. John suddenly started, he slowed down, but he saw that there was another Fib member to walk from a business car, holding his pistol to point himself. When I saw the gun, John couldn't help eyes slightly shrink. Holding the head, squatting on the ground, immediately the other party still points to John, constantly urged. John only felt a strong sense of crisis. He stared at the gun in the other side. At this moment, the inexplicable feeling of the kind of inexplicable time last night. John can't hurt your eyes. His eyes are as burnt, even his vision has also begun to become red. Just like the real thing in front of itself into a fan-red world. Raises your hands. Now. The other party is still urging, but this sound is listening to John, and it has become unborn. It seems like the lens will be slowed down, as if the entire world has become slow. In this slow-moving world, John is now The muscles of the other arm are suddenly moved. Arm muscle peristalsis. This is a precurrent of finger buckle trigger, that is, the other party will immediately pull the trigger immediately after a few seconds of zero! Judging this scene, John's heart's crisis has arrived on the extreme. He couldn't help but fell, revealing Bayeson's teeth, and there was anything in his eyes completely burst out. When John only feels that the world is slightly flashing, and then reopted from crimson to normal. But he found that the fib investigator in front of him, his firearm in his hand, together with his chest, it was melted out. Only fist-big blood gave. The gun has been completely melted, and the big hole of the other's chest is completely burned, and an unpleasant focus is filled in the air, and John is more horrified. He glanced at this fib agent directly in the ground. This wakes up. He actually killed each other. Damn! John screamed. He understood that it was now completely serious. But now I don't think about this, he can only regret it. At the same time, the whole person is a mighty alley. Escape. There is no need to stop in the roadside until it has been escaped for 10 minutes. John stopped his footsteps in the position of visual dead angles, leaning against the wall silently gasping. I just did it. What did you do? John closes his eyes. He just wants to escape, did not want to kill, but if he did not attack each other, the other party was obviously ready to shoot. I have to leave North America. John is secretly determined. He just prepared to continue to escape. He suddenly heard a rush of brakes, and a black off-road vehicle stopped at the location of the alley. A temperament and beautiful woman sitting on the driving place to push the door. Rush to promote, get on the bus. John hesitated. He couldn't help but ask, who are you? First get off, the people who immediately fib will chase. The woman's appearance urgently urged, if you don't get on the bus, you can't run with me. I heard this sentence, John finally biting his teeth, jumping on the off-road vehicle. Suddenly, with a hushed engine rumbling sound, the whole car as if black lightning. The moved tower is far away until the off-road vehicle completely left the area. John secretly relieved. He turned. The woman turned around the carried towards, but saw the woman painted a low eye makeup, a glamorous breath out. It is like a rose that split, emits a tempting atmosphere. Who are you? John asked a little vigilant. I am Blackwater personnel. The woman took a document. The company has noticed that you have been long. Blackwater? I heard the name of this year's of world-honored world-renowned super companies. John is a tight. His immediately thought of his changes. Do you say that you also know how much I happen? Of course. Women's nodded, handed the documents to John. When you first awaken spirit, you have already got a list of attention. But you can do it. Our not at all is malicious. John is complicated. He took the certificate and saw that he was using English to mark the sign of the Black Security Service Department B middle.s. But the Department of Blackwater Black Security Service, John has never heard. Our department is today's task is to invite these awakening spiritual energy, persuading you to join us. As long as you can join, I just misunderstand this matter. We can help you get it. Spiritual Plum. John Suman So asked, what is the meaning of this name means me? That is of course. The corner of the woman's mouth is slightly, it seems to be smiling. Springs is the general name of all awakening. Of course, now you have a name, that is, superpower, and you the reason why it will be awakening. It is related to the terrorist virus before infection. Is this? John immediately suddenly realized that more special viruses have been encountered more than half a year. All infected viruses will eventually fuse together, extremely horrible. These are already, as everyone knows, and finally because of the Earth Federation Blackwater is united. This is only a solution to the solution, pulling human civilization from death. God is all people who have been fused with the virus, are all the same as me? John asked again. Is of course not. The woman shakes his head. Only a very few people will awakening the spirit, and according to what we know, most people's spiritual energy is not the same, and you should belong to a special spiritual energy. Said, the woman presses the driving recorder. The screen of the vehicle is starting to play the scenario of John and that police confrontation before playing. John immediately wakes up. It turned out that the car just had in his own body, but he just had been escaped, so he did not pay attention to this car, that's all. He looked at it, but he saw the violent in the picture to point himself with a gun, and his eyes gradually, while the eyes quickly flourished, just like the eyes of the devil. Weng. Suddenly, in his own eyes, it turned out to shoot two scarlet light. This light was condensed in front of him, and directly penetrated the firearms, and also penetrated the other's chest. John sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't think of it. It turned out that all the red light injected in his eyes was simple. All people. The woman continues to state, when everyone just awakens, everyone's spiritual energy is the same, and the specific performance is mentally, but with time, the spirit will be integrated with your body. This when the spirit will change. Everyone has begun to show different power. Some is flight, some is strong as an ox. And your spiritual energy can be called a hottest line, and there is no other ability to temporarily. But from some of our pilots, some spiritual people do not stand with the power. With the conversation of the two, the off-road vehicle is open to the location of the New York branch of Blackwater, and the off-road vehicle stops in the entrance, and then enters the company's underground parking lot. Super USB Chapter 571. Super USB Chapter 571. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. When John was brought by mysterious woman to Blackwater, New York branch, he saw a lot of strangers in a large banquet hall. These people have black people, and there are white people, with middle-aged big man, also a 6-year-old child, which is arranged in a banquet hall. Many people are loud. Joe, you this brat, if you are outside, I must show your neck. Ha ha ha, Robert, you are coming, see if your strength is big, or my repulsion. Hey, Jenny, give me a cup of wine, I want to drink. Ha, drink a big cup, is 2 cups, is enough, thank Jenny. Jenny is really good. You don't have noisy, can you have a little quality? I fuck you. Looking at the banquet hall of a pot of porridge, John is a little confused with mysterious woman next to look towards. These people are, they are like you, is the spiritual energy we collected in North America. Women's God enjoys the banquet hall, high-heeled leather boots to make a giggling sound on marble ground. You are our last goal. John some undisputed look towards all around. There have been many people who have followed it. When I saw the mysterious woman next to John, some people suddenly blew whistle, and the eyes were light floating. Look, hey! What is Blackwater? A drunken big man and the yellow teeth have come over. Drunken Daffins exudes are full of wine, and one of the foot is planning to take hands on the shoulders of mysterious woman. But the next second, I suddenly emerged baleful aura in my eyes. She was just slightly retreat, and then one hand, I didn't know when I appeared in her hands, and she was next to her. Flash, then hear the scream of the big man. Ah, my hand, my hand. Drunken Dahan issued a slap. John is shocked, I don't know when. The hand of the big man is actually nailed to the door frame. You this is. The yellow teeth next to the drunken big man suddenly reveals the color of surprised and angry. He also rushed toward the woman, but the next second was directly at the foot, and the horror expression was thrown. Because the woman has a silver pistol again, and the guns of the pistol have already put into the mouth of the yellow teeth. Don't kill me. The yellow teeth man quickly raised his hands and made a gesture of the surrender. Hey, unable to withstand a single blow, mysterious woman suddenly took a gun, and she lifted his hands and knocked twice on the cheeks. Suddenly, the door opened again, more than a dozen soldiers wearing the black battle service. The fire guns of the monogama were rushed from the hall. They ran around the banquet hall, and completely stopped throughout the entire banquet hall. Suddenly, everyone in the field is busy, standing up, and be alert to the looked towards all around. Pineens. Woman opened the mouth and said, she is carrying hands. as if the military is straight to the center of the banquet hall. When she walks into the center of the banquet, she turned around, facing everyone. Must not don't say, in my opinion, you are like a group of waste. Many people have spoiled to stand up, revealing an angry look, but I saw the soldier of the all-around Monelish soldiers, but they did not dare to attack. Of course, the waste can also be polished. Mysterious woman coldly said, you are very fortunate. Blackwater looks in your potential, willing to be useful item. I am here, cannot be used as a waste. However, her words caught several men's rebound. One of the tattooed robust man shouted, if this is the attitude of Blackwater, then we still choose to join Fib. Let us, said, he tried his hands behind him, and 3 people rushed to the moved towards ballroom. Mysterious woman mouthed to pick up a wipe, I let you gone, said, only listening to the sound of 2 sides. Then the tattoo big man only felt 2 fine winds next to him, and the side of the poo, a splash of him. Tattoo Dahan exposed a surprised color. He looked at the side of subconsciously, but he saw that the 2 of his own side have been exploded by firearms. The population burst out. Many people immediately want to escape, but they were driven back by the soldiers of all our own. Do you know what you are doing? Do you really dare to shoot? Tattoo big man is unbelievable, looked towards both Ilva mysterious woman, immediately sinking. He can feel that the other party wants killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Must hold her to leave. Thinking here, the tattoo is a woman in front of him, and the whole person rises the road to the fire, and all his clothes are all burned. Suddenly, he planted a humanoid fireball, moved towards mysterious woman fluttered. The face is, but it is a laughter of the mysterious woman's mouth, and then he only saw a flash, and then mysterious woman appeared on his side, while he followed him, a sharp edge from the shoe tip play out! Exclamation mark. Tattoo male only feels a pain in the legs, he can't stand again, and the whole person is completely poor. Tattoo male's knee is drawn out of the ground. Ah, my legs. Until at this time, he issued a harsh warning, even if the fire on the body cannot hold, redissipate, sorrowful life, even if it is spiritual, it is just a waste. Mysterious woman smiled and walked to him, and immediately grabbed his hair, and the other handed it. Kai. A bloody blood came out from the neck of the tattoos, and the painful expression of the tattoo man was fixed. Ah! The crowd once again issued a low call. All people seemed to have seen the devil to disconnect all around, and frightened the mysterious woman that seems to bloom like a blood-red rose. This moment, mysterious woman is in their hearts, like demon god. My name is Sarah, Blackwater Black Security Service Department Vice Section Head. The woman licked a drop in blood, revealing the cruel smile. But I prefer you call me, my code is Blood Red Rose is your batch's battle coach. At this time, John's mysterious woman was in the past, and he was annoyed. He could feel that the other party was not in cracking a joke. Yourself, seem to directly surrender Fib. I am afraid it is better. Why do you want to kill people? What do you want us? Among the crowd, some people asked with trembling with fear. Of course is training you. Sarah replied. Do you think that Earth Federation will tolerate a group of spiritualists into society? No, you only have 2 options, either join us, or join the official, there is no third choice. As for their murder, sorry, the training is a death indicator. If you don't want to die, try to work hard, strive to live in training. Said, she waved. All the soldiers immediately went to the outside world. John is also with great flow. The gods left the banquet hall, and went to the helicopter platform of the roof. Hon, the batch of pilots in North America has been settled to arrive at the Life Science City tomorrow morning. The top of the Black Light building, the small X station is by the side of Chen Chen, and it is likely reported. 15. Chen Chen doubts. Do I remember not 18 people? There are 3 killed by killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Smolks curl one's lip, was killed by Sarah. Chen Chen, oh, then nodded, that is fine. Said, the void screen in front of his looked Tauath, only on the void screen, playing 3 silhouette in parallel, is a member of Leon, Hog and Bray 3 BHP police team. 3 people stand in a training room. The training in the class. In the class, the new ability to work, in which Leon waves. A light is issued. Hit it on the gun outside of dozens of meters. Will the gun target is fried as flying grey. Boy hodges a chimpanzee in front of him. With his gaze, chimpanzee constantly make a variety of complex movements, as a human behavior. And Bray. Chen Chen only saw a piece of clothes around, the cuffs and necks of the clothes were empty, and they can look at the interior. Leon, controlling lightning. Hodge, manipulate life. Bray, stealth, plus steel body. This is the spiritual capacity of the 3 people awakening. Chen Chen also did not expect it. It was originally in the spiritual energy of the mid-toe mind, and the compound was injected into other people's body. Ability. None of these spiritually, in everyone's body, power changes. When Chen Chen is reintegrated, it will make the most basic spiritual energy. This is Chen Chen using Delta D experimenic experiments. That is, regardless of how countless changes is finally gathered in Chen Chen within the body, it is still the original spiritual energy, which is just a fantastic external performance, that's all. But seeing these people, it is still, because he remembers that he has just got the audience. There is no harder. Even the things that hundreds of grams are difficult to drive. Far away there is no strong people who have just got a spiritual energy. The field can be different and the power and potential of the field can be comparable. Field energy, control electromagnetic force, whether it is macro or micro, no matter how gas is still solid, there is an electromagnetic force in the world, which can be said that the potential of the field is unlimited. Spirit can incarnation. Changing a variety of other types of ability. This is what I didn't think of. Chen Chen so road, but returning to essence, this power can have a lot of secrets without excavation. In addition to resurrect from other human awareness, the potential of the field is large, the application is wide, but the growth is slow. Small X said, the initial increase in spiritual energy, strength of countless change, is closely related to spirit and consciousness. But the power is inevitable as the field. This is the difference between the two. Power is not so simple. Chen Chen shakes his head. In this power, I am afraid I have this secret. But I found a rule. What law? Xeox is confused. You didn't find it? Chen Chen's mouth picks up a smile. Super lost. This movie, the field can be brought by a plant, and in reality, the spiritual energy is also brought by the sky. Both. Although it is completely different, there is a similar law, that is, they are all from the sky. Said, Chen Chen stands up, his eyes seem to be through the ceiling. Look at endless starry sky, it is indeed magical in the universe, first of the alien plants, but also aware of the consciousness. It is a big horror, big opportunity world. It is no wonder that my predecessor will say that human until now is wrong. Earth's security is just a kind of illusion. Any big waves in the universe will be easily crushed. Said, Chen Chen suddenly stood up, he looked at the date, asked, is the U-disk full of electricity? According to the estimation, it will be full. Smolks nodded, we took 3 years before it was full of U-disk, but now, with our constructing reactor, the reactor of the reactor is getting bigger and bigger, and the performance is getting more and more improved. Suddenly, Xuexs cry out in surprise, I received information from Avatar, the U-disk is really full. The Godfather, how do you know? I don't know. Chen Chen frowned, I just produced this idea, seemed to go in the U-disk in person, it is already full. Is also right. Several U-disk all appear out of thin air in your hand. It is obvious that you are the owner of the U-disk. Small X excited, this is not said that the U-disk is never lost. But I should try the next step. Said, Chen Chen turned to move towards outside. I intend to build a new Rosen Bridge. A Rosen Bridge that leads to destruction warrior? Small X is also followed by Chen Chen. It is unwritten that when you last left, several other researchers secretly embed the God chip, and left my avatar there. It turned out this idea that world is a complete human civilization world. Chen Chen replied, that is to say, that word is also possible to expand the compound plan, and the effect will be much better than the other of my last world. Said, Chen Chen directly came to the newly built transfer room, directly transferred to the tidier. Before opening the permanent Rosen Bridge, I also need to send someone to go to the opposite exploration. After all, I have passed a year, and now I don't know what is the situation. Is also right. Smolks nodded, although there is no accidental opportunity in opposite side. It is careful to drive thousands of ships. Is right. Chen Chen personally pulls out the U-disc, and then transferred to the previous transport hall. This high 100 meters, a huge area of the area, is prepared for Rosen Bridge. Chen Chen directly opens the Destruction Warrior that has not been opened for more than a year. First open a normal transmission gate and let a Dark Knight have gone. After 5 minutes, Dark Knight returned, and his holographic projection instrument carried on his head began to play the screen of world. However, when Chen Chen and Xiao X saw the scene of Destroy the Warrior, it was completely silent. Because it is played in the picture, it is turned out to be completely annihilated ruins. Super USB Chapter 572. Super USB Chapter 572. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-disc wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. In there, screen. The opposite sky is dark red. Is not that kind of sunset generally being reddened by the sun, but a real red cloud, as if he has a bloodless river that floats in heaven. It is surging. The kind of red cloud Chen Chen has never seen. Just look at it. The brain has a viscous, broad, strange and so on. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He chooses to open the Placing the Destruction Warrior movie in the top of the mountain, where there is less than a few kilometers away. There is a cliff, and the lower cliff is North America Paps City. At this time, from the picture of the Paps City, the Dark Knight, it is already a ruin, wherein in the sky endless blood. The entire ruins are exuded in detail. Looks a long time. Looking at the scene in the picture, Dark Knight is deep into the ruins, but we are signs of corrosion every construction. Many buildings seem to be corroded by sulfuric acid, on the surface, and even in dark. In the exploration of night, there is still an architecture that seems to be overwhelmed, and he collapsed. The entire city can't see a living thing, but it can't see any bodies. Everyone has evaporated in the same vacant, and completely disappears. Dark Knight just explores a little area, not all is going deep into the ruins, returning back. With the end of the video, the player on the Dark Knight header is automatically turned off. Did not find human beings. Chen Chen's doubts look at the black channel in front of him, revealing the color of the doubts. Even the body did not find out, where is the people in this city? Will it be a kind of biochemical disaster? Small X asked, people all migrate out. Chen Chen shook the head, no opening, but constantly thinking. About the past 10 minutes. Chen Chen seems to have finally decided. He opened the mouth and said, send a Dark Knight force and drone to detect before, be sure to fully analyze, I really want to know, destroy their warrior. What happened in the plane? With Chen Chen's order, almost a few minutes, hundreds of Dark Knight arrived in the transport hall. These Dark Knight equipment is complete, not only GS battlesuit and park armor, but also equipped with various armored vehicles and wing exhibitions to 10 meters. The above unmanned reconnaissance machine is already a standard for a super-modern army. With the entry of this small force, more large teams have also been transferred by the Black Ball Gantz and is waiting in front of the channel. If there is an enemy across the opposite side, the troops will be opposite the opposite world, and if it is still unable to resist the other party, Chen Chen will decisive U-disc. Plus Chen Chen personally sits in the town, so he is not worried that the other party will easily come to reality. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Each hour, the channels are opposite. The channels will be sent to the results, While Chen Chen's look is getting more serious, the opposite of the opposite world is not just Paps City. For a few hours, Dark Knight's unmanned reconnaissance machine has sweeping the entire North American region, but whether it is a town or a country, it is a survey of a waste. It not only does not see silhouette, but the entire Neptune even has no discovery, even plants. It is all in the stage of dry and dead. The entire human civilization seems to have been extracted, all life force. Only one icy and silence remains left. Collected soil, air, water source, etc. Those bloody transporters certain corrosiveness. Obviously the blood clouds are condensed into the raindrops, and human cities are corroded. Apart from this, there is no more discovered. Seeing this, Chen Chen can't hurt frowned. Since the entire Nanawa is not found, then expand the search range and start to search the entire North America. For Chen Chen's command, Dark Knight and Xeox Nature are unconditional, so more Dark Knight and drones have been dispatched, more than 1,000 before and after. The light is this thousand and hundreds of large drones. It takes a large amount of electric energy, but now I don't care about this. Chen Chen is not very clear. A good civilization, why didn't you haven't? He still remembers that when he comes in a year, the destruction of the warrior is not open, and he is still a bigger, deterring the entire human federation, and took this place, the Arc transmission platform, and then specially left a group of researchers implanted with god chips to pave the way in the future. It has been around for a year. When he opened this place again, he only saw such a scene. Because it is a different place? Still said that the place did not escape the disaster after you left. Chen Chen frowned. The U-disc opened the plane of death. The magic of death is originally broken, but now it is now turned back again. Chen Chen simply and the U-disc. He studied the time machine of the Terminator plane, while calming the news of the news, waiting for the news of the way to where. It is the time of the half a month since the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight can be called a carpet search. Any spider silk is not given up. If you really let Chen Chen have found many clues. In New York and Washington, although the city is still destroyed, Chen Chen has discovered the traces of war. A large number of shells and missile bombings, as well as the bore on the wall during the city street, and some planes are also found, and the wreckage of war chariot and the aircraft. That is, human beings in the destruction of the warrior, and some kind of existence. This is the only thing that is now analyzed today. The reason why he judges that the other party is some kind of existence rather than other human beings, because Dark Knight has not found any aircraft and tank debris except for the North American Army, and even the slide. All bombings, the shrapnel in the pit is its own in North America. Human, is it a fight with some kind of battle that cannot kill? Chen Chen has doubtful color, and the whole thing is now more strange. This is until a month. Finally, Dark Knight brings an unexpected thing. On this day, Chen Chen just woke up from the bed. Immediately a Dark Knight came up, and handed a report to Chen Chen. After seeing this report in his hand, Chen Chen suddenly took eyes shrank. Chen Chen took a deep breath, asked, "What is it true? Are you really found in the Pentagon?" "Will never be wrong." Small X voice came into the broadcast in the lounge. "According to the information I have not and it is notified, this world is indeed, the world. I have visited world, and time flow speed and reality world are basically the same." Chen Chen hearing this suck in a breath of cold air, he also thought that there was another destruction of the warrior world, but he did not think that it was really sincere. But even time flow speed is also quite. That is, the human civilization of this world is only used for only 1 year, and it has become this scenery. It turned out that after you took 3 square boat, the human beings of this world have discovered an unexpected high. They found a door under the Firestar's arc transfer. Smolk said solemnly, "This is a tiling on the ground, full of unknown patterns, like a metal door in the ground." Chen Chen hearing this picks up the pattern in the data, but found that the above floral pattern is quite complicated. Just like a blooming resurrection lily, it is like a round of glory. This door is ash gray, It seems that many years of wind cream are unknown, the surface is no longer bright, but according to the information, this door is extremely strong, even the diamond is also unable to cut out scratches, and the melting point exceeds 10,000 degrees, and even if millions of lasers continue to cut, it is difficult to cut. This is a metal that is unparalleled with thermal energy. Seeing these nature, Chen Chen immediately understood anything. He looked back later. Sure enough, according to the analysis of the metal, the whole door is made from high offset armor. High offset armor. Chen Chen's eyes before, that is to say, the extinct civilization on the Fire Star has also had a technique of manufacturing high offset armor. Yes, the manufacturing technology of high offset armor is not complicated, just requires a large particle accelerator, that's all. The only reason for the use of its use is the production problem. Xeox said, with our output, you will make your frozen sleeping alls all, but this Taoist sect, the thickness is deep and unmeasurable. Chen Chen shook the head. The heart is even more shocking. This door is so huge. Then why is it existed? This kind of metal known as the most hard substance in the solar system, even if the Tsar nuclear bombs don't want to break data, human beings have found the door, have begun to break the door with the water grinding worker, and some people try to enter from the side, but then they have to give up this childish idea. Because of the side, it is also highly shifted with high metal, as if a port is made of metal, and the length is up to kilometers. Human began obediently and honestly to find ways to drill this door, while the entire project plan continued to exceed half a month. Thinking here, Chen Chen continued to turn the page, but found that the subsequent content is all gone. The whole article has only the official of North America on the guess, that's all. Is behind? What is the door in the door? How is human beings disappear? Chen Chen looks up. Is not. Small X is coming in outside the door, directly shaking the head. I only find this useful thing in the broken five-corner building, there is no one. Continue. Chen Chen put down the information in his hand, ordered the way. I don't believe the whole human civilization, even if the threat of the enemy can't find it. Next, Chen Chen continued to wait, but it hasn't been there for a few days, but there is no news again over the side. What is this? Chen Chen looked at the screen, only see the high-altitude perspective of the drone. On a wasteland, a deep pit is presented on the ground. This deep pit diameter is only about 10 meters. The deep pit is regular, blackbur in winter, and it is deeply unheated. After discovering this clue, Dark Knight automatically expands, send a detection squad, set up a variety of instruments, and move towards explore deeply. Explore, and finally, when Dark Knight dive, the bottom of the deep pit was finally arrived at the bottom of the deep pit. However, these Dark Knight found that the bottom of the deep pit is nothing else, but the fan is full of sun pattern, like a small gates. The door of this fire star actually appeared on Earth. Chen Chen shouted. Not only this, Small X emphasizes, we explored the mud earth attribute in the deep pit, and found that the soil at the fault was probably exposed in the air half a year, that is, the whole of the deep pit is a year. Just appeared. Xiao X shows a crosscut pattern. The side of this door also has the same high shift armor package, and the same is exactly the fire on the Fire Star, but it can be seen. Xiao X hesitated. This door is very new, far more than the Taoist sect on the Fire Star. It is like new manufacturing. No, you judge wrong. Chen Chen, his shook the head. There is still high offset armor barrier, just like a hole in a lid. It turns out that there is a mistake in the Fire Star before, not a door. No? Small X. Chen Chen hearing this said with a smile, but the side of the door is also high offset metal to create, that is, it is a cylindrical, long up to thousands, and add it in one in the deep pit, and the deep pit is recently appeared. I can have a real answer. That is not a door, but a needle. A needle inserting earth 5 kilometers deep. Small X hearing this suddenly, you said it is very reasonable, you said it is the door, just because they're human at first is only seen in its cross-section, that's all. Actually if you go to analyze, it is a steel needle of a diameter of 10 meters and a length of kilometers. Is so? Chen Chen nodded. There is a deep feeling in the eyes. I just don't know. This needle and the disappearance of human civilization. Super USB Chapter 573. Super USB Chapter 573. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. After the same device is found, all clues are disconnected. No one knows what happens. Why is human beings disappear, and whoever fights before disappearing? How blood clouds are formed. Why is the needle on fire star? Why appear on Earth? Question mark. No one knows. In the sky's blood cloud, the rain is corroded, even the network that is most intertwined by humans is also eroded. But Dark Knight can only find some zero fragmented information, also all are very ordinary information. There is no legacy of what happened at all this year. Chen Chen decided to see someone to see it. See what you can find with your ability. Chen Chen wear a variety of detection equipment, including magnetic field detectors, life detectors, and park armor, etc. Directly came to the Destruction Warrior place. When he entered the Destroyed Warrior place, Chen Chen suddenly, his surprised looked towards his own hands, while both hands continue to drain in midair. Executive, opposite the channel, the small X-Avatar X112 asked, what did you find? But it also needs to be confirmed. Chen Chen's voice is low. He is a building wreck with a building of 50 meters away, and then tightened his hand and low channel. Break for me. Bang. Only listen to the collapse of the building. The ruins of the 5-layer small building collapsed, and the endless dust flew to the air. The smoke is filled. Is not. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen still frowned. He muttered, obviously, can there be a feeling of blushing? No. Suddenly, Chen Chen seems to realize what. He suddenly lifts the head, showing surprised look. Not a field, but Ling. In this world, I can't use spiritual energy, said. Chen Chen slightly closed his eyes, immediately opened again. Indeed, the air here is a stagnation. My strength is limited here. It seems to fall in jelly. It is difficult to stretch all body. Think of this. Chen Chen's foot directly jumped into the sky. He flew straight to the speed of the sound speed, trying to find a roof that can play a spiritual energy. After a day, Chen Chen directly spans the Pacific Ocean to the other side of Earth. Online here, Chen Chen continues to face the Earth, but as he expects, the whole world has become a ruin. The blood cloud covers the whole planet. Looks on the ground, just as world has already fallen hell. No one, still no one. Chen Chen's city, including intermediate and industrial, but still only seeing constant corrosive buildings. The whole world is not saying human beings, and there is no change in plants. Bang! Chen Chen landed on a mountain peak, and suddenly Hong Long. The entire peak collapsed 2 or 3 meters. Standing in the peak, Chen Chen looks over everything on world, and the look is very serious. Chen Chen's vision is comparable to the eagle, can easily see a mouse outside. He comes to all around, but then it is picking the eyebrows. The mountain in the foot of the mountain seems to have any black things. See this scene. Chen Chen expression changed. He quickly flew in the direction of move towards, etc. When you approach, you immediately had a shot. He actually saw that it is a black bone on winter, and it is not known to have a deep cave. Is it? Chen Chen will go down. But after the limit of the 50 meters, it is still unable to explore anything, so he no longer hesitate. The whole person has a cross, directly fell in the moved towards cave. Call. The net is the Hu wind. Chen Chen only see that the side wall of the cave is not comparative, it seems to be squeezed, and the diameter of the entire cave is also 10 meters wide, not seeing the bottom. In this way, Chen Chen has declined with the speed of free fall. He has induced the bottom after half a minute. As the field can stand, Chen Chen directly falls at the bottom of the cave. Bang! Chen Chen directly stepped on a cold and hard substance. He looked up, immediately showed the same look. This is Another needle. His feet. It is the same as the pattern to see yourself. It is a sun like a sun. It seems like a resurrection lily mountain shower. Chen Chen's body is slightly touched with the cold metal. It can be seen from the texture. This needle and the fire star are not the same. This material is significantly new. It seems to be casting recently the surface. Not all is too much oxidation. Who will place so many needles on Earth? Is it human? No. Impossible. Chen Chen looks up at the sky, and there is a heterogeneous in the eyes, and he silently calculates the latitude and longitude here. According to the Earth latitude and longitude of these two needles, Chen Chen has found a trace of law. Thinking here, Chen Chen immediately took off again, and the moved towards flew in another direction. Next, Chen Chen took the fastest speed in the sky, and after a day, after a few locations, some were in the mountains, some were in the depths of the ocean, but they will find every place. There is also a needle existence there. Finally, he came to the South Pole in Earth, in the position of the pole, and found the same giant needle. Equator, South return line, North return wire, South Pole, North Pole. Chen Chen silently estimated that if you follow this rule, the long distance is 60 degrees, the latitude is more than 45 degrees, which means that there is a total of 20 giant needles on Earth! Exclamation mark. These huge needles of Earth, I am afraid there is a secret. Thinking here, Chen Chen no longer probed. He returned to the first giant needle of the first found. At this time, under the control of X-112, a group of Dark Knight is constantly cutting the top of the giant needle. Try to find out what the inside of the giant needles is in the end of the moonlight. How long does it take to break? Chen Chen came to the side of the big pit and asked. The Dark Knight asked. You know, because high shift armor is highly imbalanced, energy transfer is very unoccupied. Thermal energy and fluctuations are also difficult to pass at the atomic level, so it is very difficult to destroy this layer of surface. X-112 sound came from the Dark Knight on the side. She came to suffer, plus us. There is nothing big power equipment to enter the bottom of 5 kilometers. The current few days, we are only broken opened a gap that's all of more than a dozen centimeter. I would like to completely open the surface of this giant needle. It takes a long time, about 3 months to 6 months. Too long, I can't wait for so long. Chen Chen frowned. He thought, simply flying again, returning from the channel. Has passed for another month. When Chen Chen returned to the destruction of their warrior, a huge drill bit of a diameter of 3 meters was also shipped from the real life. This drill is, which is the force of the entire blacklight technology. It takes a large device made with high offset armor. It takes a month to build a month. After the end of the hurry, it will not be fine to grind. Chen Chen the drill is again coming to the destruction warrior. He used the farm to hold the drill bit to come to the cave again, and the screen returned all Dark Knight. And then he drilled with a lot of power! Exclamation mark. The frictionless noise of deep and harsh is like the raw sound of monster. The sound even penetrates the soil to arrive in the ground. Chen Chen's field is like the Mount Formidable power. Controls the drill bit. Fiercely drill. Has the help of the drill bit. But a few hours, the door that was originally unbearable was bleed. In an instant of drilling, Chen Chen immediately stopped the drill bit, and found that the original rugged high offset drill has been completely deformed, but now it is not to be more. He directly throws away the deformed drill bit, moved towards drill the hole to see. Sure enough, Chen Chen immediately saw that in the mouth drilling, there were a variety of complex devices, and it was obvious that these devices were running in continuously. Can even see the lights of various green and yellow flashes. What is the same as this needle? Is it a high-tech device? Chen Chen is like look of shock. His field can be explored within the open big hole, but find this huge equipment. The bottom is almost solid, only tens of cubic meters, only there are some precision parts. When Chen Chen was confused, several of the tip-size lamps suddenly flashed, and also issued a drip voice, from the original green and yellow. have changed to red. Is this a representative of the equipment being damaged? Chen Chen's doubtful observation, but after these lights gave a few times, even, the equipment in the giant needle didn't stop working directly. In the moment of stopping operation, Chen Chen only felt suddenly the air surrounded by sudden, and a very happy feeling. Chen Chen's heart is in the heart. He closed his eyes silently, and immediately found that his spirit can recover. This device can suppress his spiritual energy. Chen Chen, eyes opened, the eye has a touch of look of shock, and the reason why you can't use it is because these staples are in the depths of earth. When Chen Chen is very high-tech, shocking for this kind of common sense, the news of X-112 suddenly came, and the voice is very eager. Excellent, Commander, the sky has changed. What? Chen Chen looked up, but the bottom of the 5 kilometers was in the end of the bottom. But what did not see? In the blood cloud of the sky begins to change. It seems to be from wind. X-112's voice continues, those blood clouds become more rich than usual. The blood clouds are all in this cave, and the blood clouds in the square are gathered here. Chen Chen hearing this reveals look of shock. I don't know why. Hidden, invisible crisis quickly passed the deep in one's heart of Chen Chen, which enriches the secretion of my adrenaline involuntarily. Is not strong. Chen Chen's eyes flashed a decision. He no longer hesitated, quickly beckoned with one hand. Hua hua. In the big hole opened, the whole equipment is directly divided into one after another parts, flying from the hole. Suddenly, Chen Chen flew out a lot of parts. These parts, all kinds of strange things, silent in the air. The commander, the pointer above the magnetic field indicator is extremely jumped in dramatic, and the all-around magnetic field is very disturbed. At the same time, the life detector actually detects countless life, but we can't see anything. Do we need to retreat? X-112 is anxious again. Immediately retreat. Chen Chen not even think answered, and he immediately flew in the top of the moved towards cave. So, after 10 seconds, Chen Chen directly rushed out of the deep cave, completely rushed to the high altitude, until he saw it. It was still a calm and high altitude, and he had a rotation of endless blood. The eye is like a huge pupil, with a rolling malicious moved towards wind. See this strange scene. Even if Chen Chen also felt a suffocating feeling, he didn't know what would happen next, but it was obviously nothing good. I don't know if the wind is still a special celestial phenomenon. Chen Chen only felt that all around void came a burst of roar, which seems to be roaring, and it seems to be a million people. If it is unconfirmed, I am afraid that the sound will be lost. Chen Chen frowned, coming to all the land, but found that even the ground also started to rise to the silk mist, while all kinds of instruments on the body are madly swimming, just like the end of world is coming. Very interesting. Chen Chen whispered muttered, after experiencing awareness of the consciousness. What big scene did he have seen? Although the situation at this time is strange, but the influence on Chen Chen is not affected. He is just flying in the direction of the moved towards channel. On the ground, those dark night of long gave up all equipment and instruments, and they fled directly to the passage of the car until Chen Chen fled to dozens of kilometers. This is slightly returned. I only see the distant in the sky, still have endless blood clouds, and the blood clouds like their hurricane have become like mountain range. The outer blood, the center is condensed into a dead black. At the same time, it is still turning at the continuously high speed. Even if the distance is so far, the pressure of the huge cloud is still not reduced. Hong long long. Among the blood clouds, there was a burst of fried thunder, and the hidden can see lightning snake. The blood cloud, it seems to be live. I don't know why. Chen Chen's brain has flashed such a weird thought. Retreat. Chen Chen took a deep breath, flashing in the mind, then he fell from the high altitude, directly grasping the server where the X-112 is located, then upgrade again. The head does not return the direction of the moved towards channel to fly. After a few minutes, Chen Chen has arrived at the destination, but at the same time, the voice of X-112 is again transmitted. The commander, the communication is invalid. and the dark night of our mining group lost contact. Waiting for half an hour. If you haven't come back half an hour, I will close the channel directly, Chen Chen said with the mouth, and directly entering the channel returned to the reality. Super USB Chapter 574. Super USB Chapter 574. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. Returning to reality. Chen Chen is only silently sighed in relief. The mountain range is a high blood cloud, giving him an inexplicable pressure sensation. The feeling like the full form of consciousness in the dream is not fine, but it is even more powerful. That feels, it is like standing in a mountain, looking up, looking up, looking up, mountain range. Even the soul is suppressed. Handle the host of the X112 to Dark Night. Chen Chen beckoned with one hand, and follow him with the part of the reality. It will be automatically fly out, and it is entirely arranged on the side of the side. Then, Chen Chen is beginning to identify. This is ground thermal energy generator coil. This is an oscillator. This is. Chen Chen looks back, distinguishing a piece of equipment that you retrieved. These equipment can only recognize the very little part. Most of the equipment can't recognize. Even Earth as it is not clear. Or even, Chen Chen is still on some devices, seeing something like text. Just the above text is not any text known to human beings, but a more weird pattern, just similar to the top of the giant needle. Xiao X is also coming. She is with her mouth moved towards a piece of foot basin. The whole bright orange cloud crystal. They're neat. Is this crystal? Chen Chen turned his head and looked at it. But when he was over, he was slightly frowned. Because his field can feel an extremely intensive acupuncture, this needle feel is invisible, and even people's perception can't feel, but with his deep microscopic field, the magnitude, but it can be hidden. X, this crystal material has strong radioactivity. Chen Chen reminded, general natural sparse is radioactive, but it is extremely subtle, even slightly. It is difficult to hurt people. My field can also feel, but this stone is so strong, I can clear induction. It is probably the radium element is more than the radium element. X nodded. She took out the magnifying glass from the side, and then he was determined. This is zircon. Zircon? There, and it is a low zircon of orange. Small X is exclaimed. Most zircon with radioactive substance is present orange or yellow, so bright orange. It is indeed that the content of radioactive elements inside is high, and the Godfather is. Small X suddenly turns the head. Which position should this zircon should be placed in this equipment? Chen Chen laughed. His field can exercise instantly. All parts are quickly flying, and the in midair is quickly flattened. More than thousands of different sizes of different parts, tens of thousands of small parts similar to the screws. In Chen Chen the field can be controlled next to a little bit. Ultimately, the whole equipment is fitted into a machine facility with a hull leak, both end wide and central narrow. And the foot base and size orange stone is fixed in the center of all parts, as if an orange is crystallize. Good strange device. XUX has received all the information from X112. She exposes the color of the doubts, oscillator, geothermal generator, and magnetic field constraints. But it is obvious, this huge zircon is the core of the entire device. Can you see the use of this device? Chen Chen asked. I couldn't use plenty of earth anywhere over Earth, but I went to destroy this device, and the spirit can recover quickly, and it seems to be released. Small X hearing this nodded. Analysis. Zircon belongs to piezoelectric materials, is a crystalline material, and these materials have a huge role in electronic instruments, ways, optical instruments, semiconductor, communication equipment. At the same time, because the piezoelectricity of the crystal material has a magnetic field, even the magnetic field of Hu, it can bring health, bring luck to the human body, but now it is this device at the heart, and the Godfather is still in its body. It is very interesting. Xiao X suddenly be happy. If there is no guess, This device should be a radiation diffuser. Radiation diffuser? Chen, hearing this, is bright, and it seems to understand what. Because of the diffusion of radiation, it has become extremely slight. Small x supplement, so some of our instruments cannot be detected, but this radiation has a special ability after diffusion, that is, suppressing the spiritual energy on Earth. Through the clues you bring, a total of 20 giant needles exists, that is, one such device can lock the spiritual energy in 10 million square kilometers, order to have a spiritual energy play out. Heard here, Chen is only nodded, yes, I will also understand it now. I originally thought that destruction of the warrior place disappeared, and the 20 giant needle is related, but now I can already okay, the not at all relationship between the two. Does not matter. Xeox suddenly. Those giant needles are not the culprit to destroy human civilization. Chen nodded, replied, and those who are nailed by the giant needle is Xeox immediately understand. It is true that it is clear that human beings have discovered a giant needle on the fire star, and then they open it. It seems to open the Pandora's magic box, which caused destruction, human disaster. Also thus triggered a more important issue. Chen continued, his look is more downs, that is, in addition to human and destroyed human blood clouds, there should be a third-party forces. Those on Firestar and Earth have a huge needle presented. I have found that the trees on the big needle on the Firestar is the same, but the shell is obviously a lot, at least tens of thousands of years, but the giant needle on Earth, it is brand new, that is, third parties have nailed those giant needles in human beings, and resets those existence on Firestar, or can be said to be sealed. Said, Chen shook the head, this is terrible. Is it a destruction of the warrior place? Is it always monitored? Talking about it, Chen suddenly worries a lot. The original Discworld is likely not to stop a civilization. There is still a higher civilization in monitoring human. This is terrible. Talking about these, half an hour has passed, but Chen still didn't see the Dark Knight returned. Need me to send someone to see? Small X is also a little uneasy. No, turn it off. Chen decisive shook the head. Then go directly to the computer to pull the U-disk. Suddenly, the black channel on the computer screen is directly turned to Vortex, quickly annihilated. Chen sighed in relief. This time Explore the Harvest is still very big. Although there is still not to figure out what the blood cloud is, how is human civilization to destroy, but at least understand the human civilization of this plane, the reason for demise, not only this, but also a special device. Chen, never seen it. Next, the analysis of these devices is handed over to Small X, especially the huge zircon, and Small X is very interested. Is this a female creature to the fanatic energy of crystal clear and near transparent? Chen learned. Is right, in his opinion. Xiao X is a kind of life. She has her own personality, her thoughts and memory, and also has human thinking logic. Even if the Small X is a living in electronic devices, there are no mistakes in people. After a few days of analysis, Xiao X made a lot of research and analysis of the zircon, and eventually issued a report to Chen. However, after seeing this report, Chen showed a surprised look. Sure enough, this zircon is artificially synthesized. Zircon, also known as zirconium, is a silicate mineral. The chemical formula is ZCO4. Small X stood next to Chen. Zircon has a variety of colors. Some zircons even contain radiant elements such as uranium, and the zircon of orange is representative of radioactivity, and according to my analysis, this huge zircon is inside, with an element of a human being never synthesized. Never synthesized? Chen suddenly surprised. In nature, the most important non-radioactive element is lead. The highest weight of the existence is uranium. The atomic order is a large-scale uranium element than the uranium, and these elements' overwhelming majority are artificial synthetic. It is difficult to find a heavier element, which is because the number of elements will get worse, and the half-life is getting shorter and shorter, such as the 4 kinds of human synthesis. The latest elements 113, 115, 117 and 118. Half-life only 20 seconds, 2.6 seconds, 0.8 seconds, and 12 milliseconds. Currently, 118 is the heavier element of human being able to discover synthesis. The elements of more than 118 will open the new 8 family element period, and there is currently no 8th elements to be synthesized. Since the element in the small zircon is the element that has never been synthesized by humans, that is, its atomic order is more huge than 118. Found this radioactive element, which is made of 126 neutrons and 126 mils. Small x continues, that is to say, the arrangement of this element is number 126. Chen, hearing this, can't help frowned. 126? Putting it that way, its half-life should be more short. How can it stably exist in the zircon interior? However, Chen immediately wake up. It turned out to be stable island. The so-called stable island theory, it is said in physics, there is a magic number phenomenon of mysterious. So far, the number of people discovered by humanity is 2, 8, 14, 20, 28, 50, 82, 126. When the number of cores of the element is consistent with the above numerical, the stability of the nucleus is relatively large. For example, oxygen 16 bonded from 8 neutrons and 8 protons, the nucleus of the nucleus is very stable. 20 neutrons and 20 protons combined with calcium 40, the nucleus of the nucleus is also very stable, and the 28 protons bind to nickel. Part of the isotope atom nuclear properties are still very stable. Therefore, this stabilization of the elements in the magic sequence is called a stable island theory, and therefore, 126 neutrons and 126 protons are combined with 126 elements, will also be a stable element. But since it is a stable element, will there be such a huge radioactivity? Is it wrong? Chen has some difficult to understand. When he uses the field to detect, it is true that it should be extremely strong. Only extremely vigorous radioactive elements can make Chen's field can produce this feeling. Did not make a mistake. Small x confidence is full, that element is indeed, this is a special element. It is both a stable element, but it still has a very powerful radioactivity. I can't understand this phenomenon. I am afraid this will solve this mystery when we can synthesize this element. But now is not careful. Small x reminded the way. I tried to make a housing for this instrument, and replaced the ground heat generating device instead, replaced with a supercapacitor to provide electricity, but it never reboot this table instrument. Oh, Chen hearing this is tight, immediately entered the workshop of the assembled instrument. He brought back from the destruction of the warrior, there is such devices that can suppress the spiritual energy. If this is broken, Chen doesn't know if he still has a chance to go deep into the destruction of the warrior place. Back to other equipment back. When I entered this set of workshops, Chen immediately saw a huge columnar machine with a diameter of up to 20 meters, and the small X manufactured shell was tungsten alloy, which exuded a dark blue gloss. And its waist has 3 huge support, and this equipment passes through a small X machining. The bottom is also sharp conical shape, and also carries the power system. As long as the force is pressed, the 3 support the machine is fixed into the ground. This shape is a bit like a fish. Chen can't help but said with a smile. Coincide. Small X helplessly said, my thoughts are to get itself into the dirt, so give it a layer of power unit, so I become so. Chen nodded, no longer tangle these. But the order, you will try again. Small X nodded, the dark night on the side is started immediately, and you want the machine to work. However, this apparatus clearly has a massive electricity, but after the initial startup, the device inside will stop working again. See these? Chen can't hurt your eyes. He directly lifted, came to the top of the machine, and opened the cover. He immediately saw that the lamps that have seen have rendered red. No one is green. See this? Chen Chen can't help but expose the color of thinking when he remembers that he is not damaged when you break the huge needle, but still decisively stop the operation. See this, Chen Chen seems to understand what, turn for small x, try to turn the space inside into a vacuum state. With Chen Chen's command, the engineering robot in the workshop quickly operated. Under the design of XUX, this device has installed an air pump to take the internal air and block the outer casing of the machine. Dead. Then start again. Chen Chen only feels an invisible fluctuation and spread. Suddenly, the special stagnation is coming again. Chen Chen's spiritual energy is suppressed again. Super USB Chapter 575. Super USB Chapter 575. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. At a moment of turning on that machine, not only Chen Chen, even those spiritual people in life sciences, also feel a hysteresis. This feeling is very subtle, only the spiritual energy can feel that. Not only this, most of the pilots are only the reason for their own, but they did not expect others. Only a female locker room in the biological experiment center suddenly broke out a harsh scream. A group of women came out of the lingerie, immediately arrived before the security guard. The Brigottle was running out, and he ran and slammed the superpower. Failure was found and so on. At this time, Chen Chen silently felt this stagnant load. He feeled slightly, and immediately transferred back to the ground. In the surface, the feeling still exists, exudes from more than 700 meters deep, pressed all the spiritual people in the entire life science city. See this, Chen Chen directly aims at one direction, and moved towards, flew away from the past. 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. Chen Chen is constantly flying. The suppression of spiritual energy still exists until Chen Chen flew into the Rainbow Country's land. Did not disappear until Chen Chen flew out of 15 million kilometers. The suppressed feeling was completely past. Incredible. Chen Chen stands in 1,000-meter high, and looked back. That is to say, such an instrument can suppress the area of 7 million square kilometers. If used to deal with consciousness, it is not a win. However, Chen Chen is frowned because he still remembers that the destruction warrior is nailed to the whole earth. If you only need such a machine, you can solve it, and you don't use that many. The needle is right. Thinking here, Chen Chen shook the head, turned to return, but he didn't just flying half. But suddenly I feel that the suppression disappeared. At the same time, the small X voice came from the headset. The Godfather is over. The electrical consumption of the instrument is complete. Is the electricity of the supercapacitor? Chen Chen joined. It seems to be a power-consuming. Return to the tidier experimental base. Chen Chen looked towards this equipment has been completely different. He asked, can this device copy? Is very difficult. Small X bitter face. Some parts and materials inside are not what we can make this era. Even if we have entered the 5th industrial revolution, especially its core, the zircon, zirconium stonum and work is nothing. The real difficulties are still 126 elements. It can be said that the 126 elements added in zircon is the real core of this equipment. Only this element has the power of suppressing spiritual energy, and other equipment in the entire instrument is used to assist 126 element. Not only that, the 126 elements are also required to be manufactured by large strong monks, and the output is extremely small. We also have it. Chen Chen has an open road. I tried to try it with confidence, and suspend other tasks related to the collider. All the efforts are put into the synthesis of 126 elements. Understand? Smolks replied. See this, Chen Chen no longer said. If possible, Chen Chen also wants to insert 20 giant needles into the depths of Earth in accordance with the destruction of the warrior, so that the awareness of the consciousness. But this project is not blacklight technology. Finished. If you want to try it, Chen Chen is only to the avatar plane with this reassembled giant needle to see if this instrument can seal awareness of the consciousness. Of course, this is dangerous, and it is not a seal the other party's spiritual energy to defeat the other party. According to Chen Chen, the consciousness of that plane has grown to mountain range. Never in destruction the blood cloud that the soldier saw. The blood cloud, even if it is sealed, Chen Chen is also difficult to kill each other. It is possible that this machine will be damaged. At this time, Chen Chen finally understood why the mysterious forces would wrap a high offset armor on the machine. In view of this kind of machine effect, Chen Chen also thinking about himself, don't go to destroy the warrior, and then let a few machines come back. But this idea is soon being cancelled. His faintly has an inexplicable crisis. The blood cloud, I am afraid that the power is not much worse than the consciousness. That is, that thing, also equivalent to a conscious stealing. Just when Chen Chen so is about this machine, another good news finally passed out. And the time machine that came out from the Terminator movie, it has been completely cracked, it can be used. Chen Chen slowly climbed from the frozen sleep boy. Several Dark Knight immediately walked from outside the door and beginning to supplement nutrition and moisture for all kinds of food on Chen Chen. The commander, this time you have been sleeping for a long time. X-112's voice came. Obviously, Chen Chen has once again come to the end of the world. Prepare contact comparative army. Chen Chen nodded. He took the food on the table. Gorge on Esilf, while not even think said, take the paper pen. Immediately, a Dark Knight took a paper pen. Chen Chen took it, and he immediately wrote all the things in memory. No friction bearing. Drive nuclei, XTM Bionic People 2657 chip. Superconducting electric drive. Chen Chen squatted, spent more than half an hour, until it is full of full 4 sheets. It is completely stopped. Call. Chen Chen exhales one breath saying, he looked toward Dark Knight, is there these things in black lights? One of the Dark Knight immediately came forward. He took Chen Chen's paper pen. It seems to be scanned with eyes. About a few seconds, X-112 continued. The materials you need here are electronic equipment has 1879 species, in which about 816 species can be found in the Blacklight City warehouse. There are 1063 not at all inventories. No, Chen Chen can't help. If you need it, we can levy to the people, and millions of residents in the city of Blacklight should also be part of it. X-112 suggested. Can. Chen Chen nodded. All the lack of materials will be put out. See who can find, tell the Blacklight City, the top of this. The person can find, but also to reward. Not only this. You send people contact the other 4 forces of the joint resistance. See if there is the material I need. Understand. X-112 does not hesitate to agree. The next operation does not require Chen Chen. Naturally there are all departments of the Blacklight City to operate. After the elixir, this human survivor, the city, began to glow new vitality. However, the time of half a month, Chen Chen has collected most of the materials, but there are still some valuable equipment, which requires high prices from the other 4 forces of the United Resistance Army. Of course, this world has no unified monetary system, where the so-called high price is actually a large number of survival materials. That's all. For these, Chen Chen not all. After all, as long as the machine is set up, Chen Chen can ship from there to material from there. Just rely on some living materials to exchange. Chen Chen wants the device is completely a powerful buy. Soon, the supplies required by Chen Chen have been collected. After a few days, Chen Chen deliberately cleared a large warehouse in the Blacklight City. He returned all outsiders, leaving only a few Dark Knight acts as a hand. Chen Chen went to these stacked mechanical machinery, as the field can act quickly. Those equipment have been stacked in a few piles of several invisible hand lens, and then the little by little splicing. Under Chen Chen's control, a base with a 5 meter high, as if the arch device is built by a little bit. From the head to the end, Chen Chen lasted for 2 hours. After the last piece of screw was installed, Chen Chen wiped the sweat, sighed slightly in relief. With the memory of his mind, a time machine has been successfully built. This is the time machine in Terminator. Chen Chen said. The next thing is very simple. He looked at the Dark Knight next to him, the Dark Knight, which 112 handled. Immediately, from the side, a big cable, a little stitching on the base of the machine. This cable is connected to the Blacklight City, the only one nuclear polygelation reactor, is also a generator for the Blacklight City! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, the city suddenly sounded a burst of police, and a vast voice came from the city. This notice has long been issued a few days ago. After hearing the news, the residents in the city were unexpected, and some important departments naturally had emergency generator. 30 seconds countdown. 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the last countdown is completed, the entire city starts from the city center of the city, and countless users have lost their electricity. At the same time, those power are all supplied to the time of the time. On the arches above the machine, one after another electric light flashes quickly, and the arch actively started to rotate, and this speed is getting faster and faster, and finally, almost one after another residue crackle. Countless arc flashes, and the entire warehouse is illuminated by these arcs. Begins debugging time. With the X112's prompt, the liquid crystal display on the time is immediately lit, and the above value is like a code table, and the data from 2410 is flipped down, soon flipped to 2029 numbers. At the same time, a row of red lights flicker high frequently. Drop. Suddenly, a red light has changed directly into a green light, and the number of 2029 is no longer converted, while the other numbers behind will start turning. 2029 is the year of this machine, and next, it is to lock the date of the month and the hour and seconds. DDD. With the one after another green light, finally, all red lights become green, which represents not only Chen Chen, far on another, and another time machine has been connected with it. The two machines are completely unified, and the bridge of one plane has been quietly built. Time lock. Start docking. X112 continues. The dock is completed. The time bridge has been turned on, ready to receive transfer. With this sound, suddenly, surrounded by the arc on the time of the machine expands, even the frequency is getting higher and higher. Suddenly, a glare arc blows. Next second, one whole body naked, a half-hidden man appears on the platform of time. Bang! An invisible gas is thrown away. Chen Chen squatted on the platform, but he saw a half-slamed man slowly, and his gods looked towards Chen Chen, followed by Chen Chen. This is a Dark Knight. Sure enough, the clothes disappeared. Chen Chen frowned. He always remembers that in the setting of the Terminator, although the time machine can be transmitted, it can only transfer human beings. Anything that is exposed to biological organizations cannot be transmitted. Therefore, the robotic talents sent by Dan Wang will have a layer of artificial skin because there is no robot without this layer of skin. However, Chen Chen still tried. Another head in the plane, Xeox let a Dark Knight put on GS Combat Service, where a variety of weapons to transfer, thus experimenting can break the rules, but now, it seems that Dark Knight's clothes and weapons have fly. Obviously the law of the movie still exists. This is not difficult to port Chen Chen. He first closed his eyes, let his awareness return to reality, and then after an hour, he returned to the end of the end. Continues to transfer. In the moment of eyes opened, Chen Chen again ordered Wang. As an arc flashes, Chen Chen slightly closed eyes. When he reopened, a huge pediatric package has appeared on the platform. This is a parcel with a container size. It seems like a square biological tissue from the outside world, and it is more than 4 or 5 meters high and 2 or 3 meters wide. Several Dark Knight went up, wrap it down, then gently grab it with the blade, and suddenly a silk was penetrated, and the underlying skin is the normal steel container. Didn't expect. The artificial skin of the initial study has this operation. Chen Chen lightly said with a smile. In the container, there is a large amount of instrumental parts and materials, and after this container is shipped, there are several people's skin assemblies one after another, and only countless shark speed flashes. In these containers, it is not easy to load, which is the device that can suppress spiritual energy from the destruction warrior plane. Given that this device can suppress spiritual energy, Chen Chen gave it a special name Blackwater Reality Stable Anchor. Super USB Chapter 576. Super USB Chapter 576. You can search in Baidu I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. Realistic Stable Anchor is called this name, because Chen Chen seems the spiritual energy is like a power that is not realistic. It can communicate the awareness of human beings, can change their nature, and even died. This kind of power is much more strange. If you say that the field of electromagnetic force is a kind of universe, then the spirit can go to the trip. No need to exercise too much, as long as people can kill more, they can quickly become thousands of manufacturing nuns. What is it? Because of the semester, because of the speed, it is far more than the field energy, and can even be restricted by technology. And this machine can stabilize the reality, plus its shape is like a giant needle, so it has been taken realistic stable anchor. However, since it is possible to suppress the spiritual technology, will there be a technique for suppressing the field? Chen Chen wants to think, but suddenly laugh. The field can be restricted is basically the impossible thing. Because the essence of the field is the control of the electromagnetic force, you want to suppress the field energy, it must suppress electromagnetic force, and electromagnetic force, but the four basics of the universe, one of the power. If the four major basic force is the only four ultimate rules of the universe, the status is high, and it is also above space law and time law. Therefore, it is necessary to suppress the field, and the basic impossible occurs. This year passed from Chen Chen's mind. At this time, the Time Machine's platform, there is a container once again, with the dark night open, reveal the densely packed blue tube. This is a 10,000 concentrated version of the L compound. Before the previous months, Blacklight Technology has produced 2,400 concentrated version L compounds per month. And in addition to part of the B-S troops and bionic warfare, and very few part once again improved as a dilution version, sold to Earth Federation, most of them were accumulated by Chen Chen. And now, the 3-month inventory is all brought to the end of the day. Chen Chen began to build a backpath for yourself. This 10,000 LZZ. Chen Chen is aimed at the group of prisoners in Blacklight City Prison. These so-called prisoners are either arrested to capture the captive of the Empire, or in the Blacklight City, the people who are trained by the branch, because Blacklight needs a lot of labor, so these prisoners will be with ancient slave almost. Chen Chen did 10,000 people with the highest punishment, which even included 500 Chen family people, giving these people to compounds. 10,000 people. About more than 1,000 people died because they could not resist L factors in Chen Chen's blood, and 5,000 people were blended with L factors and got a strong force. These people are all sent out of the vessel, detained in an unmanned island. After all of this, Chen Chen's latter road has also been there. He once again passed a group of modern weapons from reality, and then mobilized the entire Blacklight City. Moved towards Pacific Central Zone. Everything is ready, only the Dongfeng. An old fleet departs from Greenland, crossing the Arctic Ocean, crossing the Branding Strait, moved towards Hawaiian Islands. Although the land of the sacred fusion of the Empire is large, but because the scientific and technological level is far from the joint resistance forces, the ocean is still controlled by the joint Entente. However, the fleet of the United Anti-Army still has a taboo, which is the nearby islands of sea territory, because everyone knows, the consciousness of the whole human civilization is destroyed, and it is sinking into seabed here, and entering hundreds of years of sleep. No one knows, when will consciousness will wake, no one knows, When it comes to wake up again, what should be wakeful in human civilization? The joint resistance to the army understand that consciousness. It seems that it is really a kind of contract with the human beings of the sacred imperial, or there will be no sacred integration of the Holy See's trend to conscious theft. Just to joint Antama always does not understand that consciousness is like a super-level existence over the top end of the biological chain, and human beings are like a group of ants. Then why do you consider stealing to reach a contract with ants? This, only the same, Chen, which has the same spiritual energy. The consciousness is the human beings as a non, as a raising lamb. At this time, Chen Shenzing stood on the bridge of a huge cruiser, and he stared in golden sun with a blue sky, and the gods unemotional. This is already the 20th day of the fleet. Because there is a new device from Chen from reality, the fleet gradually glows new vitality, although it is far more than a modern fleet with ultra-remote strikes, but at least reaches at the middle of the Second World War II. Apart from this, outside the talented end of these fleets, but also silently followed a small aircraft carrier that can park drone. This aircraft carrier has only 100 meters long, although it is huge in the battleship group, but the not all is enough to rolling the volume. But it is the true ace of Chen's action, because in the depths of the cabin of small aircraft carriers, a cylindrical equipment stands quietly, and the power of the whole aircraft carrier is connected to this device and can be started at any time. The Hawaiian Islands, only less than 500 nautical miles away. The clues given by the joint Antan-Shanti army, the consciousness, that this year is falling in this with sea territory. Chen carries his hands to look at all around, but only seeing the Sea of Cyan, and the blue sky is almost fused together, which is unclear. Where is the sky? Where is the sea? And his field can also open to the extreme, constantly feel the fluctuation of all the sea territory. However, Chen did not find anything. The commander, if we continue to advance, will soon enter the sea territory of the Hawaiian Islands. At this time, the captain of the cruiser Ranga came to Chen, whispered. This big bearded man had a disturbed face, because he knew this sea territory. This is the year sea territory occupied by monster, occupied by human civilization, and the ship that entered this sea territory will be cursed. Continues to advance. Chen's head is not returned, directly issued the command. Warriors are prepared for the first sound wave detection. Finger. The commander is. The face of the captain is a little ugly. Here is the sight of him. Chen hearing this has no expression, and his eyes have a merits. Are you a command that violates my order? The captain suddenly became cold, but he was seen by Chen, and his cold sweat behind him fell, and he quickly lowered his head. Of course not, dare. Chen, then returning, not to be suspicious decisively, since you don't dare, you will not be implemented. Yes. The captain bit his teeth and turned to retreat. X-112. Chen suddenly opened. Commander. In the headset, the girl with a small X sound has several points of 4 came. How do you tell? Qi Chen Feng Xiao. Chen indifferently said, if he has any power, let Dark Knight killed him on the spot and fully took over the command of the fleet. Good, no problem. X-112 replied. Next, the whole fleet still constantly moving towns legendary taboos sea territory. Not only this, the one after another sound waves are also sent, starting to explore the depths of this sea territory. Crazy. It is crazy. However, in Chen's obscenity, the cabin of the cruiser, several crew responsible for controlling the sonar began to spend loudly. What is going on above? Knowing that this is the legendary taboo sea territory, but also let us send it. A man wearing a white navy is shaking, he has some collapse, it's too dead enough to die enough, but also use the sound to be explored. Isn't that monster wake again? Richard, relax one. The colleagues in the side are not good, and sudden comforted, maybe it knows what is secret, deliberately come here. Perhaps that monster I have died for so many years can destroy human monster, which is so easy to die. The third crew shook the head, the look is also a bit, I hope our good luck can avoid this battle, otherwise don't look at our fleet, but in front of the monster in myth, simply is trivial and kai kai. Ziz. With the conversation of the three, the seabed terrain map of the solution is also scanned, and it becomes a row of data to vomit. One of the crew looked towards is printed by data, suddenly frowned. What is this? All Aron is a canyon of thousands of meters, but there is a diameter of about 10 kilometers away from the tens of seabed island. Island is less than 300 meters from the island. The other three people hearing this immediately looked over. The companion of the colleague of the Haytham immediately said, "This is not a round, this is a spherical. Is there an island of this shape under seabed? And 3 directions in the island. There are still 3 support frames. This is, the voice of the 3 people is getting smaller and smaller. They look at each other. It seems to realize what everyone has grunged his eyes, and the warm sweat of the forehead falls. For a time, the atmosphere in the room is extravagant, because they have realized that the huge islands are actually not islands, but Commander X-112's sound suddenly passed from the headset. We have discovered awareness of consciousness, and the other party is now in the direction of 13 o'clock, and the position of the sound wave detection is displayed. The other party is at the results of the sound wave detection. Deep sleep. Since falling, then wake him. Chen's first. It seems that it is still indifferent to everything. Only X-112 can notice that when he heard the position of the consciousness, his breathing is slightly in a moment. Yes, X-112's voice came, and the entire fleet was once again issued a command. All battle estals, the location of the moving island is fired. In the moment of hearing this order, countless people scream. Some people immediately want to stop, some people want to resist. But those of these important sectors have not yet made other movements, early just waiting for a lot of dark night to rush into the command room and manipulation room. All of these people are pressed down. Peng 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 sounds. Those who don't listen to the order want to resist. They are killed on the spot. The remaining surviving crew is cold sweating, and finally press the launch button of the torpedo under the dark night glare like a tiger watching his prey. Whiz. Detail of a torpedo from ship with the ship, and then the engine immediately ignited, and moved toward rushed to the top of the sea. Bang! After 2 minutes, on the sea outside the sea, the one after another huge water is burst. All parts battleship boats quick. As a sign of fighting triggered, as the water flowers rises, Blacklight City's fleet is quickly collapsed, putting a battle fam type. At the same time, a small aircraft carrier farther away from many ships, dozens. The drone has also begun to increase, and they have a variety of bombs, and they have passed many fleets directly, and they will fly in the direction of move towards. All the situation is unhappy, even the soldiers on most ships are not unknown. But you can pass along in low voice from seabed. This sound clip with a special tremor, seems to come from the constant time, and it seems that some prehistoric giant beast is low. As this voice is issued, everyone suddenly has a feeling of fluster. What is that sound? It's hard to listen. Is that whale? Thousands of soldiers on thousands of ships entered the battle state, asked if they couldn't live. But the not all people gave them to them by the high rise of the fleet by dark night. Long over the past. Suddenly, the remote seaplane rises up at another's huge chaos. Just like the entire ocean boiling, countless tour fish quickly escape this sea territory. A circle and a circle. The waves were born from the ocean center, turned into a raging huge waves, and the moved towards fleet came over. Has been awakened? Chen's eyes. And the eyes gradually emerged. Do you have a realistic stable anchor now? The sound of X-112 is again transmitted, and I don't live inquiry. Is not anxious. Chen shook the head. He suddenly took a step away, riding in the wind in many soldiers, suspended in 100 meters high fleet, said, now open, even beat the grass to scare the snake. I have to wait until it comes completely to the sea. Super USB Chapter 577. Super USB Chapter 577. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. The long-standing roaring is in the heart of the party, with the endless hailate, all the soldiers on all fleets only see. A strange stone stand in great numbers is islands in the boiling sea territory, successfully rise. At first, island just rose a cutter, in the eyes of everyone, there is tens of thousands of strange rocks on the island, and the strange stone is strangely diagraphs a slender tentacle, even at first glance. Look, those strange rocks are like one after another drunk. And those who have a sunshine is full of branches. Very fast island continues to rise, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Gradually, the island has already turned a high mountain. The sea is a huge mountain, like a tsunami, a circle of the big waves, which seems to be all of the world. All the sea moved towards fleet is coming. Stable, hurry up. The first wave of major waves will come. Ah, Jack. If the real thing is too small, in the face of the huge waves of the epic, the whole fleet is in the hardships. Even if so, the huge waves of up to 100 meters will still throw dozens of people from the ship in the sea. 1,000 meters, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Soon, the monster that rises in the ocean has already had a small body to have a water surface. It is until at this time the tentacles, and the densely packed is at ends of slim tens of slim tens of slims. At this point, monster has already exposed a large half of the chest, and the one after another will float from the sea level than the cruiser. It reflects 10 kilometers away from the stunned fleet. That one after another eyes flashes. Surprised light. Chen Chen station in 100 meters high, silently looked at the cage of arrogant beast, although there is a 10-kilometer distance between the two, but for monster, just moving a step above each other the volume has exceeded the common sense of human beings, but it is no wonder that even the nuclear bomb is invalid. However, monster is still in rising, 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 8 kilometers. Bang! When monster rises to 10,000 meters, the huge body has been completely obscured, which is higher than Mount Everest, even in Shenzhen, and can only see the lower body of monster. The monster's chest and the above part, starting to become molested. This is because the distance is too far, so that the light is blurred. Even if the monster is only leaving the sea, the 4 elongate longs growing on both sides of its chest, as if the crab is in part, it is bubbled in the sea. To this giant pter has been completely present in front of countless people. Looking at this monster, Chen Chen pupil miniature, he remembers the nightmare that I have done. The monster in the dream is indeed. The dream and reality in this brief moment is interlaced, and there is a moment of instant Chen Chen. This is the mature form of consciousness. On the way to monster is completely emptied, it is placed in the mouth of the chest and the border of the abdomen, but until this time, its far-growing roar is coming again. Ah, that monster, God, please forgive me. In the moment of the sound, the whole fleet soldier, all in the crazy, their original or horrified or shocking eyes completely lost the focal length. Some people on the ground, moved towards faraway conscious stealing strongly, even if the head is pulled out of a bloody hole. Some are frightened to tear their own cheeks, and even smash your eyes, is still screaming with his head. They grabbed the firearms of their hands, and the moved towards his teammates built the trigger. Just a moment of consciousness, Chen Chen brought the whole fleet, completely lost the power of confrontation. Chen Chen only feels a spiritual energy fluctuation inclusion in the other side's roaring, his ear is hot, and one after another is overflow from the ear. Chen Chen, I was injured for the first time. It's really awareness, just a meeting, you can hurt me. Chen Chen's eyes have a shackles, he has not ignored countless soldiers under the feet, but whispered, X-112. Open. Yes. X-112 crisp he relied, then, in the last party of many fleets, the reel stabilizing anchor begins to start quickly. DDD. Under its solid housing, a row of red lights quickly flashed, and it turns into green lights. Suddenly, inexplicable fluctuations are spreading. Just a blink of several millings. Suddenly, consciousness is like a chemical spiritual attack, and suddenly disappeared. Bang! In the first moment of spiritual energy, the monster body in the meter high, and then its body begins to drop from the high altitude, but only fell a moment, and the monster actually resumed the balance again. Chen Chen suddenly looks at the look, but he sees the chest of consciousness. The vertical mouth is once again opened again. Bang! The gas waves visible from the naked eye rushed out of the blush of the abyss, with endless fluctuations quickly moved towards Chen Chen's direction. The wide range, Chen Chen is unable to hide. Actually, even if the real stability anchor can't suppress its spiritual energy, the group of blood clouds in the plane, the state seems to be more than the awareness of consciousness, and if you want to use only a realistic stable anchor, you will press the other party, and simply as the sky. This thought is full of flashes, and Chen Chen will take the opening of the opening. However, he saw that the gas waves have a little defense with an unstoppable drive. At the same time, the fleet in his feet, also smashed in the airwaves of this destroying heaven extinguishing earth, failed. This moment, Chen Chen slightly closed his eyes, and there was a touch of thinking on his face. X-112 immediately let the last aircraft carrier will return. Just down this order, Chen Chen's field can protect the floor inch. He is like a paper, and then the whole body is completely blood mist, bursting. Bang! Chen Chen only feels black in front of him, completely falling into endless virtual. Pansy Antoine, a person silently sitting on the coast full of reef. His hands holding a fishing rod made of branches, bundled a fish line at the end of the fishing rod, at which time the fish line is deep into the sea. It is constantly moving. When Pansy feels a bit impatient, suddenly, the fishing rod in his hand moves. It seems to have something to draft fish line under the sea. His face is happy, and quickly tear the fishing rod. Soon, one constantly fell into the sea fish by him. Ha ha! Pansy sent a cheer, and quickly put the fish on the fishing rod to the ground, and then hug this fish in front of the ground. Not bad. This squid has 3 pounds. Enough. I have a day. It is indeed worthy of 3 pounds of multiple squids. After all, in addition to some crabs and lion class, there is only fish. At this time, this named bandy-aged man did not hesitate. He walked directly into the small woods, picked up a few dead leaves, set into the shape of the bonfire, then killed the hand. The squid, a string of wooden sticks, racks above. This move is very familiar with him. Obviously is very familiar with him. After all are ready, he suddenly reached right hand. The move and Tauath branched bonfire is gently finger. Suddenly, a small flame is flying into the bonfire. Bang! The bonfire is immediately burned. Facing such a magical scene, Pansy is calm. He knows that his superpower is obtained in prisons in the black light in half a month. At that time, those people gave him a weird injection. From that day, he had this ability to communicate with the flame, but more than him, this island has more than 5,000 people, everyone has different power. Pansy, you are not a good behavior. When Pando is grilled in the woods, there is a messy footsteps. I heard this voice, Pansy's look of the gods. He exposed the color of death, staring in front. In a while, 4 face a friend big men came out of the tree. Johnson, you immediately rolled away. This fish is my own. Pansy at this time seems to be a wolf dog that fell, and the eyes flashed in the eyes. Ha 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 ha, then ask us brother as different. Suddenly appeared in the 4 people, a big man with faces, his face has a knife hierarchy across the big cheeks. At this time, staring at the squid in front of Pansy exposed greedy colors. Our 4 brothers have not eaten in half a day. The knife, the big man, licking his lips, showing greedy smile. But your kid hiding in the woods to eat fish. If we didn't see the smoke, I am afraid it is really swallowed by you, brothers. There is no nonsense in the knife. In fact, His belly has long, stomach rumbling with hunger. At this time, he just wants to take the other side's roasted fish, let himself eat one. With his order, he immediately rushed up, and Pansy is a big change. He immediately picked up the grilled fish like a run, but only half a step, suddenly an unpredictable feeling from within in the body! Pansy only feels soft at the foot, he fell directly. The grilled fish in the hands quickly flew out, rolling on the ground. This feeling is, Pansy only feels a suffocating feeling of within in the body, his face is connected, and it turns his head. Only see that Johnson, who was originally prepared to pursue his own, and even asked himself, loudly, I am dying? Pansy only feels a dead, from the xin in the body is filled out, and he suddenly understands that he has already died. At this moment, his eyes began to emerge in the scene of his life. He was born in the slums of Blacklight City. In the environment in poverty, it has grown silently in the environment of poverty. A black bread. Then, he gradually grew up, taste the taste. He began to mix in the dark side of the Blacklight City, stealing, robbery, murder. He just like autumn wild grass to survive. It turns out, I really want to die. At the moment he is about to arrive at the end of life, Pansy seems to see the neighbor girl again. The girl is slightly laughing toward him, and the pure smile is as bright as the sun, and she also handed the hand. Put a dirty the black bread is delivered to my eyes. Right, sorry. Pansy's eyes have a tender smile, and then the pupil is rapidly enlarged, and the light in the eyes is dim. He died. In the moment of death in Pansy, the entire unknown island, more than 5,000 exiled heavy criminals have also begun to die, a few breathing efforts, and there is no living in the islands. It is so that this group of criminals died for a few minutes, they actually climbed again, these dead bodies were like a worm-like limbs, and moved toward was climbed away from their nearest companions. At the same time, in the instant of two corpse contacts, a strange phenomenon occurs. These dead deadies are evenly integrated. It seems that there is a group of squats with his own awareness. Thousands of bodies are like wake up, the range is unknown, just the time of one day one night, more than 5,000 bodies, already integrated into 3/10 of meters high. On the meat mountain, hundreds of limbs are constantly creeping, some are the arms, some are the thighs, and there is still a half-cut body. These limbs are gently shaking with the movement of the meat. Subsequently, the three meat mountains began to be close to each other and integrated with each other. After 2 days, 3 meat mountains have also been completely integrated. At the same time, the huge meat mountains are slowly protruded, and a huge face with closed eyes is convex from the meat mountain. Sure enough, I am resurrected. The face eyes slowly opened, but instead of his eyes, it is tens of thousands of human eyeballs. These eyeballs gather together, densely packed is like honeycomb. Is it resurrected from these 5,000 heavy prisoners? The huge face looked at his body, but he revealed the color of the doubts when he saw the state at this time. So, how can I condense my own body? I will always have this in this way. Face showing said, this deployment self-ridiculous laugh. I don't know if the aircraft carrier has escaped. But even if there is no escape, there is no relationship. I have all remembered the parts of the real stable anchor, as long as the core of the zircon is not lost. Said, this face no longer thinks these, but a little point in the direction of the move towards coastline. Super USB Chapter 578. Super USB Chapter 578. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet. imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. Is located in a Bering Strait, close to an unmanned islands in the Pacific Ocean. Island is a typical reef island. The entire island is not large, but it is a strange stone. Can't see too many plants and animals. It is close to the southern part of the island, and a fresh red thing is slowly moved there. Seems to be an animal. Just, if it is gradually approached, it will find that this monster is very amazing. Heights more than 50 meters. The length is more than 100 or 200 meters. Far from the huge nasal, which is not fixed. Mucus insect. Nasal mucus insect is uniformly covered with countless only human hands. These hands and feet swayed with the creep of nasal mucus insect, as if there is a flashpan, close to Senator cold shivers down one's spine. At this time, this nasal mucus insect is quietly looking at the neutral sea surface, and the trails are exposed on the color of the people is weak. Chen Chen is looking forward to the distance, the look is light. 5,000 people are too few, it is not enough to restore my strength, but it is okay, the power of the field is still not weakened. Said, Chen Chen suddenly lifted his own itself, as if nasal mucus insect raised the body, lifting half a chest, and immediately broke a huge crack. With a low dumb roar, Chen Chen's seafront of Chen Chen actually automatically boils, and a fish and shrimp are raised from the sea, and they fall into the cracks of Chen Chen. Jang, bang, with the large-scale fish and shrimp fall into the mouth of Chen Chen, the crack of his chest and abdomen is quickly closed, and then it is an amplifier of gulu gulu. Chen Chen silently feels the peristalsis of the fish shrimp of the helper, which is then rapidly melted by the gastric juice secreted. Then, it is once again adopted, and the week is beginning. Until the small fish and shrimp in the nearby sea territory, Chen Chen only felt that the initiative is gradually faded, and a special spirit is from the deep body. Well, this feeling is it transformed? Chen Chen feels a special incitement in the body. It seems that you need to sleep. At the same time, you can tell him that as long as the body will be implemented, he can happen quickly. When Chen Chen silently experienced the shadow of the within the body, suddenly, he saw a battleship slowed over the distance. It is a tonnage medium battleship, and the whole length is not more than 80 meters. The size of Chen Chen is more than half. After entering Chen Chen's sight, the ship has stopped. And then only it seems that I don't want to drive in the direction of the move towards island. In this case, hundreds of people rushed to the ship, looking at the huge creatures in the distance with shock and fear, exclaimed in a time fast, "What is monster? What is the guy? Is it a human hand? Good disgusting monster." Not only is the crew on battleship, even when the ship of this ship is seen when seeing the monster in the distance, it feels cold, and the hands and feet are cold. Then what the hell is what thing? Flood, whisper, he muttered. He opened his mouth, and he wanted to stop the order on the above, but at this time his handleman has two pairs of wooden Dark Knight quietly standing on both sides. Surveillance hold him. Blacklight City high-level hair has issued a dead command, so that he must park on this island, no matter where there he lives. In the eyes of hundreds of crew trembling in fear, battleship has completely came to the location of the island, but it also stopped. But the island's alge is a reef area. If battleship continues to travel, it is likely there will be a hazard of reefs and even stranded. Then, a boat transported a living boat move Ed's island, and transporting the goods carried by the entire ship arrived in front of the monster. Commander. A Dark Knight jumped from the lifeboat, and the sound of a woman was issued in the mouth. People. But conscious stealing also returned seabed to sleep. So realistic stable anchor. Chen Chen opens, emits a snoring low-spirited sound. We only have to transfer the zircon with the drone. X-112 answer. As for other devices, as the aircraft carrier is silent. Still can't run away. Chen Chen nodded, helplessly said, forget. As long as the zircon does not lose, it is not a failure. But the task of the destruction of the consciousness should be temporarily put on hold. When is the blacklight technology has sealed the whole planet's ability to continue to touch each other? Yes. X-112 slightly down. I am now not suitable for publication. Chen Chen continues to instructed, you put down these supplies. Let battleship leave. People on the board to perform memory cancellation. And zircon is turned back to the time of the time. That is, this is the case. X-112 nodded, she left a few Dark Knight in the island used to contact Chen Chen, and then let the battle vessel ship original road returned. See this, Chen Chen slowly turned into the body, and pulpy and the materials carried down from battleship. After all of this, Chen Chen gave his bloated body to the depths of the island, and played a hole in a mountain. This is the method of this body to tell him. Then, Chen Chen shrinks into a group in the cave, while the secretion of a group of mucus is full of blood-reeking qi, and these mucus slowly beaten, gradually become a hard-moving, will Chen Chen. The body is heavy. Seems to have a long time in there. Chen Chen can feel that his body will start a little bit. He gradually produces a clear comprehension, waiting for the next bed. Perhaps the whole body will have a transformation. Thinking here, Chen Chen suddenly felt a strong sleepy, so he closed his eyes slightly and began to fall into a long sleep. When Chen Chen is again reopened, he still returns to reality. I didn't think of it, ready to be so sufficient, but still lost. Chen Chen sat up and slightly frowned. Sure enough, little Xering this in the side lifted his head, showing a horror. When I saw the zircon was shipped back, I found that the cultivation was estimated to fail, but did not think that the nanobomb could not deal with each other. Chen Chen lightly said with a smile, "Don't say nanobombs, I only have to open the realistic stable anchor. I am killed by the other party." Original Chen Chen's plan is to first use realistic stable anchors to seal the spiritual energy of consciousness, and then open the flame hair to shoot nanobomb, let the nanobomb swallow each other. Faced with only nano-sized mini-robots, unless the Chen Chen dynasty can, even if he is also possible to lose his life under the endless insect sea. Just not thinking, even Namin bombs are not used, and he is full of dishes. A reality stabilizing anchor is not enough. Chen Chen once again added, "I want to seal the consciousness and steal. I am afraid it really like destroying the warrior place. Let more than 20 realistic stable anchors lock the entire planet." What is your avatar? Small X exposes the color. Does your avatar lose it? It is so. Unfortunately, I have been reborn. Chen Chen shook the head. Fortunately, there is a backhand. I can resurrect 5,000 heavy prisoners. Avatar is not death. This is the only good news. Said, Chen Chen turned around to look towards Small X. Next, the plan to destroy the awareness of the awareness is temporarily put on hold, but the research on realistic stable anchors should continue, waiting for us to produce 126 elements at the time. We will come again. Understand? Smolks patted. Be eager to have a try. Although the 126 element is difficult, we have time. You can reach the level of 126 elements, sitting on the real place. We can say early it is stood in an invincible place. After a few days, Chen Chen readjusted the state, and came to the trailing zircon. Now destroyed. The consciousness of the consciousness failed. This huge zircon also lost its role, so Chen Chen got a new idea. Several bionic people put the zircon before a machine, and then saw a half-speed wheel, a little move towards zirconium close. Then, with a burst of water flow, the cutter is also completely cut on zircon. Has been cut for more than a dozen times. Very fast. The entire foot basin size zircon is cut into 30 fist-sized, volume equally graphic block. Then, a bionic man pushed a half-meter metal that was about half of the meter diameter. The metal column is hull. The upper and lower, the middle is narrow, and the bottom of the metal column is sharp, and there are 3 robotic arms in the body, which make it upright on the ground. Then, another bionic person puts one of the cut zircon plug into the central portion of the metal column. Suddenly, the whole zircon's rigorous seams are put in. Obviously, this is a real stabilizing anchor for manufacturing with a high offset armor housing, isometric to shrink. Start testing. Ready to start. 3, 2, 1. As the radio has passed a burst of cold metal sound, he suddenly only listened to one position on the side of the metal column. A shroud bounced out, revealing a row of digital keyboards. As a bionic person came, press the password on the metal column. Suddenly, only listened to Hong Long. The whole metal pillars, completely inserted the floor, fixed himself down. At the same time, an invisible fluctuations spread toward all around. Chen Chen only felt the air in the body. His spirit can be suppressed again. Is very good. The suppressed intensity not at all is lowered. Chen Chen silently felt the hard feeling in the air, then said, "The next is the distance of the test press." Said, Chen Chen once again transferred back to the ground, starting to measure the compression area of this realistic stable anchor in accordance with the previous method. This time, he only flew 50 kilometers, and he felt that the pressing power disappeared. Only 50 kilometers left. Chen Chen frowned, returned again, 50 kilometers of pressing radius. After Chen Chen returned, reported such a data. The whole zircon can block 7 million square kilometers, but it is divided into 30 pieces, but can only block 10,000 square kilometers per piece. Small X suddenly said, "It is very unwound. It seems that the blockade area is decremented according to the index level, that is, the small realistic stable anchor can only block an area of an international urban size. Let this area everyone is unable to use. The smaller the zircon, the weaker the radiation ability is, vice versa." Chen Chen put a hand, "There is no way, forget it. Anyway, it is enough, we split. Not to suppress those folk pilots. 30 small realistic stable anchors, at least one the large-scale stable anchor should be used much. In fact, I also want to continue to pick a few zircon for splitting, breaking down into a super small realistic stable anchor that can carry with you. This is also a good choice. Small Xeering, this is bright, this. Then, the small X continues to split zircon. Split the 10 fist-sized zircon into the long strip of the finger, so that the realistic stable anchor manufactured will also be more than it is reduced, and only half a meter is left, 20 centimeters long, and the weight is only 15 kg. As for the docking distance, naturally further reduced to 5 kilometers radius, and the compression area of 80 square kilometers. This ultra-small realistic stable anchor will also become one of Dark Knight and B.S rapid response force to fight the demonstration. And at the same time, the strong collision in the other side of the Tidia experimental base has also begun to fully work, starting to study 126 elements on the periodic table. And when Chen Chen started the layout reality, that gains of superior power, and also silently changed the real world. On October 1, 2029, Blacklight Technology suddenly announced a shocked world message. Because of the previously fusion viral disaster, the Ultra Super Page began in humanity, and these superpower everyone is survivors who have been infected with the fusion of viruses. Blacklight Technology is the first forces of the Earth Federation acknowledged the existence of superpowers. With the announcement of this news, it is completely shaped, and there are countless people's eye. At first, Blacklight Technology announced that many people don't want to believe that Blacklight Technology is just a company, but not authoritative government agencies, but next, forced to social pressure, Earth Federation and continents the area has to recognize the authenticity of this message. Suddenly, the news in human society has completely matched. Countless people or sorrow or high, or fall into a fanatics. What is the attitude of these people? Can't change a fact. That is, human society is slipping into a new era in unnoticeable influence. Super US Speak Chapter 580. Super US Speak Chapter 580. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. New York City, Queen Region. The smoke is exhausted, and a fire truck is slowly separated. On the ambulance, several fires that have been burned to the road are taken to the end of the road. At this evening, the road that should be in the peak period should be empty, because the New York Century Avenue is isolated from the ACRC building, and the entire New York Century Avenue is isolated. It is temporarily banned. The fire has been extinguished. At this time, the silhouette of the four valiant and formidable looking, the steps of the stages of thousands of noisy people, which seems to be in a circle. Cheers loudly, the sound is waved. The four people standing on the steps, one of them combed the back, and the long handsome, he wore an blue battle suit, behind the lady who was printed with the federal banner, revealing a sunny smile. Compared to him, the rest of the 3 people will lose color, and that black is a white teeth. He is wearing a battle suit with a boar in the effigy. Although it looks a sunny, but I don't know why there is a wretched breath. And the remaining people in the most sides are obviously Nick, but they also wear a combat service belonging to their own style. Under the sun shot, the 4 people are constantly playing down, and there are several people who have smoke stains from the stage, and they are in the past. John, Leon, Bray, Hodge. You are hero. The bursts of breakfast under the stage seems to feel almost the time. 3 people have looked towards blonde man. He nodded, takes a step forward, and the hands of Jang opened his hands. Suddenly, everyone is still silent, full of looked towards for admire. I have already felt your enthusiasm. Blonde man theory. I also felt my duty, it was my mission, and I was also my obligation. As a member of the latest joining the Super War Police team, I deeply feel this is a heavy identity. I swear from urine, I want to fight for this federal, for the justice of the entire humanity, and now I finally reached my wishes. I hope to protect everyone with my strength. At the same time, I promise that every person who needs us, I will do my best with justice, mercy, sacrifice, and do your best. Said, there is a deep affection in the eyes of blonde man. This is me, Guardian, John's vows! Exclamation mark. In the crowd, hearing this once again exploded one after another wave. In this happy voice, blonde man once again made a brilliant smile, and he spread his arms and floated directly in the air and slowly flying into the crowd. Suddenly, everyone is crazy, they extend their hands, and they will generally touch John's legacy thighs. Some people have forgotten, and they are moving. John, Guardian. This name is in an instant New York City throughout New York City. This scene gradually spread, turns into a screen. And the front of the screen, a black man with God is slowly coming, and stands on the black stage. This is a program, a piece of Earth-lessing zoo state, at 7:30 per night, Golden Time broadcast, named World of Richard. At this time, after the host of the program side looked towards, the screen has been fixed in John to be surrounded by the people. Every audience, I am Wilson Richard. Here is the Earth League's estate channel Richard's World. The host's voice is clear and full of rhythm, with special magnetic properties. I believe you have known the new news released by Blackwater. Said. He pointed to the screen in the screen. Have you seen it? Yes, you haven't mistaken. This John is a superpower. We used to think that the superpower is far from our human beings. Only the superhero movie will have silhouette they exist, but now we know, all this big mistake. Rumors are true. At the beginning of this year, the fusion of virus disasters we experienced, destroyed us of millions of families, once the loss of our civilization lost, and some people lost father, some people lost their husbands or wife. There are people who have lost their sons. When it comes to it, the host looks slightly, but then it is once again excited. However, now we have suffered hard, because those people who have been infected with viruses are tenacious. Many people gradually open new ability. Earth Federation said it is spirit, but I am willing to call it superiority, because this is a power sufficient to change world. And now, in the event of a few months, the BHP War team once again appeared on world's stage. Not only, they also joined a new member. Said that the silhouette wearing a blue struggle after hosting, the silhouette of the blonde of the brew, and the other 3 became a piece of illusory shadow. His name is John Orban here. The host Wilson continued, he is a survivor who has blended a virus disaster. In the survivors of infection, many people have gradually achieved certain superpower. And this John is one. I don't know if he is lucky or misfortune, but it is not important. It is important that he joined the BHP Warfare, and now the BHP War Team has a new name, Superkin the War Team. The previous members still have no change, but different from the past is that our heroes have got a complete body, and they also have more powerful power, enough to save our strength. Just now, they just stopped a fire, a disaster, saved thousands of people in Exlef Tower, New York City. The host Wilson spreads his hands, seriously said, I can feel that human society is experiencing a change. Sometimes, I am very happy, fortunate that our Earth Federation can appear Blackwater this legendary. It solves the cancer, solves the Alzheimerism, solves the various physiological diseases of our humanity, so that as human lifespan has gradually improved, and the quality of life is higher. Today, as the soul of Blackwater, BHP War Team, they also washed the lead China in this change, and the essential transformation. From today, the BHP War Team will be named the Super War Police Team. In addition to our familiar Bray, Kyoshi, Leon, a household name, and we'll add the fourth member, that is Guardian, John. The host has a sigh, he continues to pull into the lens, give the blonde man a close-up. The audience in front of you, you have a look. His smile is so bright, his eyes are how firmly, what is his soul is just said, he slightly exhales one breath saying, seems to depress the heart, and then open again. I don't know why some people don't like this team, but I know that they will be our guardian, just it seems like Mr. John's out a number, they are willing to die for justice. After all of why, the host finally appeared, showing a rare smile. This is the most important thing to happen today. I am Wilson Richard, here is Earth League's Estate Channel, World of Richard, we are next. Goodbye. As this end, all the lights on the stage suddenly extinguished, leaving only black men's black contours, and next to a staff watch in special thanks. In special ambiguity, Blackwater's logo is in the eye. And with the BHP War Team returned to the rivers and lakes, the major media in world began to report, especially newly added members became the #1 focus. Marginal media continues to play John rushing from the fire in the building, and the scene that is sleepy in the building from the fire. For a time, Guardian John this name, with an unvariable attitude calling, the BHP Warfare Team officially renamed a Super War Police Team, Wall Street Journal. Superpower officially depends on Taiwan. The change of human society is near. New York Times. Blackwater Company once again occupied the front of the world. The spiritual energy or will change the world pattern. Sun News. Guardian. After Brooke, the rising justice news star YouTube News. This time, do not use blacklight technology to buy those media. All world began to publicize, as the focus of all humanity. The media naturally did not want to miss this gossip feast, and New John is not lost in Brooke's face, and powerful superpower. It became the core of the major media. And in their feast of their feast, the Super War Police Team and the name of Guardian John will also push the name of the whole world. Guardian John, a famous knight. After returning from the lens, both Hog and Leon are secretly in one breath saying, you are doing very well. I only listened to a high-heeled shoes, and Austin, who had a fiery red hair, came down from a business car, showing a smile. Especially John, you are the most excellent, whether it is a speech or tone, it is almost impeccable. Is the company's cultivation. John's slight laugh, 4 people, only his and Bray is still calm and composed. But Bray's idea is ordinary person elusive, with his character, whether Ross, or the project department, he does not dare give him a formal occasion, and Leon and Hog are too young, unbearable, now John's appearance, but let everyone secretly relieved. In their view, John will definitely become the soul of the Super War Police Team. I have discussed the high-level number of Liu manager and the project department. Ostment takes 4 people in looked toward. After our discussion, as well as market research, John will temporarily blame the Super War Police Team captain. Do you have any opinions? Team captain? Hodgeton surprised John, but not at all. What is too emotional fluctuation? I have no problem. John is really suitable. Leon is heart-start-led, which is a bit unwilling. He originally somewhat in this location, and it is constantly trained his own leading reaction and professional literacy, but he has to admit that no matter what his still temperament, even strength, he can't compare this new John. He has only unwillingness nodded. Ha ha ha. However, Everyone did not expect it. At this time, Bray suddenly laughed. He patted his hand. Not bad. John's buddy does have captain's potential. Is it as long as John's brother is on Captain King all interviews give him? Of course. John turned around, looked towards this is the highest popular member. Slight laughed. In the future, the reporter interview can be handed over. Then is so fixed. Bray satisfied nodded, while holding a hand. I can go to the female toilet. Oh, don't. Go to the training room to practice my superpower. Leon and Hodgerton speechless looked towards Bray. Is very good. Osding automatically filtered Bray's words. She turned around, looked towards John. From today, you are the captain of the Super War Police team. I hope you can compete for this position. Work for the company. Pay attention to yourself, the words and deeds. I understand. John Binbin is polite, because my image represents the war team, representing Blackwater. What I said. You understand. Osding nodded, then turn it back to the car. Then the vehicle is launched, away from it. Until the vehicle is driven away, the look of Austin is slightly silent. Osding, are you dissatisfied with the John? At this time, on the seat behind the official car, Luzigian, the manager of the Super Police Project Department, passed out. He was slightly brought from the shadow. Your look is not too positive. Is not the John's dissatisfaction? Osding shook the head. When you face him, I always have a feeling he is too perfect, and even the same thing is like real existence. Give people a false feel. What are you afraid of? Luzigian immediately lightly said with a smile. Even if he is the next Brook, we can make him. You can ruin him, in front of Blackwater. He will be strong. It is also a hand crushing flies, that's all. I hope so. Austin nodded. She looked out to the window. A whistle, from the window, came in, and had to say that the evening glow is particularly Super USB Chapter 581. Super USB Chapter 581. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. Human history, society has never changed so rapidly. The new year, update iteration, every day has a new technology outbreak. And there is a rise and disappearance of an industry every year. Human has entered a high-speed development period that cannot stop. July 2029, Blackwater has developed a stem cell human organ generating technology, marking the name of the disabled person to exit the historical stage. Patent number 11,457,092. In October 2029, the BHP Warfare Team officially renamed a Super War Police Team, and joined the newcomer Guardian John, and the name of the Super War Police Team resounded around the world. In May 2031, Blackwater has developed 2 bionic people, and the new bionic people have enhanced simulation, emotions and IQ, and the emotional business and IQ are enough to reach the level of 10-year-old young children. One Small Love, patent number 11,572,838. At the same time, the expression simulation of the second bionic people is further strengthened to ensure that humans have greatly improved the accepted level of the bionic people. January 2032, the second bionic people officially entered the global consumer market. In April 2033, the Earth Federation was issued by many people concerned with the potential hidden dangers of the Zalata crisis. In May 2033, the regulations were abolished, and Xiao Dai officially entered thousands of households. In August 2033, Chen Chen, founder of Blackwater, was awarded the Jazz Medal by the Queen of England in Europe. In February 2034, Blackwater acquired National Defense Enterprise in Northern Sea Continent, which is the first acquisition of the 4 strong districts of Earth Federation, and the news is among the world. March 2034, Blackwater quoted NASA $200 billion and took over the Cape Plan. December 2034. Blackwater was rated as one of the 10 best-fitted work in the Federal 500 companies. In June 2035, Blackwater has developed frozen sleep system in the laboratory of New York. After opening, you can suspend life activities. After removal, you can quickly restore your body function. This system takes first to explore the Sun system. Step, patent number 12,456,045. In September 2035, Blackwater invests $300 billion. Established the world's most advanced normal temperature superconducting particle accelerator in Namibia Uli. In February 2036, Blackwater has developed an outer space detection service, carrying portable atmospheric treatment packages, can in-depth and vacuum geographical and vicious environments, further laid the foundation of human detection of alien environments. In June 2037, Blackwater Automation Diagnosis and Surgical Platform Blacklight Automatic Medical Platform Generation was completed. Patent number 14,572,092. In January 2038, after Blackwater took over the Cape plan, 45,327 planets were found, and 13 of them were suspected to live in humans. December 2039, Earth Federation announced that because Blackwater's human lifespan escape plan, human average lifespan officially broke through 100 years old. In January 2040, the original Firestar Century plan, because Blackwater has taken a breakthrough, the Firestar Innovation Project has only been completely completed, and the Firestar is officially completed by the second planet. The first batch of human civilized colonial activities officially opened. After 10 years, a jet-large passenger aircraft slowly landed in the Whale Harbor International Airport. Thousands of tourists rushed to get on the plane, and those tour guides immediately greeted themselves. Connect their tourists to their respective sightseeing and tourist cars. As the sightseeing car out of the airport, it is a row of horns into the clouds of the clouds. These high-rise buildings are mostly flue silver grey, and Laika is towering. And between those high buildings, one after another is like a silver-necked air ribbon. These high-altitude orbit crossed, surrounded by skylines in this international city. And in the high altitude of the city, the colorful void screen alternately flashed, and these screens have played the advertisements of the Bionic People, and some are the propaganda pictures of the Super War Police team, which is located in the airport. It is over. It is the huge logo of Blackwater. Everyone is now seeing the whole picture of the Life Science City. The city has 113,50,000 people, but the flowing population has achieved more than 500 million. Every day all has more than 100,000 people come here. Cities. At the same time, as the first holographic city in world, all the electricity here is free. Electricity is like air, can be seen everywhere. Tour guides are full of smiles and tourists, mobile phones, computers, automobiles, and various electronic equipment. As long as the internal installation of wireless electronics charging equipment produced by Blackwater, then there will never be discharged! Hearing this, our tourists are novelty. Watching this city, in the future, is amazing. Sightseeing cars have taken a few minutes. They came to an intercity maglev train parked on the ring track. With the urge of the tour guide, these passengers did not sit in the train again. The train quickly started and drove over the high end of the moved towards city in the city of each hour. Now, it is the global headquarters of Blackwater, which is located in the central area of the city. Extremely expensive land, 671 meters high, with an indoor area of more than 1 million square meters. A total of 13,890 employees have office interior. Now you see the Blackwater's biological experimental base, as the basic business of Blackwater. Global cream of the crops biotechnology is here. Here is Blackwater's High Nursing Hospital, which is scattered here. Every family has a unique style, and the old man who enters here, but 1 or 2 months of kung fu, you can recover one's youthful vigor, returning to his life pinnacles 30 years. The sanatorium community is next to the global cream of the crop. Breakwater uses biotechnology to use the human facial plastic technology, can optimize each person's facial defect, scar, wrinkle, breast augmentation, shaping. Must be able to return all customers to the most natural, pinnacles appearance conditions. With fellow Taoist talking, those tourists also overlook the entire city from the train, and from time to time, they can also see the same magnetic levitation train on the ring to shoulder, and suddenly exclaimed, continuous. Ultimately, the end point of the raw train arrived in front of more than 100 international hotels. Suddenly, there were more than 10 temples whispered on the 10 ths of the hotel to glitter. These welcoming bionics people are all wearing international hotel service slatters, and whether it is an appearance or talking, both normal people have no difference. Welcome to Rindo 5-star level international hotel. You will always be your warm harbor. These bionic people helped visitors to the baggage, enthusiastically welcoming everyone in the hotel. One time the guests are happy, the whole team has fallen into happy laughter and cheerful voices. At the same time, the top floor of the Blacklight headquarters, a young man is young, but the two eyes are standing in front of the floor, quietly staring at the prosperous city of the feet. Although he looked at the city under the foot, he was a paint in his pupil, nothing to reflect, black as the universe. Like the universe of the universe unconsciously has been over for so long. Men's slight laughed, turned back to look towards, and behind him, standing with a pure girl. At this time, the girl slowly went to Chen Chen's side, together with the look towards, such as into the cloud. Hon, there is still a long time, according to time. Now I have been 19 years old. Man hearing this nodded. He still remembers that he won the U-Disc when he was 18 years old. Subsequently, he created a small X after getting a USB drive. Until Xiao X appeared, he slowly entered the high-speed development period. Thinking here, the man can't help drive, the lightly said with a smile. However, the girl hearing this smiles with shook the head, turning the man on the side of look towards, and the eyes of the color. For you, is there anything? Get up with T-Virus, destined lifespan can reach more than 500 years old. Girl continues, plus the repair technology of the Blacklight automatic expectation, you live 1,000 years, even more. How we have a new breakthrough in black liquid. As long as black liquid can be integrated with your DNA, your lifespan is destined to surpass the engineer in Prometheus, more than 300,000 years. Maybe. The man puts his hand, in different expression said, okay, don't say this. How is the Firestar immigrant? I have already raised the best of the Firestar immigration plan. We have selected 100,000 best staff, including the classmates of your year. Girl answers. At the same time, 3 immigrants spaceship have been in place. Only these people need these people to arrive in life sciences. We can immediately send them to space. Is very good. Men's sighed in relief. I remember more times when I took off. This program was about for 100 years of thriving. I didn't want any accidental casualties, which was found to be accused of art excuse by Earth Federation. Yes. The dialogue between the two ends. The girl turned and left the office, and the man was left again. Open strife and vled struggle has finally arrived in this step. The man suddenly raises his head, deep exhales one breath saying, from today, I found the Blacklight technology of I will be officially over the Earth Federation. The man is naturally Chen Chen. In fact, as early as 10 years ago, when Chen Chen began to sell all kinds of military technology, Blacklight technology was already comparable to the 4 great continents area, but the Blacklight technology is still not invincible. If the 4 great continents is willing to open in the third world, it is still possible to combine the national sanctions in the world. Blacklight technology, and press this newly rising company, is now different. Blacklight technology has long obtained colonial privileges. And now the Firestar's permanent colonial is formally completed, plus unilateral space navigation technology. From this moment, Blacklight technology has completely separated the influence of Earth Federation. Even the Heaven and Earth Bads suddenly launched the sanctions against Blacklight technology. Chen Chen can also leave the Earth Federation. Re-Ranhan in Firestar. Of course, Unless the leaders of the countries are collective, they want to return to the primordial society, otherwise they will not be in today's decline in the economy and military force. Double sanctions against blacklight technology. Therefore, the establishment of the Firestar's permanent colony represents the official blacklight technology to formally become the second force in human society and the Earth Federation. For this, although the Earth Federation is helpless, it can only look at all, and they can do only have to strengthen investment in space, silently chasing the space advantage of blacklight technology. No matter how both OpenStreet and Veiled Strouge, the rise of blacklight technology is always a win-win situation in human society. Blacklight technology is a human being dominated, but as long as it is human, it cannot be separated from Earth Federation. Is because of this, the Earth Federation can tolerate tolerate the existence of blacklight technology. Second day, the space base in the south side of the Life Science City. The three highs are about 100 meters. The length is more than 300 meters of giant spaceship is quiet and stopped on the huge square. A chariot comparable to the giant truck. The maintenance truck to and fro, constantly overhaul all equipment of spaceship, to prevent accidental dangers. These three Largatopiac spaceship have already represented the peak of human civilization, and they must not be a horses. Soon, after the time arrived, another message came up from various maintenance vehicles, and these messages quickly gathered to the central smaller X, and then Xiao X informed Chen. All immigrants, ready to board a ship. With Chen's order, a model such as a crab-like Firestar landing car is also from the square, and then enters the immigrant spaceship. After entering, all immigrants do not need to leave the landing cart. They only need to lying into their respective frozen sleeps. These immigrants' spaceship, a total of 3 levels of insurance. First floor is also the outermost insurance is that immigration spaceship itself, as the highest factor of human technology. 3 immigrants' spaceship's accidental chance is comparable to the lottery ticket. Even if there is really an accident, then those immigrant landing carts can also turn into large survival spaceship. Choose to return Earth or wait for rescue. And if the bad luck to the ultimate, even the immigrant landing cart has failed, then everyone's frozen sleeping warehouse can also become the smallest survival equipment. They can enter the internal human beings into sleep, and sleep for 10 years. I have been waiting until the arrival of the rescue. Under 3 UDLA insurance, this immigration task must not appear any accidents. Super USB Chapter 582. Super USB Chapter 582. You can search in Baidu. I have an ultra-integrated U-Disk wonderful pen cabinet. imiabige.com to find the latest chapter. After 7 days, 3 huge immigrant spaceships slowly emerge from the planet's atmosphere, followed by half air, then safely landed on the ground. Puff. With the spaceship's passenger compartment open, a fire-like Firestar landed in the car in the stairs of spaceship. With the opening of the door, each Firestar landed on the car. There are thousands of people poured from above, and these people got the car, and immediately saw it is a huge space harbor. Father, mother, you see. My God. Is this Firestar Ares city? Not even more huge than Life Sciences. Even more huge. Countless people are raging. These people have sent a shocking cheers when they walk out of the Firestar, and the flow of people is boiling, which is a grand event of human beings. Wang Wei supports his wife and son, and has come out from the flow of people. It is a curved huge space harbor, while the port is more. It is a simple, presented silver gray, straight to the skyscrapers of the sky. These buildings are not like human traditional architectural structures. The above lines are simple, some are ovate, but some are semicircular, but most of them have a shuttle shape, and the total distribution of these architectural forests is in the distance. Between the buildings, you can also see the high-altitude light trails of the silver sack around the entire city. And further, a resident building is towering into the clouds, as well as a wide streets and lush and greens park. Even the huge lake, the whole city, has formed a unique miniature ecosystem, is a permanent colonial giant city that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. And more distant horizon, everyone can faintly see a huge chimney architecture of up to kilometers. These chimneys are not something else, is the airmaker of blacklight technology. At this time there is one after another white smoke straight horizon. Here, it will be a new home. Looking at this kind of oil-like scene, Wang Wai only feels stunned. He is holding his own son, can't stand on this land, but when you step out of spaceship, you immediately feel a light fluttering. At the same time, the ear has begun to come in a broadcast. Everyone can see, in the top of the sky, I have already holograted projection technology condense a huge screen, which is blacklight technology. Africa Recognition Declaration of CEO Ting Wenhuan. Welcome everyone to embark on the first immigrant city on Firestar, Ares Science City. Here, I have to congratulations, you have created a new era. From now on, from the feet you stand, it is the split of the era. We have already drawn a huge exclamation mark. Because, from today, our human beings will officially enter the universe of the immigration era. From today, human title is no longer planet indigenous, but interstellar citizen. And when we call Earth, it is no longer human single home, but should change to human place of origin. Apostrophe. We open a new chapter of human beings. Everyone we are present will be loaded into the history book. With the encouragement of Kian Wenhuan, the picture is again switched again, then become the president of the Blacklight Science and Technology. Dear Blacklight Technology staff, you are the best. Then is the president of North America, president of Europe, one anansi continent president, one after another. Father. Suddenly, in the flow of people, the 14-year-old son grabbed Wang Wai's hand. Some scrunched strangely said, I feel that my body is so light. Of course, Wang Wai said with a laugh, Firestar's gravitation only an fifth of Earth. We are used to life on Earth, naturally feel the Firestar is light, but it doesn't matter, after a while we can adapt. Said. He pulled his son in one hand, pulled his wife, cheerfully walked spaceship, and several XTN robots responsible for security were coming forward. Moved towards Wang Jing has a gift. Dear Wang Wai researcher, you and your family please follow us. We have arranged special security channels for you. Good. Wang Wai's serenity nodded, followed by this robot. As early as 10 years ago, Wang Wai signed up for the Firestar immigration plan. At that time, he had 4 walls because of mother's disease, and there was no milk powder, so he simply biting his teeth, joined Chen Chen's company. For this old classmate, Chen Chen is not too embarrassing. Anyway, Wang Wai's biotechnology is also a finish, so he directly gives the other party. So the next 10 years, Wang Wai really did not bear the trust of Chen Chen, from the internal ordinary research assistant of a company, even 2 levels, got the identity of the official researcher, and the company's treatment second only to director-level researcher. And Wang Wai and 100,000 people here are willing to immigrate Firestar, because these more than 10 years have reached the extreme. Today's Firestar air oxygen content and Earth are quite. The 4 seasons are also warm as spring, and they can see the existence of satellites that rotate around Firestar. The existence of Valley is like the moon on Earth. At the same time, this group of immigrant blacklight has promised to give high treatment and welfare. The first batch of immigrant Firestar will give world peak level elite education, and those adults commit to 5 insurances: 1 gold, death pension, allocation, salary, etc. welfare. Even Wang Wai can also rise to level 1 after immigration, reach the deputy chief researcher's treatment. Therefore, in the first batch of immigrants, there will be a whole 100,000 people, and this 100,000 people are 3-4 homes. The Godfather, the first immigrant, has settled in Firestar Science City. Newly built blacklight building, exposing the door. Suddenly seeing the chair before, back moved towards gate. Chen. Sunshine passes from the floor to sling window, and Chen shines out of a shiny contour, like promoting spiritual God. Earth Federation has sent a congratulatory message, celebrating our Blacklight technology immigration program perfection success. Xeox continued. At the same time, the Four Great Continents District has already opened a new federal meeting a few hours ago. They intend to build a second immigrant city in Firestar. Do you need to stop them? No. Chen Chen's seat slowly turned, and the look is calm. They want to build the atmosphere processor, the human frozen technology, large voyage spaceship technology is here. No matter how all I can't throw me next to it. But they seem to be afraid of you monopolizing Firestar. Smolks said with a smile. There have been many. Zuzu District proposes to sign a new ALBA agreement. There are a number of terms intentional to refer to our Ares Science City, while restricting us to continue to develop Moon and Firestar. Don't pay attention to them. Chen Chen shook the head. It's all that's all. Our current eyes should be far away. After all, the low eyes will only limit our footsteps. Our eyes should be placed on the star sea. Xeox this only nodded. Indeed, relying on Blacklight technology monopolizing multiple space technology strength, you can bypass the Earth Federation directly, and if the Earth Federation needs to catch up with Blacklight technology, it takes at least 50 years. This is still the cause of many related technologies in the Four Great Continents area. Otherwise this time will only be longer. 50 years later, Blacklight technology estimated to log into the father planet. Now, we have to start trying space mining tasks. Chen Chen continued, immigration is just first step. If you want to go further from the bunding of the Earth, we need the resources of resources. Small unmanned Unhali spaceship has entered the test stage. Xeox said, the principle of mining spaceship is not complicated, not much more difficult than immigrant spaceship, and we need more advanced engine technology, only so can speed up the speed of spaceship in the asteroid belt. After all, dressing the shipping platform by the arc, it is too huge. Even if we have controlled nuclear fusion. Chen Chen hearing this meditation, quickly asked, how long does it take now? From Firestar to the nearest asteroid with mining area, it takes about 3 days, and the round trip is 6 days. Smolks replied, although the asteroids in the mine to the distance of Firestar are less than an f-fifth of Firestar to Earth, spaceship is not as simple as driving. Unmanned spaceship must consume on the way to accelerate and decelerate. The truly full speed flying is more than a dozen hours. Chen Chen hearing this can't help. Indeed, although it seems that mankind has officially stepped into the starry sky, even if the engine technology of Blacklight technology can only reach 7% of vacuum speed, and then, it is necessary to have more powerful engines. And don't say that the speed of the engine is only 1% of the light speed. Even if there is 99% of the light speed, it is. But I don't know how much people who want to die in the vastness of the district. Blacklight technology took over the more than a dozen stars found after the Cape Plan. Even more how? In the state of the Matad, there will be a problem with time flow speed. I have imagined an experiment. They established a track that can wind around the Earth in the equator of Earth, and then makes a train that can accelerate, and invite a group of people as a passenger, enter the train for 7 days. Sailing journey. After these passengers enter, the train will start driving and gradually accelerate. Does not consider physical problems such as air resistance, and do not consider engine power problems and energy consumption problems. If this train only takes a few minutes acceleration, you can accelerate to the 7 circles per second. This speed is about the universe, the ultimate speed of the speed, Matt. With this speed, the entire train will have a 7 days. Of course, this 7 days is 7 days of passengers in the car. When these passengers get off at the original, they will be horrified. The entire world actually I have passed for 100 years. This is a narrow relativity, about time flow speed issues. The narrow relativity tells the entire scientific community, the sooner speed, the slower time flow speed, and the people in Yordi's spaceship. Spaceship is only sailing for a week, but the outside world has passed for hundreds of years. This is absolute. It does not meet the needs of Chen Chen. Because of this situation, it represents the outset of human forces. Once these spaceships fly to the distance, they will completely leave the human control. Even if these spaceships successfully colonized a few hundred lights, it is for Earth. In the case of people, they still have disappeared in the Star River, and they can no longer contact. Success and failure, there is no difference. Therefore, Chen Chen thought of not only the engine problem of unmanned spaceship, but he thought far. If we can crack the arc transmission platform, establish an interstellar transmission gate is fine. Chen Chen dark secretly sighed. Star C, even if the black ball Gans lost the ability to transfer, after all, the black ball just allowed humanity to play in Earth. A little distance, lost the Gantz server and the satellite's signal is covered. The black ball lost its role. Only from the destroyed warrior, the arc of the destruction warrior is the real interstellar level. Is difficult to do for at least 100 years. Small X helpless blinking. Our blacklight technology and arc transmission platform technology level, at least 2 industrial revolutions. This point, Chen Chen, of course, hardcore, when the degree differs, when the technique is a certain distance, it has become useless. Whether it is bliss space or shaped, Chen Chen has a corresponding space technology. It is these technology to make him far behind the Earth Federation, but it is not these movies. No spaceship can accelerate the technology of light speed. After all, accelerate a spaceship to 7% light speed, and accelerate the significance of the Mach speed. The energy consumed energy is more than 1 trillion. Unless space jump. Chen Chen wants to think. It seems to be thinking about what he lifts the head is decisive. Only space jump can avoid the problem of time flow speed in the narrow relativity. And only space jump can avoid energy problem. Space jump is true king. Do you want to find a movie with space jump? Small X immediately, followed by Chen Chen. So long, she has already understood the meaning of Chen Chen, but there is a movie of similar technology, such as Interstellar Toy, Interstellar Traverse, etc. It is not available to download into U-Disc. There are few stars movies that can be admitted by the U-Disc. There is a movie, I am sure you can pass the U-Disc. However, Chen Chen exposed a look of faint smile. Black hole. Heard this name, Small X sudden complexion change.